I got two hands, I got my mouth, I know how to earn money.
She absolutely does. She doesn't miss a trick. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, I was kind of pushing myself to do a live this morning, and we're going to discuss something here that's very apparent on YouTube, and it's obsession. When it gets to that point where YouTubers become absolutely obsessed with others, and boy, we're experiencing that. This goes way back. Little story, actually. I used to imitate Dave Phelps all the time. I go grr grr, because that was Dave. When Dave got upset, he got upset. But it got to a point he became obsessed. Small story. He was driving real fast and erratically in where was it? But he stopped at the side of the road and had to do a little thing about me driving fast down a road. He was listening to something I was putting on, I guess a live show, and boom, he had to stop at the side of the road and he had to go put a show on, attacking me. This is sort of the beginning of his obsession. And he was with, kind of hanging around with the boys in the band, Triple R. And that's just a small example, but Dave, at the time, Mr. Phelps, David Phelps, made a kind of a career choice at that time, and he would do shows about me all the time. And I'm sure it got to the point that even his wife was beginning to see this pattern. And I'm sure she's talked to him many times about, kind of bringing it down to another level. He's just getting a little bit too tense with Frank, and it got bad. It got really bad. And Dave wasn't the most positive person in the world at that time, and a lot of pressures took to him. And one of the reasons they had moved out of the Vow or that area, was he? Two places. They had a place they lived in for a long time, but then pressure got up. I don't know, he pissed off the Muslims, he pissed off Filipinos, and so they had to move into, before they decided to move back to get her to Texas, they rented a cheap place, but that had a security guard. Oh, yeah, lower rent, but it had a security guard, which is something that they really wanted because they had made so many enemies at that time. And Dave did not have a lot of positive followers. I don't know what most of you people actually thought on here. This is not all about Dave, but this is in general. We're going to speak about a few people on here. It really got too much to the point that, all right, did move to Texas and all that after a while. He got off YouTube, but he never really got off YouTube, though. What a lot of people don't know is that Mr. Phelps was and has been here the whole time, and he's been going under a lot of sock account names. He's never left. But I think his wife, she put her foot down when it came to YouTube. And Dave had his own problems, and he'd have to wear a CPAP at night to sleep, just like Ricky does. And all the commonalities people have on here, it's just amazing. Besides obesity and everything else, I mean, they always had a commonality of some sort. I don't know if you guys have noticed that, but I certainly have noticed of it. And it seemed like no matter what they had going on in their lives, which you might deem to be, positive, there was always a negative side going on. Of course, they'd always portrayed himself. Well, Dave Phelps always portrayed himself as somewhat of an intellect, and Dave just, it wasn't anything Dave Phelps didn't know about, or at least he implied, you know, or tried to put on this facade of Mr. Knowledge. Oh, everything from trivia. I mean, he knew everything. Music, claimed a guitarist and all this. There was so many things that Dave went into. As I said, it's not all about Dave, and we'll kind of move on, but it's all kind of interconnected. So Dave went on, moved to Texas. I don't know. For all I know, he could be living back in the Philippines again, but they do make trips back and forth because she has family out here. So that's pretty obvious. I think he's been back many times. Yeah, Dave had a problem with his anger. It was very apparent to many who would watch him on his Quentin Balou show, and you all know him by that name. It pretty much means crazy, I believe, and that he was. Dave was not all there, and there was not many positive broadcasts. He tied himself in with Triple R, Riff Draft Radio at the time. And he always had to have the last word in, but he was in the forefront, really, of a lot of the negative postings and live shows, whatever, at that time. But Dave was always under a lot of pressure to be seen and heard at that time as being part of the famous but failed group of Triple R. It was quite amazing to listen to him sometimes. But I would actually applaud him, believe it or not, sometimes when he would actually come up with a good topic matter that even I was able to listen to, and it didn't have anything to do with me, but it's this obsession that grabbed hold of Dave Phelps, and his wife had to intervene on this. That's the history going on there. Then we move on. If you want to talk more current, okay, there was, of course, Barry Jordan, who went on a roll with me. Oh, he makes a lot of claims. I was trying to be friends with Frank, and no, he wasn't. He just wanted to be one of those people, forefronters, to say that, well, like Brevis. Brevis wants to be somehow involved with the famous or infamous people on YouTube, and that he tried. And his unannounced trip to me to visit me with Gigante, unannounced at the time, which proven that he didn't have a bad back at all if he could ride, 90 miles on a motorcycle, whatever, trip from Cebu, whatever, to my island. But, well, that's just, information that we've all pretty much figured out anyway. There's nothing wrong with his back. But no, his prime and purpose was not to try to be friends with me, as he always claimed. He just tried to be friends, but Frank didn't want to be social. No, the truth is, once I got to know a little bit about Mr. Jordan, me and my girlfriend, decided that was not the kind of element that we wanted to, have come around the house and be friends with. And it really had nothing to do, a lot of his anger with me had nothing to do that, with he's stating that I was jealous that he was making money on that platform, monetization and all that. And it had nothing to do with jealousy at that point. I was not really interested in monetization at all, really. But that's his story, I was kind to Barry when he came over and he was coughing his lungs out, and I had some Montelukast, which is something, if you're having any bronchial or whatever, it helps clear out the pathways of mucus or whatever that might help control the. And I did that on my own accord. I was actually being very nice to Barry at the time, but he still, even at those early stages, was doing the same thing he did everywhere he lived. He was smoking a lot, and he was throwing the cigarettes on the property without even asking for an ashtray. I mean, I just knew from the first visit when Barry came by, and his whole demeanor, his tats and everything else, and his whole speech and his whole demeanor, that was not somebody that I really wanted to be hanging around me. That's just the real story. And no matter what Barry said, Um, I just did not want that kind of character, especially when he came over again without announcement. And he came over with this one girl. She wasn't very attractive, and she was used to being kind of verbally, and I don't know if it was physically, but verbally abused by men. Gilda had sat down with her in my living room at the other house I was renting at the time where I lived, a different subdivision, and um, she was talking to Barry's girl of the day, and the girl was talking about, pretty much that she knew that Barry was using her and all that stuff for sex and all that, and she had a very piss poor attitude about it because she's been admittedly abused so much by men that she said she didn't care. She didn't care. She's going to be with somebody, whatever, what they want to do. If he's controlling, it was like Barry's probably one of the best women he had as far as allowing a woman allowing him to control her, and because she didn't really give a shit. She was that low in her thinking. She worked in a laundromat in Cebu City, is where she worked at the time. But she sat down with Gilda, and it was a horrible story. And then, Barry was staying at the Marlins Resort, a place I've been many times. And actually, that's where the first trip, actually, uh, when Hagante came down, that's where they were staying at Merlin's Resort right here in Santa Fe. And, but there was the other time, of course, when he came back and he came back with this girl and she was paying and she wasn't making much money. She worked in a laundromat, but she had paid for the room. She was paying for food for him and also giving him the sex that he dearly needed. And so another woman, during his crusade from when he moved here, the first time ever that he was actually using and abusing women to a umpteenth degree. And a lot of women were afraid of him. Not that he was a big guy and had muscles or anything like that, but it was his attitude and his cursing and his whole demeanor that scared these women into submission, is what really happened. And to this day, he was still using that as kind of a tool with women to get what he wants. And this was his personality, and I really didn't want anything to do with it. So I had to straighten out that story about the meeting of Barry. We started with Dave, but the meeting with Barry was as such. It had nothing to do with I was jealous as to what happened with us. It was kind of like the same thing with Brevis because I refused Brevis's friendship is what happened, and that's why Brevis turned on me. So I'm trying to clarify some of the past to make you understand the present day as best as I can. Of course, Brevis showed up unannounced many times. I wasn't home, and he's there. I was in Cebu at the time, and the kids were saying, he's coming up. This guy has been coming over, and so forth. And till finally, I did come back, and Brevis did show up, and the kids had told me, well, oh, somebody's outside. Want to see you? And it was not like a half hour, an hour before I came out to see him. When somebody was out there, I came out right away. So let's get the story straight here. And they've been turned around quite a bit. No, I came down. I said, well, same exact words. I said, well, who the fuck are you? I understand you've been coming by here quite a bit. And that's when he kind of came into his intro. Well, I'm so and so, and I'm your biggest fan. And I'm like thinking, oh my God, oh shit. Who is this guy? Especially, it reminds me of that movie Play Misty for me. Um, yeah, and I knew he was off. I mean, I really knew he was off. Because this guy would tell me this big story, how he followed me since day one. So in other words, I've been stalked for like how many years? 9 years at the time, or whatever it was. And that was kind of a scary situation because I don't know how safe he was. But when he did show up with his girlfriend another time, okay, we did invite him in and we were very friendly with him. But I happened to keep the phone on because just in case of anything, this guy went wiki weird on me. And he was talking about Barry, the very person that to this day he's been supporting so much. and basically making a lot of references to Barry Jordan as being uh, totally just kind of whacked out, and mentally unstable, And this is the back and forth that happens a lot on YouTube. They're going to support somebody, then they don't, and behind their back they'll talk shit about them, and well, we've seen that a lot. It goes on even to this day. So he was not a big advocate of Barry Jordan, although he tried to be friends with him later, and he'd visit Barry and they'd drink together and all that, and they'd form a team. Well, you got to understand they had something in common. Now I'm bringing this all forward so you guys know how things went on YouTube and where they are today, and maybe I finally come out with this and make people understand what really transpired. Yeah, yeah, it is creepy. So of course Brevis got friendly with Barry, and they'd be drinking buddies at Barry's place at Virgie's and so forth, wherever he lived, and they'd be drinking buddies and all that stuff. Now they both had something in common. They were kind of jilted by me for friendship. And that kind of like, was a tour de force, behind where they are today in regards to me and everything that has transpired. Because people, when they're rejected by other people, no matter how much they want to be friends with them, when you get rejected, this is the way some people behave. It's a common human behavior. When you're rejected, it happens to women who've been rejected by men. They don't like it, and they will turn on a man tooth and nail. And this is exactly what happened with Brevis and of Barry. So that's the kind of history with Brevis and Barry, and the history of Dave Phelps. Now, to this day, Dave Phelps is still out there. Dave Phelps has something in common with Ricky. They both have to wear a CPAC mask at night. They had, well, asthma anyway, certainly with Dave Phelps. But as you see how this all kind of ties in, um, and how all this kind of started. And of course, all the aggression started when, Dave would continue doing shows, and it'll be about me. That's where all these so called nemesis of mine came in, because it really progressed with the Triple R Riff Raff radio show. And it was pushed and pushed by Dave Phelps, and then everyone that was involved with the show, which involved everyone from Roberto to Nico to Popeye and so forth. And of course, Dave Phelps, all part of the pack. It was a rat pack at the time, is what it was. It was not a successful show, as it, turned into the Pretty Pony, which people thought was pretty gay. I don't know why they called it the Pretty Pony Show, but that didn't last very long either. But during their reign of terror, the Triple R show was indeed that. They were reign of terror, but they weren't just attacking me. They were attacking a lot of people, a lot of people. So people got so, kind of enthralled with this and so wound up with it, and it became part of the persona of these individuals. And they just kind of kept on going, and Dave kept on going, of course. It was anti-Frank and so forth and so on. Yeah. Um, yeah. So, I mean, there were other things that transpired that made him pissed off at me. It had to do, and I want to get this straightened out too. Now, with Dave Phelps, there was an incident with Dave Phelps where um, his niece, okay, his wife's niece, there was something going on in the household, and it was a devour, whatever. Uh, and something didn't seem really right to the viewers. It wasn't just to me. It was, and he did make mention of the niece, and she was not either abiding by the rules of the house. See, they took her in because of I think a family situation that was going on that was not advantageous for her. So Dave's wife took her in under her wings and Dave's wings, and it would allow her to live at the house. But you see, there was something going on at the time that made everybody suspicious, inclusive of myself. And I kind of read between the lines and I analyze things, maybe too much sometimes, but I was certainly going through that at the time with Dave, because he was like a big topic on there, just back and forth with me. Anyway, why I'm doing this, I'm trying to get history straight on here so people understand how things transpired till today. Um, so uh, something was going on where there was some friction between certainly Dave and his wife's niece. something transpired. I don't know what transpired, and they took this all out of context later on, but let me explain. Um, the word in the street was that Dave had tried to do something with his niece. Now, I was not the one that ever initially came out with even suggesting that, but let's play this out. It seemed that uh, the niece's family, as much as they may have been somewhat estranged from the niece, but there was problems somewhere in the family household there at the time. Something transpired, and we don't know what it was. Although people had their own opinion and just traded it around back and forth on YouTube, and something was not right going on between Dave and the niece, and so it got to a point that Dave had to get a lawyer, and so I guess did the niece's family against Dave. Now, it was never clearly told what transpired with that. And that's why things got out of hand. But see, people were seeing things as I was at the time. Something wrong went on between Dave and the niece. That's where all this shit came up. That's where all this shit came up. I did not start this. Dave having to get a lawyer and the niece's family having to get a lawyer. Something transpired while she was living at Dave's. That was absolutely no argument at all. There was something going on. But then rumor went around that there was something kind of abusive going on between Dave and his niece, and that word just spread through YouTube, and it became like, almost like common knowledge or something that there was some underhanded, devious thing that was actually going on. Now, of course, it was all pinned on me. It was pinned on me because I acknowledged that, between this, in fact, David actually talked about it. There were things going on with her that he didn't like or she didn't like, whatever. It led to him having to get a lawyer, him and his wife. Remember, his wife, is the auntie of the niece, and something transpired. Now we don't exactly know to this day, but Dave tried to hide it as much as he could. But I think what happened, folks, was that something did transpire. It was not made very clear, but I think a lot of people were doing some mathematics and they're figuring and reading between the lines that, well, something actually happened between Dave and his niece. So that's how that started. And that's how Dave was pinpointing shit on me, when in actuality, this was actually going on prior to me even saying anything of what I thought about what happened. I was just piecing the puzzle together. That's all I was doing. That, of course, that made Dave even more upset. And that's where our relationship, if you want to call that of such, on YouTube became more volatile. And everybody was saying, oh, yeah, you were attacking Dave's for this or that and calling him this and calling him that. No, it was the viewing audience that came up to that. I wouldn't call it a conclusion, I would call it more of a deduction. That's all it really, it was a deduction by these people. So, yeah. Uh, Thank you. I'm glad it's all over. I had 3 birthdays, really. 3 of them, yeah. I'm not kidding. 3. Not 1, not 2, but 3. But yes, I am officially 71 as of yesterday. Official by, Western time. Finally, official. I made it. That's all that matters. I made it. Here I am. Okay. A lot of energy and so forth. And vigor. Thank you very much. So that's how that started with Dave, and it just became progressive. And Dave was always an angry person. And that's why I used to imitate him all the time and go, "Grr, grr, Frank, this, grr, grr." And, I had fun with that for a long time. Of course, that pushed Dave into even more of a fervor. He was going into convulsions almost with this. And he'd be so against me that, as I said, driving his car down the road fast one time, and I heard this story, when he heard me, talking about him on YouTube, and he'd stop his car and have to put a show on. So really, we're talking about obsessiveness on here, obsessive behavior. So I'm sharing the stories of some of the people that maybe a lot of you guys did not know how this all transpired, and we certainly got into Barry and how that happened, and Dave Phelps and so forth, and that's actually how it transpired in Brevis, of course, and that's why I didn't want anything to do with these people because they were just so negative and making up stories from to Kingdom Come. I mean, Frank did this, Frank said that, and to this day they do the same thing. That's how it started. I'm not the neighborhood bully on here. I've never been a neighborhood bully, but simply a person who had the gall and the gunyos to defend himself against what he felt was not very righteous information going on about me, and this just basically just developed and stories and Frank abuse of this, abuse of that. It even went all the way to my tenants in Hawaii, which was not the story. It was not a civil case against me having to do with the child, but it was stuff that the tenants made up because they were looking for a paycheck. I went through that. I really don't want to go through that again. It had to do with making a paycheck. Let's leave it at that. They tried their best and all that. But to this day, even though there was a civil suit, and the only reason I want to get that straight too, that there was it was a decision made by a judge because of my lack of physical presence in the courtroom, but I was on Zoom at the time. I'm just trying to rehash all this stuff so people who have not caught up on it understand. They talk about this shit in Hawaii a lot. It was simply professional tenants who were trying to make a paycheck, and it wasn't their first rodeo. And they threw in all the information, all this crap, in the meanwhile, and mixed it in to get to the point to get a lawyer. And they fed this stuff to the lawyer. Oh, we can do this, we can do that, we can try this, and they tried. On any other level, they would not have won at the time. Okay, I was in the Philippines and I could not appear. Okay, and I'd have to be there for my lawyer. Uh, he was not at that hearing. Okay, he was not at that hearing. Basically, me and my lawyer, he was overcharging me at the time like crazy, like crazy. So he did not show up, and I didn't want him to even defend me really at that point. I was about to get another lawyer. He did good at first, and we definitely got him thrown out to tenants, and that took a while. And this, with the help of my lawyer, he did very well with that. The sheriff basically threw him out, but I was very nice to these people. I seen him in the court, when the judge decided, and I'm not hanging on this story, but just to get that straight too, I've seen Eric and his wife in the hallway of the courtroom, and the judge made a decision that his wife, girlfriend, whatever she was, go gorilla lady, uh, they were shocked that the judge saw it my way. They didn't pay the rent. They got to get out. It didn't matter what they thought about me or what they, what it didn't matter. 4 months of rent and all the aggravation. I now had the right to show my place to a realtor. I had the right to do everything I want to enter the place, which they didn't want me to enter because they didn't want me to see what they did to the place. But they owed me 4 months of rent. That's about at the time for $6,000, and the damage afterwards was terrible. So $14,000 worth of damage, if you want to really call it that. So they were desperate. They found a female lawyer, and they to do a civil case on me. And no, it was not geared toward the kids. This is stuff that they just mentioned in the report, just for filler, like add rice to a meal as filler. That's exactly what they did. Nothing transpired with the kid. It was a mushroom song. That's all it was. That's all it was. And they blew it up out of proportion, and so did the audience out here on YouTube. There was nothing more than that. Nobody was sitting on my lap, as Popeye likes to say, and no child was touched. I'm not a fucking crazy. I raised my kid on my own. I have children around me all the time here. I'm the kindest man to children that you could ever meet. I'm not a sicko like some of these people on here. But getting off that, just to rehash a little hash about this, I thought I'd mention that too. So went on progressively to modern day. Barry Jordan continued to do shows because it had nothing to do that he was making any money on his YouTube on donations, and I wasn't. Well, I wasn't even monetizing. I didn't care about monetization. I still don't. I got enough viewers to do that right now. I don't care to do that. But Barry went on a roll, and people encouraged him to do so, and well, Barry got himself into the situation he did. I decided he was an asshole. I decided to report him to immigration to give a little coup de grace, to let him know that, hey, this could only go on so long. You're just going to have to pay the price of being such a fucking idiot. So yeah, I was behind his immigration arrest. Absolutely was. It was well planned. It was well tuned, and there was surveillance of him prior to where he was in Karkar, and it was all planned out, and it worked. It worked fantastically as it went. And then it went on from there. He got arrested, and anyway, he wound up in detention, and it had nothing to do with me how long he was going to be in there. That had to do with immigration, but you had to understand he continued to do things on YouTube. That became where cyber libel came in, and calling me a pedophile, a chomo, a child molester, a groomer. I said, well, this guy hasn't learned his fucking lesson. I was going to let it slide, but then it just continued on a daily basis, and one of the reasons was to gain attention and drama, to get people to his channel so he can get more donations. It was all about the money, really, with Barry. Using people, lying to them, saying he wasn't getting Social Security when he certainly was. Having people, he was very smart what he did, although he was a dumb shit hillbilly, but he was smart when it came to money, when it came to getting people to feel sorry for him. All me down to my last 200 pesos, but yet he went out and bought himself a bottle. And that was without donations. And he bought more Mighty Whites. We used to joke about it, 3 foot long Mighty Whites. We still do. And he would use people all the time. And people started to wake up, but then some people didn't. They still supported him because of the train wreck enjoyment from watching him. But then Barry continued when he saw that, hey, I can make some money from this talking about Frank. Same as Kevin. You see the similarities we have on here. It's the same as Kevin, and we'll get to him. So that's kind of how it transpired. Barry went over the line. I said, okay. I fired the warning shots. He didn't listen. And he's still doing it. He's still posting comments every now and then from Bilibid. He hasn't stopped. He didn't stop from Mandawi. He didn't stop. He went to Bikiton, and now he's not stopping when he went to Bilibid. So the difference is he can't put on a show, but he'll more than gladly post a comment on his community page, or will come on somebody else's show and aid comments. So hope this has helped so far to kind of bring you up to date as to how these things actually developed. Yeah. Oh yeah. Birthday was fine. I'm still enjoying it. We've got cake left. I mean, she has friends that come over here that became my friends, and they're more than welcome to come here. Her daughters come here, and she brought 3 people with her. Oh, yeah. The one everybody likes, Nina. The lovely Nina's here. Fazio was having nighttime admissions, whatever went over her. Oh boy. Anyway, moving on from that. Yeah, it was good. I must say, it was good in every way. I ate real well, and some things I shouldn't have eaten. In fact, something I had a half of a donut this morning with my tea. I should have had that. I still have my cereal and something else. But yeah, there was plenty of food. Sometimes too we didn't expect. So that was kind of cool. So it all worked out. We were going to go to a restaurant, but then all this started happening. Blah blah blah, bringing food over. Okay, I guess we're home. I guess we're going to do that today. I think. And whether I decide to go or not, we might go island hopping today on a bonko boat today, because the guests of Nina, they're workmates really. She wants to show them a lot about the area here. They went a few places yesterday here on the island, and they might want to do a little island hopping. I'm definitely not going to do a bonker boat ride to Kina Tarkin. That's like a 2.5 hour bonker boat ride. It's going to be hot today. They might want to go to a Virgin Island or somewhere. I'm not sure. I might decide to come along. It looks like the temperatures are going to be decent today, 32 rather than like fucking 37 or something. So I might decide to do it. If I do, I'll do some video of that, I'm sure. Upload video, yes. Yeah, I am doing a live right now, but I thought about it this morning. I said, I want to go over some of the history and make some of the people understand. because the uploading, and I'll continue with that, but it's just it takes so long to upload. But I could freely just get out information on here and get a few reactions from from the people that are viewing me if they had any questions, where I could even answer anything they want to ask me about this whole situation. That's where it is today, and people just decided to build their own little evil army against me and harass me all the time and harangue and dox and everything else, and that's where it's been. There's never been a problem with me as a YouTuber. I just spoke my mind. That was it. I didn't think there's anything wrong with that at all. Because everybody has something to say on here, but when I say it, that's a whole different story. Frank's being a bad boy, but they don't realize how bad boys they have been. So touche, they can go to, they've been going everywhere already. Yeah, to Del Fuego. Someone's going to Scott Del Fuego's name. Yeah. Oh, that's typical of fucking ruins. There's nothing there but a broken down structure that didn't make it, and tons of concrete's falling down. It's going to fall on somebody's head, but most of the higher stuff on there, the concrete, the rebar's rust is falling down with the, weather and wind and everything else. They make a big thing about it. It's just all it is. The German guy owned it, whatever. I don't know, through storms and stuff, whatever it was, damage to it. He didn't want to bother to fix it up, and I don't know, whatever the story. I think it's still owned by a German or something. I don't know. It's just become a tourist site. It's just a structure that was loaded with graffiti. But it was in a nice area. It's right overlooking the water. And it was like, people go diving off there, basically, jump off the little small cliff and all that. And they made a big thing about it on you. I don't know why. There's nothing exciting about it at all. There's really none. But I might decide to go some island hopping today or something. I haven't been on a bonker boat for a while. Sounds like a winner to me. I might just do that. I'm gonna get in the mood here. See, haven't really decided where they wanted to go, but like we were just discussing earlier, Virgin Island is nothing different than right over here, down the block from me. And the only difference is you're on a boat. Maybe nice to go on a boat right to the island, but Virgin Island just looks like right here in Santa Fe. And I said to Gilda, I don't know how many times we've been there. It's just like, although like I haven't been on the water for a while, but if it's, it's the same thing as where I'm staying, living right here, I don't know. It's the purpose of going out with family and friends and just doing that, I guess, on a bunker boat. But I don't know. I still have to decide on that. There are a lot of places I'd like to go, but they haven't really narrowed it down where they want to go. One island I have been to also, Hiltotango. Can't pronounce it, island. I've been there once. I've been to Kinatarkin, which that's a 2.5 hour bonker ride in rough water, actually, because that's more like open sea over there where Kinatarkin Island is. I've been there twice. Took a couple of gals, one each time there. I went to see, visit Jerna, a friend of ours that was staying there at the time, where her mom owned a kind of a rough kind of bamboo hut there. It was an interesting ride, but we didn't go to the good side of the island there. There's more stuff going on the other side of Kinatarkin, caves and different things to see. There's not much on the island per se, but the water was a little different. It was a little rougher than some of the other islands. It was more toward that open sea area, so the ride was more interesting. And I liked, I like rough rides. I ride them hard, my friends. I ride them hard. I like the rough rides, with the bow just slapping against the water. And some people are scared of that shit, but I thrive on that. I think it's a lot of fun, as long as we don't capsize or something like that. But yeah, I kind of enjoy that. The rougher the ride, the better. I've been on catamarans over in Waikiki and open water out there. I've been on different type of boats where the bow is being just slapped down into the ocean waves. I find that kind of exhilarating, To me it is anyway. To some people it's not, but I think it's fun. Okay, let me see. I decided I'm going to have myself a smoke joke, if you don't mind. So I'm going to go outside here. Because I do not smoke in the house. I am respectful in that way. And to people, my respect goes a long way, even on YouTube. I respect people when they respect me back, and that's the bottom story on that. So anyway, that was like kind of a little, a bit of a refresher's course on what transpired since I've been on YouTube and how it still goes on today. And a lot of people like to be on the attack of me, and they don't even understand why. Because I'd say even people like Big E, oh, he wishes me a happy birthday, but it was a way of saying, I hope you drop dead, motherfucker. But he had to go mention my birthday. Of course, he exaggerates my age and says I'm 84. But this is the kind of mentality people have on here. That's why I don't bother with these type of people. And I make it a point not to really bother with that many expats because we have nothing in common at all. I treat women with respect, and a lot of these people don't, you know. And I can't relate with that kind of people and their attitudes. And that's kind of where I stand on this. So presently, things got a little ugly, of course, because Barry, his girlfriend, put in a complaint on me. So that's one extra step I got to handle, and I will, of course. And people are hoping and praying that I get deported, you know, all the wonderful people out there, well wishers, you know. And I don't know what's going to happen to them if her complaint gets quashed, or with the help of my lawyers that we put this to rest. I think there's going to be a lot of disappointed people out there. I tell people not to hold their breath. That's all they talk about in the show is Frank's going to be deported, he's going to be arrested. I don't know, where's all the cops coming to my door? They say I'm okay, I'm going to overstay. They say, blah, 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 blah. Where is anybody at my door arresting me? I'm not going to jail. I'm not going to detention for anything. I'm not going anywhere. And likely will not anyway. So Barry's always writing on his little community post, can't wait to see you here. Well, maybe I can't wait to see you in a special situation, to see what a man you really are, you sput, you putz, you know. Yeah. He's not doing very well. I mean, he'll try to portray, oh, I'm doing okay despite the situation. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? No, he's having a hard time. We're talking about Billy Bid, and we're talking about the other place too. No, you're not having a wonderful time there. You're under control, a regiment, and it's going to be 5 or 6 checkups on you to make sure you're there. There's going to be roll calls. There's going to be bells ringing when it's time to eat, like Pavlov's experiment with the dog. You ring the bell and the dog salivates and goes and eats. You're going to be under total fucking government control, and Barry does not like that at all. So he's paying the price. He's paying the price, and he's been paying the price the whole time because he deserved it, not because you figure I have a gripe with him. It's because he deserves everything that's coming to him and more. If anybody deserves it, it's Barry Lee Jordan. And I think everybody understands why and knowing his history. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Talking about cigars on here. What am I missing? You want the U.S. smokes, you need to buy the ones with the blue seal. They're imported from you. Oh, hi. Hello, Region. I don't know if the cigarettes here are... I don't know if a Winston is really a Winston or whatever. If you do smoke, then you get used to smoking them. And I really don't know. They have the label for Winston or whatever brand. But it could be manufactured in the Philippines. I don't really know. I don't know the history of that. I don't know. Barry waking up behind bars once again today, yes. Well, it is true. Barry is paying a price. There's no doubt about that. And when people say, Barry, you're winning, and I still never understood what they meant by Barry is winning. How is he winning, and what exactly is he winning? I don't understand it. He hasn't won anything. He's lost everything basically, but he did it on his own. And I'm going to take really offense to people who are implying that I did this all to Barry. Oh, sure, I brought him to court and all that stuff, but the fact is, why is he there? Why did he have to go to court? Nobody just brings somebody to court for no reason at all. And no prosecutor accepts a case unless there is reason to put it to court. You got to think about that too. They found that there was reason too. Okay. Now his girlfriend's thing has nothing to really do with you know, your general prosecutor. The immigration has their own. They make their own decisions on complaints that come in. But it's a little different. They handle their side of the fence. But yeah, of course it's concerning to me. Of course it is. I take it very seriously. Always have. I don't like somebody trying to put a report on me when I don't deserve it. Don't deserve it. I've never done the things that she claimed in a report, but I don't want to go deep and heavy into that again. I've already made myself abundantly clear on that. What she did was wrong. That's it. Okay? What she did was wrong. She's going to have to right it wrong. Or I'm going to have to write it for her. Okay? Whatever that implies to. We'll leave it at that. Anyway, I don't want to talk about things too much negative on that, but that's pretty much the history. There's a lot of people that don't know me, but they go along with the boys club. But then again, as I said, if you had any idea how many sock accounts there are out of the same people, you might see different names posting on somebody's live show. You're thinking these are all separate people. But guess what? A lot of it, I'd say probably more than 50% or more, is the same people going under several sock account names. So it's not like Frank has an evil army against me. It's not like that. It's not like that. You got everyone from Turtle Man to all these different people that have sock account names. Even Barry has sock accounts and comes on and says terrible things. They all do. Every single one of them does. There's no doubt about that. There's not even any thinking about that. So it's not all what it seems on here, but I say the same thing to a lot of these trolls that are saying negative comments about me, about my channel and everything else. The one thing I say every time, then they have no words for it. I said, but yet you watch. But yet you think this or that of me, but yet you watch my channel. There you go. That's all I have to say. And a lot of times they clam up. They don't like this or that about me, but they're here to listen to me. They even copy my shows all the time. What does that tell you? Yeah. Which I wanted to mention again. So, as far as the copycat channel, the one thing I did establish for sure, they don't live in the Philippines. They or he or whatever, right? Because when I would normally do a live show, 5 in the morning when I normally do it, they've already had something on there 30 minutes or more, if not an hour before I put a live show on in the morning. So they're not living in the Philippines unless they have sleeping problems. Then, okay, I'd understand. But it's not all what it seems. I think it's time for some... It's cold enough? Yeah. Time for some cereal. Okay, let's see. So that's where we are with that. I hope that kind of clarifies some stuff on here for those that don't understand the progression of things on here. Hold on a second, folks. Okay. Milk. Okay, now that I got that out of the way, I'm sorry. You're going to hear my crunchies going here. And if you don't like it, tune out. It is what it is. Okay, time to recount. All right, I keep on talking about cigarettes. Yeah, what are they charging these days? I heard they're charging a lot of money in America. My gosh. Well, I'll tell you one thing. That would be a reason to quit. If you're gonna pay $10 plus for a pack of cigarettes. God. That's insane. All right, let's move on to seemingly Barry's replacement now is Big Kevin. Kevin is trying as hard as he can to become relevant. At the same time, making a total buffoon out of himself in the process. We were talking about obsession. Enter Hankinson, Kevin Hankinson. Well, he made quite an entrance, didn't he? But understanding that, he wants to pick up where Barry left off. He figures, well, it worked for Barry, and Barry did get donations. Now, if Kevin was having such a wonderful time in Thailand, and even Vietnam, well, he wouldn't be in his tiny little room making, hate videos toward me. And he don't go out. Well, several reasons. He does have a bum leg, which will make him hard to really walk around for any certain period of time. Kevin tells people he's perfectly healthy. Well, I don't know who's buying that story. I'm not. I'm not buying that story at all. And he's making like $80,000 a year from Alaska tribal payment. I suspect he's making something. You know what? He's got you all fooled, every one of you. Oh yeah. He's learned a lot from Barry Jordan. Oh, we have. Pardon me, I am going to eat my cereal. He learned a lot. Kevin figures, well, take the sympathy route. Poor guy, got a bowling knife in his head. Let's talk about Frank. And it's sad to say, but it's a true fact. Kevin doesn't know what to talk about in his show. And he has to talk about me. It's the same thing with Barry. Barry never had any topic matter. But even Barry figured out a formula that worked for him to get people to his show. It's called drama. Let's talk about Frank. When all else fails, let's talk about Frank. Probably the most relevant person in this genre. Little Omi. So that's what Kevin does. Well, he wants you to make you think he's having this really wonderful time. But it's clear to me that he's not. Okay, done with this. It's not just words coming out of my mouth. It's when you present the evidence and facts together. I mean, he's started off in Thailand, couldn't make anything happen there, so he went over to Vietnam because Big E kept on telling him it's a great place, give you all kinds of women, blah, 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 blah. He'd be happy there. So he went to Vietnam. Didn't happen for him there either. So, doing a Steve Montelli thing, he went back to Thailand, saying how wonderful it is, but still chasing his tail and, not able to really grab hold of his tail. Give these far-fetched stories of how he's killing it and all that shit. Like I said, I did shows recently on this, and I've always talked about it. Kevin was almost 500 pounds, a good majority, a lot of years in his life, and that took damage even back then. And losing weight was really instrumental in trying to keep his life going. And I'm sure it's helped him a bit, but unfortunately, there's residual damage that happens for people. And I played, it was whatever AI information on there, but it was accurate information. Well, they explained that even though you lost all that weight, pretty much the damage is done. So when Kevin claims that he's healthy, this and that, no, he's not. He's a time bomb ready to explode. As I said, something's going to happen with somebody before the end of 2025. It is my prediction. And I have a couple of people on that, so 3 people on that list, actually. And you could figure out who they are. And if you could figure out who it is, then I must be on the right path of thought and predictions and so forth. No, Kevin is not healthy. He's not even still healthy. He's not a healthy weight still. He's still obese. He's still obese. And Kevin is not the person that eats the right diet. We already know that. And he also drinks on top of that. In fact, the last show he was doing, he was pretty goofy. I think he had a few drinks. Then something very weird about that broadcast, he kept on moving around his body. He was sitting there, but he was like moving around like he was under the influence of something, probably the alcohol. He couldn't stay still. And you go back and you look at his show, and exactly what I'm talking about, like he could figure out. Kevin drinks, I think, a lot more than you think, and it's really to hide his pain. And I'm not necessarily talking about physical pain. It's more of emotional pain. He realized that, he made a huge mistake, although he was trying to remedy a situation where he was living in a dense basement and, she's probably be happy to get him out of there. But he decided, he got pushed into it by people like Big E and other people. You got to get out of there. If you lose a certain amount of weight, I'll pay your ticket. I'll pay this and that. So when it comes to money, that's a big encouragement to Big Kevin. And he's been fed by the same people on many occasions, and a lot of money going out to Big Kevin. When the funny thing about all this is that Big Kevin never needed the money. He never did. And he'll try, come on, he's buying new equipment all the time. How does he need money? He just introduced another device he had the other day. I forgot what the hell it was. Oh, he bought a expensive watch. So why does Big Kevin need all this money if he's buying pricey, I don't know how pricey, but still takes money out of his pocket, a watch, a new microphone, this, that, another toy, this toy, that toy, that toy. He may have had a bowler knife in his head, but I'll tell you what, he's got you all fooled. Same as Barry. Hillbilly mentality and everything, but he knew how to work his audience. Barry had that talent of working his audience, and a lot of you all fell for it, and you bought it. Hook, line, and sinker. I never did. Never did. I never bought anything that he put out on his show. We catch him in so many lies. After saying he's broke, he says, okay, I gotta go out and buy a bottle and buy some cigs. And you guys donated money left and right to him. It was so funny to watch this and know this. They knew how to manipulate people. Kevin is a big manipulator. He's a huge, that's the word, huge manipulator. No, Kevin is not in great health. I don't care what he says. Oh, I've got a good blood pressure, this and that. Let me tell you something, bud. There are some cases where people are overweight and their blood pressure is pretty good. But not likely they're on some blood pressure medication. Because those two things, they kind of tie in together. Overweight and blood pressure, or spikes in blood pressure. And of course, there's pre-diabetes. He's at least pre-diabetic, if not full-blown diabetic. Now, considering that Kevin is like 63 now, I guess, and he's been carrying that weight all this time, yeah, and he makes fun of my age all the time, as some of the other culprits do. But the one thing they have in common is that they're not that much younger than me. What, 10 years at best, you know. So that's not a huge difference. Let's keep that in mind. It's not huge at all. You guys like Kevin and Bummer. Too much credit. Kevin bought an expensive watch, yet did he ever mention brand? Let's see. Reader says studies show that once you stop the medication, the majority gain all the weight. Well, I don't know if you guys have made observation lately or not. Kevin's gaining the weight back. I can see it in his stomach chest. He's gaining the weight back. Yeah, it's part of a pattern that keeps on getting repeated. There's no doubt about that. If you got a pair of eyes that work, I mean, you could see that. There's no doubt that he's gaining back some weight again. What do I smell here? Don't let the flies. I'm gonna put this lid on here. Yeah. Oh, we got 25 people in here in the house this morning. Well, welcome everybody. Yeah, I kind of wanted to go over this stuff with you guys because I thought it was pertinent that you understand the actual true history, what's been going on with these people. You hear about them a lot. And why they're so adverse with me and all that. There's actually people that seem adverse with me but actually like me and my show. They like the way I talk, like what I put out. They like the topic matter and so forth. They're always listening. No matter how much they complain about my show and everything else, they're always listening. They're there the minute I sign on the live stream. They're there. And one of the first few people out of there, you know. So what does that say? You make your own deductions. I certainly made mine. And I'm going to stick to it too. That is basically the history. And then it kind of panned out, you know, to other people catching on to hearing this and hearing that and hearing this and coming up with their own actual facts. So that's the way it works. But, you know, people like, you know, Ricky, and a lot of you think that I'm slamming these people. I have slammed them before, as they have slammed me, but I'm actually being very honest about this. Let's put the slamming on the back burner or whatever. And if you noticed certain people on here that they are very overweight, and then you consider their age and you factor it in there, you think of their history of diet and everything else. You don't have to be a doctor, guys. You don't have to be. It's just, you know, common sense. If you know anything about a body, physiology, or anything, I mean, it goes to say that they're not going to live that long. And they laugh about my age. I'm not laughing about my age. I'm proud that I made it to my age. I don't have any obesity problems. I don't have high blood pressure. I don't have diabetes. I don't have any of that. It's not something I have to worry about. Then I also noticed the balding effect. That could be Mike's Philippines Retirement always wears a hat. Kevin is bald as a cue ball. You know, he is going bald. He has very little hair on his head. That's why he wears a cap a lot. All these characters, even Jerry the Fairy, has balding in the majority of the midsection of his head. That's why he wears a cap. Do you see the similarity going on with these people? They're not aging very well. And they're pissed off because I am doing quite well, actually. Now, I'm no 30-year-old anymore, that's for goddamn sure. I can look in the mirror and say, man, no longer, my friend, no longer. Those are the old days. Time moves on. You can't bring the clock back. You could pretend by getting a younger woman to make you feel younger, sure, but that's all just really, fictitious shit. It's in your mind. But hey, having a younger woman does make you feel younger in some ways, absolutely does. But you ain't stopping for all the time. You're still going to get fat and bald and everything else. And when you let yourself go, and a lot of these people are letting themselves go. I'm not jumping on them. I'm just giving you facts. Okay, let's see. I'm sorry, I've been reading the comments here. And what expensive watch? Let's see. Regent says, laugh my ass off. You guys give like Kevin and Bummer too much credit. You think, huh? Brever's backup. You will get yours, frail boy. That's got to be Barry or something. Yeah, I am going to get some. I'm going to get justice. I'm going to get justice, as I always do. As I have. And let's see, what else? Let's see. I was trying to keep up with the comments here. Not that I have that many, but I haven't been watching the screen, really. See, I don't know. I don't know. I'm still deciding. Might go out a little island hopping today. Haven't been on a boat for a while, other than a fucking ferry. So, they have to just figure where they want to go. I might decide to tag along, so if so, I'll do some footage on that. Certainly. I do get out of the house, by the way. It's another popular talk on here that I don't do anything. Well, look, when it comes to Kevin, it's pretty obvious when you see him on there. He has been gaining his weight back. He makes no sense when he talks at all. And the only thing he could talk about that he knows how is something that hits home with him, and that's me. And every single show, he feels he has to talk about me. That's called obsessive compulsive disorder. He's got OCD. And some others do too. I mean, it's apparent. Don C. Look at Don C. Don't even live in the Philippines. He's been on my ass for a lot of years. Why? It's just having to do with using their own little tools. I exposed them for who they are. Don tried to hide a bankruptcy, swears up and down it wasn't him. It was him. These were legal records that I got. Of course he had a bankruptcy. It says it on there. Okay? But you don't want to admit that. People don't want to admit their fault. That's what it comes down to. They want to admit their fault. But they try to bring out somebody else's fault or create something, a fault, when there really isn't any fault at all. It's a common denominator on here. But, hey, it keeps their channel going, gives them something to talk about and all that, Because you got to admit it, though. What's been going on YouTube has been, I don't know, it's been less than interesting. Gossip channels like, Philippines Antics and people like that. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. It just gets to the point where you have to choose your own shows that you feel are entertaining for you, good or bad, whatever their content may be. But contrary to what a lot of people think, I don't always concentrate on watching their shows. I barely ever go to the copycat channel because why am I going to go there to listen to the same thing that I put out? And I noticed the numbers on there too. I'm observant of that when I do go there. You don't have as many comments anymore because they just kind of ran out what to talk about. So sometimes they'll replay some old videotapes of mine and put a different caption on there or something. That's just the same old shit. People getting bored of that crap. And you can't blame them. Pennywise is back. Weight is a factor, not hair. Yeah, well, I agree with you. Hello, Pennywise. You're right, Frank. Big Cabin gaining back all that weight he lost. No more Xenico or Mountgiro money available. Regent says Don C has surpassed Peckerwood in his obsession with you. And yeah, Peckerwood is very much behind the scenes. Oh, he has a lot of sock accounts. So what you people see on somebody's live stream and you think there's all these people against me, guess what? You're wrong. Same people with sock accounts. Same people. Same exact people. I notice people that come on my show that are one of these trolls, and I weed them out every now and then. You might find certain regulars that come on here that are no longer on here because I've seen them on other shows kind of demeaning me or something, or, agreeing with the boys club and all that stuff. And then certain people are no longer on my show, or they're actually blocked. Because I do my own research on the side. I catch these people in other shows. See if they're really loyal to me and my channel. And a lot of them are not. Yeah. Peckerwood actually looks even older than Don, considering you all are the same age. Yeah, if you do a comparable, study between all of us, I think you guys are intelligent enough to figure all this shit out, right? Oh, what's that? Wait. Frank is not wrong about fat being an important health factor. Yeah, I noticed there's a picture of Big E posing with, who was it? Oh, with Big Kevin. And I knew Big E, had a weight problem. He's been fighting that a lot. I had no idea, really, honestly, because he never puts himself on camera. There's a reason for that, too. But I saw that head by head, side by side, selfie, whatever. I couldn't believe how big his face was and how wide and how much weight he had. And, I laugh at this, and I'm not laughing because people are putting themselves in jeopardy. And, I'm laughing because, of the things that they say they're doing, but they're not really working out. They're still going to eat. I mean, if you've seen that one video I got in there, I kept it on, a short of Ricky stuffing his mouth like there was no tomorrow. I mean, he was talking with his mouth full, and he was shoving in this stuff in his mouth like a sanitation worker throwing trash into the hopper. It just kept on coming. He was talking with a full mouth and all this stuff, and it was disgusting. So, as I said, I look at it this way. You could be the worst troll in the world, but like, Fazio and others that were very adverse with me, they're no longer alive. They will never be a problem to me again, if they were a problem. Nature has a way of taking care of itself, karma and everything else. Mark my words, I've been right about a lot of things on here. But the one people that they don't like it all, if you hold a mirror up in front of them, they don't like that at all. They get really aggressive, and they start attacking you a lot more when you present some facts about them in public. Well, they've never had any problems trying to put out shit about me, and 99% of it was actually false. Oh, but when it comes to them, I can't do that, Frank. I don't want to allow you to do that. You can't expose me for my background or whatever. But I do. And I say, touche, touche, touche turtle. They don't like it when the mud pies get flown back in their face, do they? Apparently not. Let's see, throw another shrimp on a Barbie. Of course, James, can't forget Abo, man. What's that? I haven't had. Yeah, I mean, he won't live to see 70. I think you're talking about Kevin. No, a lot of these people are not going to live to my age. But the funny thing is, they're not that far off. Hold on a minute. Okay, sorry about that. Nature called, and I had to answer. What do I have on my display here? What do I have? Okay, we're going to leave it where I had it. Okay, let's move on here. You see that Brett Trippin guy going through his health issues back in the USA? He's lucky he was here and not in Seattle. I'm not really familiar with what's going on with this individual. The only thing I know is that everything is coming back at the very people who are on the attacking me all the time. Everything is coming back to hit them hard. And as I do mean, I think there's going to be, and certainly hopefully not with me, but I think something pretty big is going to go on before the end of 2025 with one of these people at least. Kevin goes on his show and he says, oh, I'm healthy and this and that. No, he's not. He knows it. You know, as I did put on something in regards to that, and it's true, because when you've been overweight for a good part of your life, all kinds of shit was going on with every organ in your body. You can still feel wonderful. You can feel fantastic and whistle a song. But the damage is already done, what these people don't understand. And yes, of course, it's good if they try to go in a different direction, losing weight and you know, proper diet, vitamins, whatever, good foods, healthy greens and stuff. Sure, you could defray some of this, but for the most part, you can't. For example, I can't undo, even if I just stopped right now, in this second, totally quit. By the way, I did reduce, most people don't know that. But even if I quit right now, whatever damage has been done to my lungs has already been done. And probably the thing that's probably holding me together is the supplements in my diet. It does make a big difference. It's not a cure-all, never, but it makes a big difference. So as I said, I apply some of the same verbiage here to myself too. But the one thing I could say about myself is that I have, for the most part, taken care of myself. That's the big difference. I mean, it's never too late to make changes in your life, like some of these guys going to the gym, trying to lose weight. That's all going to help, but the main thing you have to understand is that usually by that point and that age, in their 60s, that people have decided that, oh, well, I better not stuff all this, you know, stuff in my mouth like there's no tomorrow. And I better start doing exercise or something because I just let it go too far. You let it go too far. It's like Martin Gates. I let it go too far without damage control. Now I find myself chipping off all the old paint. I should have just stuck to aluminum. Aluminum would fight off the tropics. And it's actually less expensive than stainless steel. So these are decisions you got to make. What's going to work for you in the long run? That's the question. People like Big E, who's a big guy in every way. He's big in height. And I'm not attacking you, Eric. I mean, I know you figure every time I talk about you, I'm attacking you. Not necessarily, Eric. Like, you don't attack me. You would never do that, right? Just like your genuine birthday wishes to me, which was very clear that you were making fun of me and my age and hoping the fuck I would die. Be careful what you wish for, Eric, until I can tell you, because you're on that fucking list of people that are just not going to make it to my age. And you know what? Time will definitely tell, won't it? Then you could all sit back and say, you know what? Frank was right. After all, he was right. Let's see. She lives in Jinsa or travel. What's this? Who are you talking about, Reed? I'm serious. When I saw her, I couldn't figure who are you talking about. And who are you talking about? Mick Smith says, Frisbee, the Hobgoblin Waffle Flipper, Hunchback Mantis, Alabama. Needs some big donations. How do we segue into this? Regis says, I'm serious. When I saw her, who's her? I couldn't figure out how I knew who she was until months later. Who are you talking about, Regis? She either lives in Jinsan or is traveling with that older Filipino man, and I don't know who you're talking about. Oh, Apple. Oh, okay. I have nothing against Apple, actually. Nothing at all. The same as I had nothing against Barry's girlfriend, really. She was never a big issue with me. She was Barry's girlfriend. Of course, she was going to stick up for Barry, but you know, what more could I have expected? It just goes with the territory. But she went too far. She went way too far. And I'm not happy about it. Of course I'm not. I'd be lying to you to say I'm all happy about it if someone's put a report in on me to break me up from my lovely Gilda and the family here. Of course. I'm irritated. I'm livid. I'm not happy about the situation. That's why I'm going to deal with it in the best way I could. And unfortunately, well, it may have to go well beyond where I planned it to go. And she fucked up things for herself with a little help from her friends. Yeah, well, she got by with a little help from her friends, but they weren't friends. They were people that were adverse to me, and they enticed her into doing that report. All right, getting back to the meat and bones here. Well, you know, Apple, whatever makes somebody happy. I mean, Ricky knows he's on a crash course to death. He gets nosebleeds from his blood pressure. That's a bad sign. And when you see him on there, on a camera, not figuratively, but literally shoving food in his mouth like that food was going to run away on him, and talking while he's eating to the degree of having a full mouth. Never mind my little crunching and whatnot when I eat, but this guy was on camera shoving his mouth with more food than your mouth could even take. Ricky, I think, just doesn't care. There's some people that just don't care, and there's some people that are just ignorant to their situation. They don't want to believe that they're on a definite crash course to be in some serious hospitalization or death. Botox infection, I don't know. No, Ricky can do with his money whatever he wants to do it. If he wants to give Apple money, she needs to make a living like anybody else. You know? I have nothing against Apple. It's her thing. She wants to be with him. But my understanding is that she works for an agency, so smoochies. I think even Ricky might have admitted to that. Anyway, it's common knowledge on here, so we're not saying anything bad about Apple that we don't already know. You know, an escort service. What's more to be said? That's what they do. And whatever happens between the couple, you know, whether they have a, how do they call it out here? A nice ending, or what do they call it, expression out here? That's up to them, to the two adults, what they decide to do. Some people, it's just companionship, like Nico. We got together with Maria. It's companionship. Although we tried to make it look like something else, and it wasn't. But there's some people who could get women, there's some people that can't, and some people that unfortunately have to resort to digging deep in their pockets, like Jay and people like that, who claims emphatically that he's never paid for women. And if you want to buy that story, then, well, I could give you some things I'll sell you worth a lot of money for a very low price. Regent says, no woman is happy having to sell their body to pay their bills. I've seen her with a 70-year-old Filipino man swimming in a hotel pool in Jensan. She 100% is for hire. Okay, well, if that's the case, then that would be the case. But when you're trying to look like a real he-man and display these women on your arm and you say that you're killing it, I don't know, man. Seriously, how are you killing it? Killing your pocket, yeah, but if it ain't real, it ain't real. You know, you don't get these women because he's such a great character and marvelous personality and a good person all the way through, or even being attractive. It's money. And people get harems together with money. It's all about the mighty piece of paper, the peso, the dollar. They're not real men because they have a harem or, you know, have women hanging around with them. It's money for the most part. I can say a whole lot about that, but I don't want to dwell on that. I've talked about it before. Everyone who sees Ricky walking with her knows that it's an arrangement. Locals are laughing at dudes like Ricky. I'm trying to figure out if that's a toupee he's wearing or what. I think Ricky's totally bald, is what I'm thinking. So tell you what, man, that looks like a toupee. Yeah, you could color toupees and all. If they're made of real hair or some kind of other fiber, you can color it, do whatever you want with it. Take it off and wash it, or throw it on your groin and make believe you got a pussy, whatever. As sick as you might be. Everyone who sees Ricky walk, okay, got that. So this is kind of a clarification video this morning. If I would have done an upload, it would have went on forever. And I knew I had a lot to talk about, so I don't know what the extent of the recording capability I have on it, because I have a lot of videos taking up a lot of space. That's why I decided to do this on live today, so don't get too used to it. I kind of enjoy the upload format. It works for me. But for the sake of time, I decided to do it live today because I knew it was going to branch out for a while, and one thing was going to be leading into another and discussions. So all I want you guys to do is remember what I said. I think before the end of 2025 here, there's going to be an event. Hopefully it ain't going to be me, but there's going to be an event with one of these goobers. Then you're going to say, man, Frank really does have some insight, doesn't he? He knows what he's talking about. I think they all know that. I didn't study this shit for nothing, but it doesn't take a genius to figure it out. And I'm no fucking genius in any way. It's just observation. That's all it is. Nothing more complicated than that. Knowing their lifestyle, knowing the kind of foods they eat, the lack of activity, and so on. The lack of self-respect for themselves plays into this pretty hard. And God, we went all the way back even to Dave Phelps. Now you know the story why me and Barry were adverse with each other, but it didn't work out very well for him. Oh, he's been posting on there in this community post. I'm doing as well as I can considering the situation. I'm okay. I'll see you soon, guys. Well, we haven't seen him yet. And I really don't know how long they could keep him in there. You know, if he can't afford to pay or decides he does not want to pay the quarter of me, I guess that's what it's going to be. But I think that according to what he owes the court and me plays a part on the amount as to what happens to him and how long he stays in jail. I don't think they can keep him in there forever. I don't think they can do that. I think there's a limit. There might even be 6 months. I've read something on there. I haven't concluded this with my attorneys, but I think there is something to that. But if it's a court order, he still needs to pay. So I can't see how they're just going to release him. I just don't. You know something I don't, but I can't see how they're going to just release him. I wonder how Big E explains the harem to others. Maybe that's why he only surrounds himself with other mongers? Okay. Region 6 says, I think Barry can exchange time served to pay off his court debt, but I'm not sure if that applies to what he owes you. Yeah, actually, there's probably some legitimacy to that statement. The court could impose things like, well, extra time served will compensate for what you're going to owe the court. It'll commensurate, whatever with it. You could have a point there, actually. But yeah, I think it's separate, though, what he owes me, so, which might have to turn into a civil case. Okay. But, you know, like I said, that don't matter to me. I mean, I'm happy as a clam that this guy has been able to serve the time that he actually has. I mean, this is incredible shit. I'm not going to discount that. I mean, how could I? I think it worked out pretty well. All consideration, the time he served already. And I know a lot of people saying, well, free Barry J, let him go. Well, I have nothing to do with that. So I said, don't be pointing your fingers to me. What's going on with him right now, I have nothing to do with that. I have nothing to do where he is or how he got in there. I have absolutely nothing to do with that. Nothing. They threw him in there because they wanted to throw him in there, whether it was Bicketon or Billy Bid. I have no hands in that matter whatsoever, so point the finger the other way. I don't have anything to do with that. Keep that in mind. And whatever he's experiencing, I'm sorry, but I think he deserves it. I'll never change my mind on that. And more. I think he deserves more. We should just let this case go to the end. And we could have. But it was a decision that we made. It was a very logical decision. Do I really want to drag this up? But we kind of weighed the odds, because if it had to go to a sentencing, the judge could have turned around. Good morning. The judge could turn around and said the same thing. I'm just going to fine him. That could have happened. Unlikely, but that could have happened. And then I would have spent all that extra money going back and forth to the courts. And that's why we did what we did. Because we knew that the end result of all this was still going to be pretty much the same, you know. So basically, negotiations with his lawyer, we allowed him to do a guilty plea, and now he became a convicted felon. And he will never be able to come into this country ever again. That's a lot of damage. Damage that he did to himself. Okay, we could have carried on the case, right? That's what I'm saying. And the judge would have came up with something. Say, yeah, okay, give him a couple of years or whatever. But he's already doing it without a judge sentence. I mean, the magic of this, the poetic license of all this that the judge had, I mean, to just impose the fines on him. Because either way, he's in prison. He's still in prison. Same shit. Without actually getting sentenced. I mean, how well could this have worked out? Exchange time served, yeah. Reaching 2+ years incarcerated in the Philippines is absolutely insane situation. Hey, man. Excuse me. I agree with you. I'm not saying, please, I'm not saying that, you know, as far as I think there's justice in another way. But, yeah, I think how you're put in these places, you're basically forgotten. And the conditions of these places are horrible. No humanitarian efforts are helping this. They're not doing shit. Does Barry deserve to be in a prison of such? Well, that's a matter of opinion. If you want to just say, just never mind just the case against him or what he did, But think of everything else kind of conglomerated in a mixing bowl of everything he did since he entered the country. Then some would say that, yes, that maybe this isn't enough for him. It's really according to how you want to view this whole thing. When I mentioned Barry's situation to Filipino friends of mine, they are shocked. Haha. Yeah. That's as real as it can get. I don't know, there's part of me that says, yeah, let the motherfucker suffer. But a lot of people don't understand something. They don't understand. I don't care how mad you are at somebody. And I've done some things like that I regretted and even apologized for. If you have a good memory, you've followed me that long, you must know that I was apologetic to some people on here several times. So, all that shit about being caught up in the vortex and all that crap. And I was. I certainly was, like everybody else was. But I was big enough to say, hey, if I said something to upset you about this or that, out of aggravation or just being pissed off, I apologize. I already said it. I did my job. I played my part. We're all guilty in one way or another on here. But I at least apologized for what I said, out of anger. But Barry didn't stop. That's the whole thing. And it became really ugly. He ruined a friendship of mine I had with somebody in Brazil. The list goes on. The aggravations caused me and Gilda of going to courts and all this shit, spending money, all this crap. It all added up. So to this day, do I ask myself, was it worth it? I still say it was. Despite the expenses, aggravation, irritation mostly, not aggravation, but irritation. Yeah, I say it was worth all of it. Every penny I've spent on a lawyer. And more. And Barry's got to be knocked down a few pegs. Maybe this has helped, but you know what? I doubt it. He's still maintaining the same attitude. And he still finds a way, because he don't learn. He still finds a way to get on his phone, even in Bilibid. Yes, they allow you, just like they did in Bikitan. Wow, 3 different prisons. It's amazing. Mandawi, detention, Bikitan, now Bilibid. Wow. How often does that happen? Did I have anything to do with that? No. Where he wound up? No. Don't get confused. I had nothing to do where he's at now. Does he deserve to be? Yes, I still feel he is deserved, but I don't think any human deserves to be living among those kind of conditions. And that's the only thing I will support Barry with, is that I too would not want to be in those conditions. Who would? Logically. But that is the condition of the prison system in the Philippines. I don't set the rules, the conditions, the environment, the rats, the roaches, the dangerous people that you have to deal with on a daily basis. It's not my doing. It just is what it is. Talk to the prison system about that. So no, I will tell you right up front, no, I don't think any human should be subjected to something like that. It's very according to what their crime is. Now, Barry did not commit the biggest crime in the world. No, he didn't. But it was big to me. Okay, I want to make this perfectly clear. It was big to me. It did hit me personally. He had no right saying what I'd say. And to do it consistent, that's the difference. I may have thrown out a few bombs out there myself, and I certainly have. And I'll admit, I will tell you, not like Barry did. Not even close. Okay, Regent says, Bickertown and Bilibid are the 2 worst prisons in the Philippines. The 2 most well-known. Yeah, they are. 24 watching. I don't know how many likes. I can't. Oh, there's 18 likes, 19 likes. We're good this morning. So for those trolls that are listening to me, and I know they are, because that's what they do. Kevin, let's start with you. Understand something, Kevin. There's a time when the topic matter of me is going to be kind of history. Either I drop dead or you drop dead, or something like that. You're trying to be very relevant by talking about me, and we understand that you got brain damage, and we understand that, you like to hear that little jiggle of money coming your way. We understand all of that. You're making a fool out of yourself in the process, Kevin, is what you're doing. Frank. Even when they're talking about somebody else, but Frank. Are you in love with me or something? Do you go both ways, Kevin? I don't know. I'm beginning to wonder with a few people on here, like Don C. I don't know what the deal is with that guy. Heaven only knows, or hell only knows, what that guy problem is. But this is how it all went down. Exactly how it all went down. On this show today, I explained to you guys the meeting of Barry, how that all went down, and all that. And people just love drama, period. Kevin can't do a show without talking about me. That's called obsession. And God, you get Don on Kevin's live streams. He don't talk. First thing he does, when maybe they weren't even talking about me at the moment. But Don gets on there. Right away, it's Frank, another obsessed nutcase. Regent says, Brevis and Big Ego visit Barry was a self-serving mission to stay relevant. Exactly. Both those dudes could care less about Frisbee. Nobody gives a shit about Frisbee. He would have been out of there by now. But I think what he's doing is he's playing it out because his lawyer probably told him, oh, they can only keep you here this long. And so he figures, I'm not going to spend my money because here's why. And let me explain to you why. Let's get in depth with this for another minute or two. Barry is saving his money so when he does get deported, he can buy a used car or something to get himself around. And of course, he's going to leech off other people that he knows, but he'll probably be maybe not so surprised that people don't want to deal with him, not even his own family. He's on his own pretty much. But then again, there's other factors too we haven't thrown in there yet. Does he still have bench warrants on him? How about the extraordinary amount of child support he owes? That doesn't go away, I understand. I don't think there's that long of a statute of limitation on this. So he's going to be facing some stuff even when he does get deported. It's like the gift that keeps on giving, and not in a good way. So Barry's life is pretty much screwed up no matter how you look at it. He will never be able to come. And that alone could have been something that is all I was really looking for. And initially it was. But then he continued, even though my firing warning shots didn't sink into him. So I figured, what the fuck? He's not going to change. He doesn't want to try to change in a positive way. So fuck him. And I did. Fucked him real good. But he really fucked himself, is what he did. I want to keep on getting that straight. He fucked himself up. It wasn't, no. He fucked himself up. And he continues to do so. He's very defiant of the law. He does not like authority figures at all, whether they're courts, lawyers, cops, people in better positions than him, but better jobs, with better lives. Barry is jealous of other people's way of life that he's not been able to achieve, except for continued failure. And he's upset with himself. It's not that he's upset with the world. It kind of seems that way, but he's really upset with himself that he allows these things to go on. Reed says the guard who is charging Barry 400 pesos for a jug of water cares about Barry. If there's something in it for somebody else, they're going to take good care of you. Of course, his money is the denominator of everything, let's face it. It doesn't always get you truly what you want, like you think you're going to buy a relationship with your money. Oh, you'll keep them around. You'll keep them around. But when the buck stops, well, that's a whole other story, when the buck stops. But I just always said it's kind of sad to be in a relationship where it's all based on how fat your wallet is, stuff like that. That's kind of really sad because life goes on. Go ahead. Let me put this on mute for a second. So has it been decided where you want to go?
Bahigad, Lagoon.
The lagoon, the one with the restaurant, the one we went to.
Oh, so right here on the island.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so hot. going to
It really is hot to be going to
in
those.
Virgin Islands. It's not.
And it's nice enough over there. And you
Yeah,
know,
compared to Virgin Islands.
you got music playing, there's food, drink,
Yeah.
and yeah.
There's so much shade compared to Virgin Islands.
Same thing. Virgin Islands is the same as here. You know,
Yeah.
what are you going to miss?
Then expensive.
White sand and water.
Expensive entrance fee.
50.
Entrance fee, all that.
500 each.
500 each.
How much each?
500.
500 each times how many people? Yeah, that's ridiculous. Nah, a Virgin Island anyway.
Pilay battery naghapon dot.
Nah, it's not worth it. But you still have to take a bonka boat to get to this place.
Pwede, pwede pa din.
And McFisher knows exactly where it is because that's where we
Wala
went.
niya ang
He liked it.
Didn't charge siya.
Nakatod niyo ba? Nasa ako.
Mangaon sila sa gawas. Ngapon sila dito sa ko. Ha?
Ha?
Balik ko din mo.
Dadoon man ni mo.
Alam, nalabag si Pai.
Okay. So, I guess we're not going to do any island hopping, except you still have to take a bonker to get to this place. It's according what the tide is. You can actually walk there. It's a long ass walk. But it's really, you know, we're at the peak of our hot weather out here right now. We're at the peak. It's not worth it to me. A little bit off season, I'd say okay. It's fun to take a bunker boat here and there. Being out on the water is nice. I always like it. Swimming in there is another thing. There's a few places you could take a chance swimming, but as I said, the waters are so polluted out here that most people don't understand it or even believe it. Oh, it looks so nice. What a beautiful color. How clear. Yeah, but it's a microscopic stuff that you don't see. You could ask Gil about that. She developed a cyst in her ear just from going to, you know, snorkeling with me and the kids one day. You know, pretty much open water, really. We didn't stay there too long because I had this fucking snorkel that was really thin. I mean, you could barely get any air through that fucker. I'd go underneath and like, ooh. Besides, I took an antihistamine before that, and that does play. Believe it or not, it does play with your saturation, your oxygen level. But when you don't have a quality snorkel, it could play a big part. It has to be circumference. It has to be a certain diameter. It has to be a certain diameter to get all that airflow through. When I put that on, I was like, okay, where's the oxygen? You know, what am I breathing? Where's the air coming through here? So I couldn't stand there very long. And my lungs are a little bit challenged anyway, you know. But, and also having allergies and taking an allergy medication prior to getting on that boat that time made it difficult for me to continue snorkeling. So I got out. You know, you know when to get out. You know when to do something instinctually and physiologically. If something ain't working, it ain't working. Get a quality snorkel and mask and so forth, then you'll have a lot of fun with that. I like snorkeling. I always did that in Hawaii. I did that quite a bit actually in Hawaii, but mostly it was on the other side of the island. The waters weren't as rough on that side. Well, yeah, certain areas they were, but there's always these nice little snorkeling, you know, parks that side of the road. Nice to go to one in particular that I really enjoyed, and it was fun. Yeah, I enjoyed snorkeling, especially when there's a lot of fish around. But here, well, I kind of think my days of that are over. Not necessarily if it's like a lagoon or something. I'd like a lagoon, but I think as far as any open water snorkeling, I don't think I'll be doing that again. I actually had anxiety over that at that time because that gear was just not working well for me. It does make a difference, the gear that you're using. I regret that I can't scuba dive because of my ear. It's always been an endeavor of mine, even as a kid, but that never became a possibility because of such. So yeah, I kind of lost out on that. I've been in these little recreational submarines too. I did that in Kona, Hawaii, and we went as far as 125 feet below the surface, and that was cool as shit. I took my daughter, she was with me, She was a little bit claustrophobic to be in something like that. She didn't feel totally comfortable. I thought it was fun, and to look at the bottom of the ocean, watch the fish go by. That's kind of cool. So I've been in a submarine, small one, but more recreational type. Not like a Navy sub or something like that. That would be really interesting. But I've always been fascinated with the ocean. Always have been. But living out here, it all looks pretty on paper, And I'm sure there are some cleaner parts of the Philippines where you might find a little bit cleaner water. But I think it's pretty much everywhere. The currents are bringing in material from different countries all the time, washing up on shore. If you see what washes up on shore, it's horrible. It's really horrible. Medical waste. And so, yeah, the beaches are beautiful looking. And as I said, I got a long stretch of beach right over here, 10-minute walk, and there I am. I could walk either direction, to or fro, and have a beautiful white sand beach right practically at the footsteps of my house. So it's not far away. So sometimes, yeah, I do take it for granted. I do. Sometimes I do. Excuse me. Okay, well, I think I said what I needed to say. I thought I'd go over a little bit of history and about this obsession shit that's going on here, man. Kevin, if I had to give advice to you, which you wouldn't take anyway, is try to do a show and be original. I think some of your viewers might appreciate it, although most of your viewers are all trolls and they're going to have other expectations of you. But you're the one that has to change the game. You have to be a game changer. And try to come up with something even remotely intellectual to talk about on your show. Because sometimes things get so played out that people don't want to hear about Frank. I've read the comments on a lot of these people's shows, even the copycat. I've seen what people are writing. Do you guys have anything else to talk about? Why are you so obsessed with Frank? Great questions demand proper answers. And they wouldn't know really what to tell you other than, because I can, because I want to get his goat or whatever, pull his chain. But if it ain't working, why continue? I've been around for a while. I've heard every word in the book about me. Why is it going to be any different than anything now as far as my reaction to what people say, other than just throw the truth out there? And people like Kevin, and the truth is Kevin really doesn't do a lot of things because he really can't. But he wants everybody to think he's having a blast and he's killing it and all that stuff. They love to use that expression, I'm killing it, and they don't understand what it means. If you want to call it killing it, is hanging around his very narrow room all day in his air conditioner. And believe me, I'm always doing something. I can walk just fine, thank you very much. And I'm, what I am, 8 years older than you, Kevin. It's not a big difference, Kevin. When you're calling me old man, me and Gilda were both laughing at that because you're something like 63 now, aren't you? That's about 8 years difference. That's not much. That's not much at all. And you're calling me old man. That's kind of funny, Kev. Can you think of anything better than that? Oh, you're hoping that I die. Well, Kevin, I don't hope that you die. I don't hope anybody dies on here. I hope they don't. I just hope that they learn a lesson in life that there's more to life than Frank Battaglia, and that you should be spending these days doing things that have nothing to do with me or YouTube. Sure, you can put things on there. You go someplace, show it, Kev. You've been in Thailand and you've been in Vietnam. We've yet to see a series of videos that's showing the culture and the people. We've only seen a few things on there. You ventured out against your comfort level, probably. But what do you do in your show but sit in your narrow little room and obsess about me? You're making a fool out of yourself, Kevin. You really are. And people see it as such. They may not say it to you on there in your comment. They just love the drama. But what they're thinking about you is a whole nother thing. You're not doing much with your life, Kevin, and you really should have stayed at your aunt's. That's my opinion. Throw it out the window. Anybody else could throw it out the window. I think you were better off in your aunt's basement. It was a more controlled situation. Regent says, I've asked those questions recently, actually, on Kevin's show. When Jim and Jay's on the panel, they always ignore the question, even if I repost it multiple times. Yeah, They're not going to give you an answer to that. They'll avoid it. You notice how Jay will take a lot of his shows off when he gets really into his drinking and gets very volatile. Jay says, same thing as Barry said. The same words. That's how you know they were close friends. Not a goddamn thing you... And Popeye said that too. Not a goddamn... You're not going to do a goddamn thing, Frank, they said. Well, Barry found out differently, didn't he? I did more than a goddamn thing to him. I got the motherfucker off the streets for 2 years, 1 month, now 2 years, almost 2 months. What do you say to that, Barry? What do you say to that? Yeah, be quick on your answer. Yeah, I think they got to re-examine the things they say on their shows and re-examine themselves. Because Big Kevin, really, in all honesty, and I know you're just going to think it's just a rank out to you, but I'm not. It's not a rank out. Your present physical situation is not very conducive to a very long life, and I just have a feeling that before 2025 is over, there's going to be a major health event with you. As I said, I don't wish. As I said, I do believe in karma. I don't want to wish because I don't want something like that to happen to me. God forbid. God forbid. God spelled backwards is dog. And it's just that in your situation, I think it's very apparent. Oh yeah, you say you're in great health and all this other stuff. A lot of people thought they were too, Kevin, and they just had a massive heart attack or something, or stroke. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, Kev. Your time is coming. You made those choices in life to stuff all that money, that money too, but stuff all that food in your mouth, and it's just terrible things you've done. You have children. It's a lot different than my situation with my daughter. You have children that you could go and see, or maybe you can't. Maybe they want nothing to do with you. There's got to be a reason for that. Maybe it's you, Kevin. Did you ever think that what it was? It's you. It's not them. With you, it's like everybody else. It's all them. I never do nothing wrong. You do a lot wrong by the kind of show you put on. You don't have the capability of having any kind of intellectual conversation with anybody or dialogue. And most of the time, you let your trolls do the talking, and you just interject. In fact, you will interrupt people constantly. They're trying to say something, and when somebody that you like comes on the show, you will interrupt somebody right in the middle of their speech. Thanks for coming. We got in the house. Don't forget, guys, to contribute. Send a little jingle my way. But you got money, Kevin. You're like Barry. So many similarities I'm finding with these YouTubers. You're just like Barry. You're not that different from him. You're not. You're like a replica in many ways. You've used and abused women in your past, just like Barry did. You're all in it for the money and drama, just like Barry. You lie about everything. Kevin, you're sitting in a little container of a room, overpaying for what you're living in. You're going back and forth to different countries and not achieving anything at all. You don't have a girlfriend. Cut the bullshit. You don't have a girlfriend. You don't have to cover up. Sometimes that happens. Do you ever think that it's you, it's not them? It could be you, Kev. Take a look at yourself in more than one way, and I don't mean just in the mirror. Dig deep internally into yourself and see what you're doing wrong in your life and try to correct it. It's never too late. I'm not saying you're always going to get the results you want, but if you change your demeanor with people, maybe people will respect you a lot more. I might even gain a little respect for you, but I doubt it. But you're living a very sheltered life like you did. It's no different than when you're living in your aunt's basement, Kevin. It's no different. You're reliving only in a different country. You couldn't hack it in Thailand, so you went to Vietnam. You couldn't hack it in Thailand. Nothing was working for you. To Vietnam. So you went back to Thailand. And now you're talking about Cambodia. Well, to do your exit run or something. What do you think is going to be different? Any one of these countries? Name any country. Go to any country. I say it again. No matter where you go, there you are, Kevin. That is not going to change. Regent says, Kevin Hankinson, a life wasted. I would say so. Yeah, they ignore the truth, region. Yeah, as to your last statement on there. Hey, man, I just do shows, and I talk about whatever. There's, there's no limits to my topic matter at all. I came on this morning, but I still prefer the uploads. But I came on this morning because I really felt that I wanted to review a few things about the past and how this all started, because a lot of people were asking, how did this shit all start? Well, I gave you the idea. The thing with Dave Phelps, yes, there was something going on. And to this day, nobody wants to talk about it. Okay, he did have a lawyer. His niece did have to get a lawyer. Something was going on. That's all I'm saying. It's all I said back then. And people put words in my mouth. Everybody surmised that something was going on that was not good between him and his niece. Now, it doesn't mean something sexually. It doesn't have to mean that, but people take it out of context, Something was going on, obviously, to get lawyers involved, okay? Something obviously going on. Okay, now that you got that straightened out, hope he worked out his situation with whatever happened. Because to this day, I still don't know. I can make deductions like any one of you can, but I still don't know what transpired. But something did transpire, and it was ugly. Because Dave was pissed. And apparently, the niece's family was pissed. Dave did do something good when they took her into the family to live with them. That was a nice gesture, because I don't know what the family situation, I guess the family situation with his niece was not great or something. I think we deducted that. So he did a good thing, Dave, by bringing her in. But then something transpired that we don't know. It could be really devious. It might be what people think it is, or it may not. But one thing or another, they wind up moving out because they had a lot of friction with the niece's family, and things were getting ugly. And you combine it with the fact that he pissed off Muslims, he pissed off a lot of Filipinos with his shows and things he had to say. And in combination, whatever happened with his niece, it made the environment a little bit too dangerous for him to stay in the Philippines. And that's when they decided they'd get out of the house they were renting until they can get settled with everything, paperwork and all that. They'd go rent a smaller place that had security, which the other place did not have security. It was a house they were renting. But this was a smaller apartment, and they had security guards. And that's why Dave and his wife moved there. Until they could finally get out. They made plans to go back to Texas, probably initially to stay with the father. And he was forced out of the Philippines, is what happened. Okay, he had a lot of people against him. And you just thought it was me, right? No, you're wrong. He had a lot of people against him. And as I said, it's quite possible that the family of the niece they were not really Dave was not really in a good situation with them at all. And he felt that, Filipinos can be quite dangerous if they want to be. And Dave probably didn't want anything to do with this. It's time to get out of here. And I believe that's what happened. And you could, put your own conclusions or deductions and theories and so forth about what really transpired. But something obviously did go down. Yeah. Okay, I got to get out of here. I've been on here for 2 hours. I didn't even realize I've been on here that long. I didn't even shower yet. And I don't know. We may go somewhere right on the island here today to get out for a little bit. So with that being said, thanks for coming on my live this morning. I appreciate it. And I appreciate the dialogue, of course. And we had enough viewers today. Kevin tried to do a show. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon or so, and nobody showed up. It was supposed to be 2 o'clock. Then he changed it to 2:13, and nobody really showed up. Maybe one person. And see, people are getting tired of hearing the same old fucking same old. And sometimes it gets so burnt out for people. At least one thing I do on my show is I mix it up quite a bit. You got to mix it up. Call me Mr. Mix-a-Lot, but I mix things up. to make it at least semi-interesting anyway, at the worst. Kevin doesn't have the capability of doing that. Kevin, listen, man, whatever you want to do with your life, man, you do with your life, okay? That's your business, okay? Just keep my life and my girlfriend's life out of there. And remember, I have a long memory. What if I did get kicked out of the Philippines? Maybe I'll decide to live in fucking Thailand. And I might be your fucking neighbor. I don't think you'd like that at all. I don't think you'd like that at all, sir. You got to understand how things work. You know, be careful what you wish for, because it just might come true. And not in ways that you hope. That's right, I could be your fucking neighbor, motherfucker. Keep that in mind. I could make your life totally fucking miserable. Keep that in mind, too. Yeah. That might be the place I decide to go if they had to throw me out of the country. If they went in that direction, we fought it, and nothing could happen in my favor. I might wind up being your neighbor, Kevin. I might just wind up being your neighbor. Think about that. Wouldn't that be fun? Wouldn't that be fun? With that being said, good day. And look forward to my future. Might be a couple today. I don't know if we're going to go out over there to a particular place. We might. I might join them. If so, I'll take some video footage and we'll go from there. So take care. Have a wonderful morning. I got to get showered and dressed and get the shit going here. Before it gets too hot out, that's why we want to do something in the morning, but I forget it gets too hot today, but fortunately the weather forecast is, it might turn out a little hazy later on, I hope so, but I only seen 32 centigrade, Celsius, whatever you want to call it, as the temperature today. That's not too bad, but the humidity's up like 80%. That's another reason they decided not to go island hopping, because it was really just too damn hot. They wanted to show their colleagues, you know, her daughter's friends, and a little bit of activity. They'd never seen the place before. They'd never been here to Santa Fe. Wanted to show them the islands a little bit. And that was the whole idea. 19 thumbs up. Boy, oh boy, I'll tell you. Did you see the numbers on? I'm over 5,000 subscribers now. Guys, nothing to do with me. I don't know if somebody is slowly buying me subs or it's being shared by other people and more people are coming to my show, but the numbers are up. For whatever reason, they're up. We're over 5,000 subscribers now, and it's rising every single day. And I will tell you, right up front, I have nothing to do with that. I'm not going to buy my own subs, and I never did. Shit, I have a little more subs than Kevin's when he got a couple of thousand. I got over 5,000 subs. What do you say to that, Kevin Hankinson? By the way, does your aunt even stay in touch with you, Kevin, or is she so fucking relieved that she got her basement back? Watch what you say, Kev, because this shit could come back to hit you in the face. You just never know. It's a small world. I could be your fucking neighbor. I don't think you'd like that. I don't think you'd like that at all. With that being said, aloha. Okay, there seems to be a lot of confusion going on, and we're trying to unconfuse the situation with Barry's imprisonment. As my lawyer tells me, so as far as Barry's confinement, he doesn't think he will be released just because he was already confined for more than 2 years already. Now, the judge already made a decision. He specifically mentioned that his imprisonment at BOI is not, Board of Immigration, is not in relationship to his pending case he had at RTC Toledo, to cyber libel. That is why it cannot be, in a sentence where it cannot be commuted to offset his fines. But, it has bearing because he cannot be deported unless he pays off his fine or serves it via a subsidiary imprisonment. He also has to pay his fines, to no pay, no freedom kind of a situation, but with limitations on how long they could actually hold him. He cannot be released based on his Mandawi detention center time. It's separate, and it plays no part of his conviction for cyber libel, which he's been convicted of. Civil, well, his execution against him, the fines would have to be paid off. the court would have to ask for subsidiary imprisonment, which maybe that's what he's getting. It's the Board of Immigration who's the one for him to continuation prison. He should have been put in some other kind of detainment that would be more appropriate, and he shouldn't be really in that prison situation. His lawyers is not doing something right. Now, my lawyer's going to check out the judgment on him, and I'm going to get back to you guys later on this judgment. He's going to read it over. Because on one hand, it's unlawful to imprison somebody for a certain amount of time just because of non-payment of something. It's inhuman, whatever. They just can't keep you there, in perpetuity. You know what I mean? Not ever able to get out until he pays a fine. And understanding there has to be a limit to something. But that's where all the confusion comes in. A limit. What is the limitation on such? I don't know if I'm going or not here. I don't know. It's taking a little while longer. Okay. There has to be a limitation to such. He's going to go over these orders, and I'll go over it with him. Maybe I could do more clarification on here. Because it has to be a reason why he's been transferred to an actual prison, a penitentiary. That's what's very confusion. Now, I understand they were going to work on the Mandawi, but there could have been possibly other institutions of a lesser degree that they could have actually put him in. And that's where the confusion comes in. So it's still related to the Board of Immigration as far as him being in any lockup at all. That's their gig. That's their gig. And the RTC, which is a regional trial court, already made the decision on his conviction with no sentencing other than an agreement that he would pay court penalties and damages and all that. And that's binding. That is binding. So if you're confused about this, well, join the club. Because I'm confused about this too. For example, I would not want to be in somewhere where Barry is and keep you in it indefinitely until you pay the bill. You could be in there all your life to raise that money. But they can't do that. They cannot allow to do that. I'll be right back. Sorry, I keep on thinking I'm doing a live stream. I'll be back. I'll continue in a minute. You wouldn't know. So to try to conclude on this matter, and I could elaborate at another time on this, no, despite what you think of Barry, no, he shouldn't be in some hard-ass prison, even though he's actually in a lesser degree of the prison, like being in a juvenile section or something. Can you find me those water socks? Nor would I want to be in that situation either, as far as like Barry's girlfriend's complaint. It's real mild shit. Nobody called those names and all that other stuff. It's like a shot she's taken, and she at least won the prosecutor of the immigration over with to consider this complaint. But in reality, I'm not going to wind up in a harsh prison awaiting deportation. There's other avenues, well, prior to that anyway. But people have to be put in a situation that's appropriate. Maybe he didn't have any room anywhere else, and that's why he was put into a penitentiary. So I don't know. It's all not clear. My lawyer's going to do a little bit more research on this matter, and I'll share that information with you because I know a lot of people are curious. No, it really doesn't sound right, does it? Even for Barry, although a lot of us, how we feel about the guy, we don't wish him the best, okay? But that's neither here nor there. It's how you feel, how I feel. There's some people it should be worse, but in reality, no, Barry does not belong. See, I'm telling the truth. I could say different and lie to you and say, give him the best, hang him, put him in the fucking guillotine. We could all think that way, but the reality of law says that it's not right. It wouldn't be right for me. It wouldn't be right for any of you all out there, okay? Get my point? And it has to be a reason why he's in there. But BOI is the one that's in control of where Barry is at and where he stands right now. The BOI. It's a separate issue, like I said. So his sentencing, his actual, so we call it, conviction with the cyber libel thing is separate. They're handling that separately. So it was agreed that he would have to pay $250,000 to me, $250,000 to the courts, and anything he owes immigration, and otherwise, and otherwise, and otherwise. It's a whole separate issue. But no, they can't still. I told you about subsidiary, if that's the word, prison. They can do that, and they can give him extra time for not paying. But the question is, how long can they keep him in there for that? And let's say they keep him in there for like 6 months in the new place, right? Prison. Okay, it has nothing to do. One thing has nothing to do with the other. It's not time served in Mandawi, and that doesn't count. But subsidiary imprisonment is real, and I think that possibly is what's happening. There's been no paperwork given to my lawyer from Larry's lawyer in regards. There's been no other legal orders coming from, his lawyer and all that stuff. There's been nothing like that at all. There's been no paperwork. So in a sense, my lawyer don't totally know what's going on, but will voice his opinion on that and so forth. But there'll be more information later. How long can Barry serve in a prison? Subsidiary. Yes, but with limitations by law. Does that mean that he's going to be totally exonerated from what he owes? Well, it ain't going to be exonerated from me, because the court would have to decide. There's been no court papers deciding anything on that. The court could say, yes, we'll just give him subsidiary imprisonment, but as far as him owing what he owes to me, that would be a separate issue, and that would be something that he would have to take care of. Okay, and that's a penalty he's paying to me, damages. Okay, I know it sounds very confusing, because it's actually confusing to me, but I'll try to get back to you with more information. Thanks for listening.
Well, we've had our day out today. Had a lot of footage to show, but unfortunately my camera went haywire. Oh well. And we went to the lagoon, which we've been to before. And we're just getting our ride back. I'm sorry I couldn't show you more of it, because I was definitely having problems with the camera and the recording. But here we go. Back anyway. Nice sized boat. Okay. Here we go. All right. Got room for there? Okay. We'll be on our way here. And for those that don't understand, this place here you got to get to by bonka boat. When it's high tide, it's one of the ways you have to get here, and if it's low tide, you can actually walk a long stretch of beach to actually get to this, if you want to call it a resort or this business. And here we go. Had a lot more footage on here of the show, but unfortunately that didn't turn out. I kind of wish I had my DSLR. I used to enjoy working with that, but I still didn't do any editing. But on our way back, a little outing for today. It's been really hot, and I was kind of reluctant to do anything today. We left at 1 o'clock. And here we go. It's a short stretch. And there's no other way of doing this. And away we go. You guys remember when Ren Zero used to have his boat? Oh, those were funny times. How can a big stretch of water, how can you be doing a collision with another boat in a big stretch of water? But Ren Zero, they were all drunk on there. They managed to do it. Sentai 7. This is what you gotta do, Kevin. Get out there, get on the water, get on the beach, and do something. Get out of that tiny apartment and show the beautiful country that you moved in. Get out a little bit. island hopping is a very big industry out here. A lot of money's being made on that. I don't know, I mean, if I was in Thailand, I'd like to see a little bit of Thailand. But you've got to get out from your apartment there, Kevin Boy. You've got to get out there and, get involved with the culture, explore the culture, ground yourself a little bit. You can do it. We know you can do it. Or maybe not. But what's the purpose? Going to another country, you can do absolutely nothing. You've got to do something. Even little excursions like this is fine. You're doing something. You're getting out. It's actually a very short ride. Santa Fe is actually pretty big, and there's a lot of resorts. And there's a lot of island hopping that goes on here. But this is a short excursion to a nice place. I've been there before, and you've seen it a couple of times. But this is fun, and it's getting out of the house, and it's doing something. Anyway, that's my little short here. Well, we head back home. Hope you enjoyed the short. I guess there must be something I'm missing. Somebody walks across the camera and they make a big deal of it. The person who walked across the camera was 30 years old. Okay. So I'm trying to think, what is the point of all this? And these sick people were contacting all the relatives, saying they got a video. A video of what? Somebody walking across the camera in a room. That's getting kind of desperate. Okay. Had some other updates, but I'm going to skip those for a second here. So I'd like to know, what is the pointless mention on the copycat channel to make some kind of insinuation like something was going on? That somebody came in a room to talk to their mother while I was doing the video, and the person happens to be a grown adult, 30 years old. Not 16 or 15, but 30 years old. And they're trying to make something out of nothing. They're getting desperate on here, because there's not much to talk about these days, I guess. Well, we kind of went through that thing with Barry, and I still don't have all the information yet. Sorry I couldn't complete that on that till I get more information on you on that. I don't know what's going on with that, to be honest with you. He's in jail, that's all I know. And it's all we all know. And what the BOI decides to do, it's their gig. Anyway, we had a nice outing, but then I come back and Gilda says that her daughters, the relatives, are getting some video. And I said, a video of what? Of her daughter. Oh, what, Nina? Okay. So what was the whole point of it? She walked across the room and walked out the door. Well, that's pretty bad stuff. Hello, Philippines. Yeah, copycat or whoever is up to some no good, whatever. They're trying to make something out of nothing, and I don't understand what they were trying to prove. Was there something sexual going on that I don't know about? I have no idea. All I know is they played this clip on there. It just happens to be Gilda's daughter walking across the screen, walking in the door, and walking out the door. She had gone to see her mother, say something, whatever. I was doing a video. That was it. Now, if you could read something into that, I don't know what there is to read into that. Anybody got a clue? Because I have no clue. And neither does Gilda or anybody else.
Ah, Copycat has you under a Oh, I know. They certainly do. Well, they're looking for more material, and they just having a seemingly hard time coming up with new material, and it's getting kind of pathetic. Anyway, I had a little outing today. That was about it to cover today, but I come back and I'm listening to this shit, and I'm thinking, well, what's going on now? I have no clue. If somebody could figure out, please do tell me. That's right, Frank was bad. He was right after all. Barry was right about Frank or some shit like that. Right about what? Right about what? That's what I want to know. Right about what? You mean I can't have anybody in your family walk across the camera and I'm doing something terribly wrong? I don't know. Under a microscope, that's even an understatement. He's alive. I'm sorry, I got this shit in the background here. Let me put the volume down a little lower. Okay. Okay. Anybody have any clue what's going on with that? Because I have none. I did a video on there. In case you're wondering what the hell is going on, I did a video. The daughter's just happened to be in it, walking across the camera. Showed it to Gilda. So I said, what's with this? David said the same thing. Am I missing something here? What am I missing? I must have missed something. I'm sorry, I've been kind of watching something here at the same time. Talking. The word of the day is vicariously. Okay. Oh, I'm doing a live show, ain't I? Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't supposed to. I did quite a bit of video today, but unfortunately I was having trouble with my camera. It just got all fucked up. It was going from horizontal to vertical, and I didn't lock it in, apparently. Then there was some other problems going on where I was doing a playback, and it was, I don't know, I had a dark screen. I have no idea what was going on with that. But I had a bit of footage for today, and would have liked to have put it on, but I've actually been to that place before, so I wasn't really missing, nobody's really missing anything on that. There are actually some places on the island that are pretty decent to visit, but I've been to all of them, really. But it's nice to go back every now and again, and for people, to show people around that have never been here, that's kind of fun to do. The word of the day is vicariously. Okay. So if somebody could explain to me what all the hoopla is about Gilda's daughter walking across the stream, walking in the door, coming in the room, and then walking out. Oh, my knee was exposed? I had walking shorts on. So what was a big to-do about that? It's like dirty-minded. Oh, Gilda said they're dirty-minded. Okay. I got it. Discord says Chubba Wubba is Phelps today. Yeah, you know, I won't really argue that. I kind of figured that it was actually Warren. But the past couple of days, things have changed a little bit. I've been able to kind of put a couple of things together that make sense to me. So I was more likely thinking that Copycat could also be Dave Phelps, but Chubba Wubba is very active. I would say that's the behavior of Dave Phelps. I would not be surprised, because he was, as I said at a show, he was pretty obsessed with me. Well, look, we can speculate all we want. Who is this? Who is that? We know one thing for sure, that most of these people have a lot of stock accounts. There's no question about that. I think we've all have established that. And who's behind the stock accounts? Your guess is as good as mine. It could be a number of people. But the disturbing thing is that people, how they do it, I don't know, but they do. For some reason, they're sending this video, and I don't understand what the purpose of the video is and the intent behind it, to relatives. And I'm thinking, okay, that was, first of all, a stupid thing to do, but what was the purpose? And what does that clip mean? So a 30-year-old walks into the door, says something to the mom, and walks out. That's about the gist of it. That's about all it was. I don't know. Go figure. It just sounds to me that they're getting pretty desperate to try to find something. They want to keep the momentum going. And I think somebody's a little bit disturbed that they might have found out who they were. That might play into it a little bit. I might actually be onto something here. Who would have thought? Well, I did. Hello, Dave. I know you've been out there a long time, Dave. You didn't go anywhere. I remember Discord says it must be true, right? It's on Discord. Discord is the ground zero of all answers and problem solving and information highway and what have you. Grown men spending time doing this shit. Well, I know, tell you one thing. I know there's some people that are very infatuated with Gilda's children. Well, especially one of them. I've heard it more than one time. So is it kind of like, what, Fantasyland or something? Is it like a wishful thinking situation? Well, nothing's impossible on here. And yeah, I did see the clip on, what is it, Copycat Channel. And I'm still trying to figure out, in that scene that they played, what exactly is going on in there that I don't know about? That's supposed to be wrong, sinful. I don't know if you guys know this, but her daughter is 30 years old. Not 15, not 12, not 14. She's 30 years old. So please do tell me something I'm trying to figure out. Hesitation. Even for me. Okay. Philippines said they don't know her age. They're implying that, what I thought, they're implying that she's 30 years old. You remember I did a show the other day and I said Gilda's daughter could walk into any high school and she could pass off as a high school student. Yeah, that's a fact. Hopefully she'll be like that the rest of her life if we could all have those kind of genes too. What's that?
This morning, descending to town.
They're sending what?
They want me asking to go there in town with e-bike.
Oh, who wants to go to town?
Yeah, for breakfast this morning.
So what about?
That's
When she came in okay. Gilda clarified it. That little clip that they're showing on Copycat's channel. Yeah, she came in a room because she wanted to ask if they could use the e-bike. She wanted to know if it was charged because they wanted to go to town to eat breakfast. Okay, that's what it was. Yeah, I did laugh at that video. I said, Jesus Christ, she's 30 years old.
And then my kid said, Christian said, we cannot fit 4 person in the e-bike. That's why Ninja said 2 times.
Oh, and Christian said, no, we can't fit 4 people on the e-bike at one time. So her daughter said, make 2 trips or something. Something like that. 2 trips going back or whatever. Okay, well, we've straightened that out so far. How exciting. A woman walks into the room and an implication is made that something sinister is going on. How do you figure that out of that clip? I still want to know. This is called desperation. Well, I don't know it ever come to that point. See, they don't got Barry on here as a regular anymore. I mean, he'll make his comments and all that stuff. But Barry's not on here on any regularity. Well, yeah, he'll post something on his community page or something on there. I think they miss old Barry boy coming on here with his shows. I think that's what it is. Okay, any other insight into this? There's not really much to tell. But yeah, Gilda just said something to me. Oh yeah, they were sending this video to her relatives. And I'm thinking, okay, and for what purpose? There's no purpose. And the fact they shouldn't be contacting relatives anyway on any of the issue. Underage? No. Nudity? No. Sexual violence? No. Any hint of sexuality? No. So, again, what's the problemo? Boy, talk about desperate times. Anyway, I had more video to show you today, but I couldn't do that. Besides, I've been to that park before. That's even Mick Fisher joined us once down there. It's not really exciting to me. When I first went there the first time, I thought it was when they didn't build that little restaurant there, you know, and they didn't start developing that area. I enjoyed it when they did that, but I did not. I don't know. To this day, everything's turned into a commercial venture. You know those kayaks they have, these cheap plastic kayaks they have there. 400 pesos. You got a limit of 30 minutes on these kayaks. I'm saying, what a rip-off deal. Don't ever say that Philippines are not good business people, because I'd have an argument with you on that one. They're good business people. And all the tourists that come there, they got only 30 minutes to go in a little cove to kind of splash around on a kayak, and they're limited for 30 minutes. They're charging 400 pesos? Oh, per head. I don't think it's per boat. I think it's per head. Yeah, there's some good money being made here in the Philippines. If you got some good ideas and you're a Filipino, or you can actually get into a business with a Filipino, I think there's a lot of opportunities out here. And I've seen it today. I see it all over the place here. No, they're not cheap, not even here in Santa Fe for certain things. Not at all. Never said they were. But anyway, this is a little bit kind of desperate, what's going on here. No, this doesn't have the mangrove. This one doesn't have the mangrove. No, that's a whole separate little nature park thing. No, that's separate. You'd be surprised. Santa Fe is not a huge place, but it's pretty spread out. It's not that small as most people who come here don't even see half the things anything that's even worthwhile seeing here. They don't see all the inner city, the blocks, you know, everything, you know, how many streets there are here, and they concentrate a lot on downtown. They may do a little tour ride somewhere, but a lot of people wind up on the beaches no matter what. Yeah, I mean, it's not the most exciting town in the world, but it's a nice place to visit. And a beach is a beach, you know. No, it's not where the mangrove was. Yeah, it's totally separate. So I think our boy Dave is pretty active out there these days, isn't he? A lot's starting to come out, and I'm sure they are talking about it on Discord. And they could be right in this situation, but I suspected something a long time ago, well before this. He was too attached to YouTube, shall I say. I just couldn't see him getting off. It's one thing to move out of the Philippines for various reasons, but he never left. Well, he never left YouTube. I would be surprised how many trips he's made back and forth to the Philippines too, because his wife has relatives out here, family. But let me repeat again. Her daughter she's the oldest. She's 30 years old. 30. No mistake, she's 30 years old. So what the hell was the purpose of even bothering to put that video on? To make an implication that she's an underage girl? Well, that could be proven she's not very easily. She don't have to prove anything, really. Yeah, she is actually 30 years old. Which place has more attractions? Baguio or Bantayan? Well, come on. Baguio is a bigger place, okay? It's a bigger place. I mean, come on, they got an actual mall there. A nice mall. They got huge public market to die for. I mean, fresh produce, large produce, fresh produce. A lot of the stuff is grown at higher elevations. That's where a lot of the stuff you can buy fresh. No, unfortunately, Santa Fe doesn't have the best market. It's just a tiny little market, really, and you know, you got to catch your vegetables when they're fresh, and which is kind of hard. So it's an easy question to answer on that. No, Santa Fe's not as big as Baguio. Baguio is a big place, you know. Nice and cool up there too, though. If you don't mind cool weather, early in the morning or toward the end of the day. I mean, we're talking jacket weather. Not around here. It's very rare you wear a jacket here unless there's a big storm system and the temperature took a big dip and you got some heavy wind, which could actually, you know, chill you out a bit. But no, this is not a place here. It's not a big wonderland. It's not a big fun place here in Santa Fe. It's just a nice place to come. It's a nice place to live. It does not have all the amenities that most people would like, but some people like it that way. I don't mind it. I don't mind going to Cebu to do some major shopping and stuff and go to the malls, because I know I could come back here to this island. It's always a pleasant sight when my ferry comes in and I see the waters, the turquoise waters here and the palm trees, and I'm home. And there's no place like home. I like it. That's all that matters. Okay, I didn't plan to go on and do a huge show here. I was kind of baffled why they were making a big thing about her daughter coming in to ask about the e-bike. They were going to go out for breakfast this morning. Yeah, that's all that was about. But that is such total desperation. I didn't want to even bother to do that. But I get it. Because she looks young, they're trying to say that some young woman comes into my bedroom where her mother is. Nobody's naked. It's like 9 o'clock in the morning or something, whatever it was. But they saw my naked knee, I guess. My naked knee. Oh, God. Is it that bad? I don't know. You try to figure it out. I'm done trying to figure shit out. That's total desperation. Now that they know her age. I wonder if we have any... I'm looking for a goodie. I don't want to eat sweets, but I'm in a mood for something here. Let me go check. And then what they do, they send it to the relatives. And where they getting this information on the relatives, I don't know. They're going on to Facebook and finding this, finding that, finding this. Okay, so let's... All right. There's the woman of the day. So you walk into the room
Asking.
asking, yeah,
Wala.
yeah, we doing something wrong here? No.
Huh?
So she walks into the room and she's asking about the e-bike, and they're sending all this shit to her relatives like something terrible was going on in the room. Nia, how old are you?
30.
She's 30 years old, folks. Okay? She's 30 years old. And look at that, they're all in my room here, so there must be an orgy going on here or something. My God, there must be something going on. You're right, Jerry. Yeah. My God. Yeah, the kneecap, man, the kneecap. Yeah, it's a kneecap. Yeah, here's my kneecap, folks. Ooh, that is sexy. A few freckles. They make a big ado about absolutely nothing. Yeah. And they have no right writing her relatives.
Renato is already died.
Huh?
So
The
somebody
person is already dead.
Who's dead?
The one who sent the one
sending
they
the
are
video.
using the account.
Wait. Who's dead?
Renato.
Oh, that guy they refer to as Renato.
Is dead.
That guy's been dead a long time. They mentioned Renato because they were trying to write to somebody called Renato. How many years ago was that? And they figured that was a relative of something, right? Am I right on that? Am I on target? Right, so they're always writing this Renato. So how is it getting out to the rest of the family, I want to know?
It was posted on Facebook. Look.
It's on Facebook somewhere? Listen, I want to see it. I would like to see it. Oh, I got the video right here. It was they put a little snippet.
I can
see it.
Huh?
I cannot view because they.
Let's see.
Entrance fee.
Well, it's no. You gotta hit it again. You gotta hit it again. Here we go.
So much shade compared to Virginia.
She went to look out at the e-bike out through the window,
Entrance fee.
and that was put on somebody's Facebook. Wow. There's my knee. You see my shorts on.
Because your camera when you opened your live was not facing you.
Yeah, when I opened the live, yeah. What, did Gilda's daughter do something wrong here, folks? Did I do something wrong? I mean, she walks to this door, goes to check on the e-bike, wonder if they could use the e-bike to go get breakfast. Well, that's a crime. I got to tell you that. And on YouTube, that must be a crime. The knee. Yeah, what? And they're all a lot of them in my room. Are we having an orgy here? What's going on here? Let's see. You're, what, 13 now? 14? 13. 13.
13 pa tayo, okay?
And you're, how old? You're 15. She's 30. 30. I'm not putting her face in here. She's 30. She's 30 years old. Gilda, 50. Frank, 7. Yeah. Add all those ages up, and I still think I'm older than all of them. No, she's 50. So. Okay, it makes absolutely no sense at all. Yeah, I'm definitely not going to show the kids anymore. You know, I'm probably not going to do. No, fuck that shit. I got nothing to hide here. They're my family. That's exactly what they are. That's exactly what they are. I'm not going to hide anything like that. So, the purpose or the porpoise? The purpose of what? What was the purpose of putting that on? Inquiring minds, as Barry says, would like to know. I like that. The knee. The knee that made history or changed YouTube's history. Talk about my ass. I exposed that to Gary. I mooned a motherfucker. Yeah. He's still talking about that. I had no problem doing that at all. Oh, certainly better than Fazio exposing his little mushroom. His little mushroom! Okay, now that we solved that big mystery, we could all have a good laugh on that one. I was wondering what's all the making much ado about what? Her daughter walks in the room to ask about the e-bike, if it's been charged. They want to go out and have breakfast, the kids did. And that becomes some big spectacle on YouTube where they're sending it to relatives. By the way, again, the guy by the name of Renato that was in the family, he died a number of years ago. I don't understand. Why they're always referring to this Renato or Ronaldo, one or the other. I don't know. I don't even know who the guy is. Never met him. Never knew they had a family member with that name anyway. He's dead. Just to let you know. He's been dead for a number of years. Okay, so did I satisfy you? Your quest for knowledge? I certainly hope so. Okay, what else is there to talk about? Not much. So I told Gilda, I said, just get all your shit off Facebook, you know. You publicize things, and it goes for anybody. You publicize anything to your friends. If you don't put it into private mode, they try to go to Facebook, and I mean, they didn't, nothing to go to mine. I don't even post on there. I go on Messenger. Gilda does a lot of posting on hers, but she supposedly took it down or something. I don't know what she did, or she's still doing it, but she's just forgetting to hit the privacy button just for friends only, which I'd probably advise anybody to do that, really. Okay, well, we don't have that much dialogue on here, but at least I got out some information here anyway. That's funny. It's desperate, but it's funny. Yeah, you met her yourself. You saw her. 30 years old. 30 years old. Yeah, 30 years old. So, was a crime committed? If so, I want to know what the crime was. Hey, I'm game to listen to people's side of the story, because there is no story. That's the point. I'm going to treat myself to something here. Don't tell anybody what I'm going to eat. I'm not going to tell you, but I'm going to have something here, because I deserve it. God dang, this shit's hard as a fucking rock. Jeez Louise. I'm going to have some ice cream, if you don't mind. This thing is hard as a freaking rock. I'm going to leave it out for a little while. Holy cow. That ice cream is hard as a rock.
Of course, it's hard.
Oh my God.
Put in microwave.
Not with the plastic. No. Go look at this. Check it out. This thing is hard as a rock. Look.
Look at it.
Yeah, I decided I had a sweet tooth.
Okay, they put it there a little bit and then...
Yeah, that's
just
hard
waiting
as a
for
rock, folks.
The barbecue. So
We've got a good chest freeze, let's put it that way. Well, I know it's at least working right. All right, have we solved this big mystery, dear Gilda? The mystery of the 30-year-old girl who walks into a room to ask her mother if the e-bike was charged. And that's worthy of putting on a copycat channel? Damn, you guys, it's just, you need more material.
Okay, naka-serve siya, te. Kung siya ano sana?
Is that what they're bringing home?
Yeah.
Oh, what is that, dried fish?
Kung siya? Pusit.
Ew.
Yeah, pusit.
Yeah,
Sweet pusit.
I can smell it through the plastic.
Naka-vacuum.
Oh, a vacuum, but I can still smell it.
No, they naman.
Hey, I got a nose for fish, let me tell you that. And I can smell that shit. God, how many packages did they buy? What is she leaving, tomorrow?
Tomorrow afternoon.
To go back to work. Yeah, she has a job, folks. Her daughter is a certified public accountant. Yes, and she does managerial. And 30 years old. 30. Not 13, but 30. Got more in there? That's quite a bit. Put some, this is our water. I need some cold water. Is this ours?
No, that one is
Okay.
this one. There one your.
There's nothing in there. Well, let me fill it with water so I have some cool water to drink. All right, guys, I don't know much more to talk about. I forgot if they have any more videos upload on here. I did, but they're kind of funky with that little excursion we did today. It kind of got really messed up. Vertical, horizontal. I didn't lock the screen in or something. So it wasn't worth putting on. Lagay! Okay. Oh, here we go. All right, any more comments anybody wants to make on here? Please share with me your thoughts. Did it get that bad? That they're scraping for material. And what did they think they were getting out of that? And what are the relatives supposed to say? Oh, that's Nina. What are you going to say? Oh, that's Nina. Hi, Nina. You know, what are they going to say? Nothing. Because there's really nothing to say. And that's all I have to say. Okay, good night, folks.
Why should a young girl want to go with you? Dating pool hasn't changed since I've been here. You need a little bit of game. If you're going to come out here and you're like 150 pounds overweight and you're disgusting, why should a young girl want to go with you?
Well, good morning. I better be careful if I even show my dogs on camera. Someone just might get a Woody. You just never know. Well, it's like this. It's like this, quoted by the famous Barry Lee Jordan. It's like this, you know. I have no problem showing family on my videos. There's nothing to hide. She's got a really nice family that became mine. And what people make of something that is nothing there to make is quite amazing to me. And actually, at the same time, quite alarming. Oh, we covered this yesterday, and because her daughter happened to walk on camera to find out if the e-bike was charged up. It was some kind of obscene, rated X, triple X video. Really? Kind of shows how their minds think. All lusting after my girlfriend's daughter. Otherwise would be known technically as my stepdaughter. I don't mind showing family on here at all. I'm proud of the family that I have adopted and vice versa. And there's nothing to hide. It is my famous 13. Oh. Good to see we're back in action again here. Well, my favorite 13 viewers, and guess who they might be? Take a wild guess. Seems that the copycat channel is getting awfully desperate in their attempt to make something out of nothing. But I could also picture some of these people. Hello, Counterflow. Oh, I know you did, Mr. Counterflow. Thank you for that. You don't need to back me. There's nothing to back up on that. But as I said, I don't want to continue to be redundant, but making something out of nothing seems to be what copycat channels are doing. They all have a lust, it seems, for one particular member of the family here. And yes, she is 30 years old. I wasn't kidding about that. And yes, I do know the ages of her children. I asked them on cameras to show people, hey, how old are you? Okay, how old are you? How old are you, Nina? 30. That's it. Nothing more than that. Oh, but you know what? She had her back to the camera, but Jesus Christ, really? Okay, let's see, Counterflow. I know trolls in real life, they are complete assholes. I'm sick of them, and I will constantly report the channel for harassment. I guess to a point, they use our pictures and all that stuff. I don't even bother to report to YouTube because YouTube rarely ever does anything at all. It's almost fruitless. I've had my success in the past, but it's rare. If you want to have to do a whole privacy report and all this other shit, you know. But, you know, you're welcome to do that. Pardon me. I was up a little later. Got up a couple of times last night. Dogs barking or something, and sleep, precious sleep. I even went to bed extra early last night, actually. Well, a lot of these people, not all of them, but I'd say a lot of them, basically, you might find them with their, their underwear down to their ankles on many occasions, watching other people's spouses and girlfriends and shit like that. But they don't need that. They can go on like Pornhub or something to do that. Otherwise, you're thinking that it doesn't take much to excite them. Go for the good stuff. Go to Pornhub or something. I'm sure they probably do, but yeah, as far as, showing family on camera, I've always been a little reluctant, but at the same time, figured I got nothing to hide. They're good people. The kids are good. And a lot of them got good jobs, and they're doing very well in high school and even in college. So I don't have to hide anybody because they are part of my life, and I'm not going to go hide them as if there's something to hide. Yeah. Did Big Kevin have a heart attack or something? I thought he'd have at least a couple of shows on in the interim. Even Big Kevin is failing a little bit. The other day, he went to put a show on about 2 in the afternoon, and I don't think anybody showed up, so he canceled having a show. We always love to hear what good old Big Kevin has to say. A man of logic, a man of intellect, a man of the world. And one thing I was pointing out is that any kind of cultural, any kind of, get out of the room, outdoor scenes, if you're living in Thailand or you're living in Vietnam or something, there's so much to see out there. And it doesn't surprise me that Kevin doesn't show this because he really doesn't go out much. My God, there's more beautiful beaches in Thailand than there is here in the Philippines. How come he doesn't go for a walk on the beach? That's right, he admits he has a bum leg, besides a bum brain, but you don't see Kevin doing that stuff. So realistically, what is he doing with his time? Yeah. Counterflow says, so it's okay for Ricky to twist and turn to take a video of some stranger oohing and ahhing over a stranger of question mark. If that was my daughter he was oohing and ahhing over, I would be a little upset. Well, I'm not upset for them oohing and ahhing, whatever, as you put it, over her daughter. It's just deviancy is all it is. Trying to make an implication as if she's like underage or something when she's actually 30 years old. Yeah, 30 years old. If I didn't know her at all, seen her on the street somewhere, walking into a store or something, I would never think she was 30 years old. She looks young, very young for her age, unquestionably. Counterflow says it's okay for Big E to post his wife on a stripper pole. Imagine that. Yeah, really. You had an innocent video of your daughter with no intent. I know. Counterflow, it gives them something to do, something to talk about, because they've been running out of material. There are even times they'll put some old videos on. Yeah. Oh, that's right. I'm doing a live today. Shame on me. So much for my promises.
Well, promises are made to be broken, I guess. Okay, what was an update? No, I'm still waiting for an update on Bummer. My lawyer has to go through this court order again. He's supposed to get back to me on this. There was a lot of controversy on how long they could actually keep him there and so forth. I don't have all the information on that, but, well, either way it works for me. He stays longer or he pays me in the court or whatever, but it is a binding court order that he has to pay that no matter what. So I know I'm segueing from one topic to another here, but that's okay. Yeah, I've seen really disgusting things here on YouTube and how people treat their so-called loved ones. I mean, it's really disgusting displays, and people dig it. They dig, oh yeah, let her go, yeah, cool, beautiful, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's all self-guided stuff. People that are watching it, it's like they get their jollies off of that, but they got to ask themselves, would they really want to marry one like that? That's so open and to display absolutely no, what's the word? It's too early in the morning. No shame, whatever, exhibiting yourself as being like a wild card, No, that's not the kind of woman I want. Hell no. Maybe if somebody fooling around with if you don't want to have a serious relationship with, but no, for a serious girlfriend or wife or something, no, I would never choose something like that. Why are you retracting all your messages? Why are you retracting your messages here? Say what's on your mind. You can say that on my show. Put them back on. No, hog it all you want. Hog the comment section. How many people are commenting? So it's you and whatever. Hog it all you want. Okay. What was this guy's name? Jim. The guy Jim. What's his channel name? The Philippine Jim. Jim, you probably know what I'm talking about. Apparently he's making a trip back to the Philippines, totally in fear, really. It turns out that, it's his neighbors of where his wife lives that he has to return to. And basically, if you don't know his story, that he got into some fight with these Filipino neighbors and did damage to his kid's head, had to go to the hospital, and got into a confrontation with them. So he's kind of in fear going back. Well, I don't know. Here's the way I see this, I mean, how did the confrontation start anyway? And you got to really go to the beginning of this. It just seems to me that it's the foreigners out here. You're hearing all these problems and trouble. It's not really the Filipinos. They try to put the blame on them. For some reason, I just don't know the attitude that these foreigners have that move out here and they expect to have a peaceful existence out here. You got to go now. D-O-T-U-T-O. Okay. And I listen to a lot of these shows, and I think a lot of these guys who have shows, they kind of bring it on themselves. And then there's a British guy, Stephen, what was his name? Always walking in his yard and doing daily shows. And he's talking about the dangers of the Philippines and kind of downtrodden on the Filipinos at the same time, trying to keep face and build up the Filipinos. And it's like, which one is it really? It's kind of like he goes different directions, but he does get a little bit political, which out here, you really shouldn't get political,
And look at his last post, stated he was deported. That's pure clickbait. Oh, Jim? You mean? Damn, I gotta stay. I think by now Jim acts. He sort of is allowed. Yeah, he is. He is. He's the kind of guy that really wouldn't fit in the Philippines. I think he's better off in. I think he's better off in USA. Some people are better off, you know. But I can see how his presence in the Philippines can cause trouble. He tries to be above, kind of above them all, really, above the Filipinos' attitude, and you don't want that out here. Stated he was deported. That's pure clickbait. You were talking about the same guy? Deported. I'm trying to remember saying that he was deported. Well, I mean, it's fun to listen to these guys, but let me tell you, it has certainly been a learning experience for me all these years, and human nature. I really find pleasure in finding some, and by the way, I do have YouTube channels I do listen to quite a lot. It's not all the people you think it is. I always say Amazing Philippines because when I can't think of the names of the other, there are other shows I watch I think are pretty good and were really good information. But I always say Rod, and I should be, boy, I get credit for advertising his show because I can say I can never say anything bad about Rod, Amazing Philippines, because he does give out good information. And it's not just about real estate and rentals and all that stuff, but, you know, he comes up with a lot of stuff, you know, weather that's coming up that's bad or some situation going on in the Philippines or news events. I mean, he'll mention that too. So Rod kind of provides a little bit of this and a little bit of that. I don't mind listening to him, but I don't want to mention the YouTubers that I actually do listen to because I don't want them to go over there and fuck their channel up because that's the first thing they would do. But contrary to what you might believe, I'm not always listening to all the local yokel here in the genre, you know, the trolls, in other words, yeah. Unless they're on my subscribe list and it shows up on it if somebody's doing a live, I'll go check it out. But quite frankly, if it's that boring, I tune out. I can only listen to people so long, and it's according to who it is. I just can't find myself sitting there for X amount of time just listening to the same dribble. I don't know about his last post saying he was deported. I don't remember that, on him saying that. Let's see, what is the Vitali, nor United States nor Russia wants him back into the country. So what if you're a man with no country? Where will he go once I don't know if they decide to do prison time for him, and where does he go if United States and the mother country, whatever, doesn't want him? And the Philippines don't want him. It's kind of an interesting situation all by itself. Hey, whatever happened to Big Brrr? I don't even remember the name of his channel. He's not on my subscribe list. The Big Brrr. Is he still getting himself into trouble? Or maybe he's listening to the other stuff going on. He's calmed down or something. I don't remember when I seen him last. The Big Brrr. God, the characters on social media. As I said, 2025, before the end of the year. I don't know, man. I think there's going to be a few things happening before the end of the year. No names. He was in rehab. Hello, Hugo. He was in rehab, really. But I was a low-class character. I'm trying to think who was lower class, this guy or Bummer. I don't know on that one. I don't know. I say both of them for sure, but haven't listened to enough of the big brrr to make an evaluation. Well, it didn't take much, really. Just a few of his shows, and you pretty much know what you're getting. Oh, yeah, big dog strategies. Okay, Clint. Okay, they're all coming in now. Welcome to my machine. Have you been hearing all this crap with the copycat channel? Jesus Christ, desperation with a capital D underlined in neon. My stepdaughter walks into the room to ask my girlfriend if the e-bike was... No, I want to talk about this, you know. Was Frankie got some guilt? No, I have no guilt. What? She walks in the room to ask my girlfriend about the e-bike, and they make a big thing. Oh, Frank's going around photographing young girls, and she happens to be 30 years old. And some guy makes a lame comment. Well, that's a 40-year difference. So what does that mean? A 40-year difference? I know her age. What is it? Am I pursuing her or something? Is something sexual going on with one of Gilda's children? I mean, Jesus Christ. Now begging for donations in Central America, he says. A big dog. Oh. I don't know how anybody can live these lives, you know, and they're not settled in anywhere at all. I just, I don't know. I don't have that energy anymore. In fact, lately, I don't have any much energy at all this past week. I don't know. I just haven't had the energy. You see one beach, you see another. I went to one yesterday, and, you know, it wasn't, I've been there before, but I don't know. You see one beach, you see them all, but I guess that's not really an accurate statement, because there are places in this country that have some really beautiful beaches and with a little bit different geography, shall I say. Nice coves and nice waterfalls in some areas too. There's some nice waterfalls to see, but that's waterfalls. But I think the beaches, I don't know. I think they're overplayed out here. You know, the beaches are overplayed. There are nice beaches, yeah, and I got them right here, but a little bit overplayed, I think. And I think there has to be more in the country than their beaches. And, you know, they're saying life is a beach. No, life is not a beach. And a lot of people that thought all this was really attractive in another country, I like to sit there at the beach in the sun with an umbrella drink in their hand. But that gets played out. You could do the tropical thing so long and play it out to your friends and neighbors back in the States or whatever, or country you came from. And, you know, but seriously speaking, even if you got stranded on a fucking island, you want to blow your brains out after a while. If that's all you got is the beaches, you know, that would get played out. But then it would be all this survival. You got to hunt for your own food, and it would not be a great experience for anybody who's ever been, say, stranded on an island. They couldn't wait to get off the freaking island. You know, they didn't want to see another beach the rest of their life. And I don't blame them in a way. I do love the ocean. I do love the beaches, but it's so easy to get to one. I just do a relatively short walk. You know, beaches are good maybe to walk for exercise near the water. Maybe you'll catch a breeze or something. No, I do love the ocean, but sometimes even that gets played out. Unless you're really involved with ocean activities, you're a swimmer, I don't know, you're a diver, you know, fisherman or whatever. But I know what goes into that water. I mean, I know that they dump shit off the ferries all the time. They're not supposed to, but they do. Now just imagine this. The ferry route, let's say from here to Hagnaya, and they follow a certain route. Imagine what's underneath. If you had a diver go down there, just take the same path that the ferry does. What the hell is underneath that water? That would be interesting to see. You know, it's no different in Hawaii. They did not respect the ocean in Hawaii.
The Hawaiians, they respect everything good, the whales, the sharks, the family, ohana, the neighborhoods, nai. Uh, I've seen it with my own eyes. They didn't respect their own beaches. They go out drinking, bottle caps would be all over the place, empty bottles. And they would complain about the mainlanders, but I think the mainlanders showed more respect for the aina, the land in Hawaii, than the actual Hawaiians did. And I've seen that with my own eyes. I don't know. I just don't think most people respect the environment at all anyway, really. But yeah, garbage strewn everywhere. For example, if you come off the highway to go to where I live, that's where a lot of us will deposit our sacks of trash. Nice, entry to look at that. And the dogs or whatever. Even the Filipinos go to the garbage to see if something of value in there. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. Or if the dogs or cats don't get it. So a lot of these bags get ripped open and there's all trash all over that side of the road. I'm thinking, oh, gee, what a great entry for my road is to have all the trash in front like that. Yeah. I mean, what a statement that makes, really. I've just come to the conclusion that this kind of behavior is not going to stop. But then you have to also understand that when there's no trash receptacles around, like in modern cities, and have trash service that provide trash receptacles, this is what you're going to have. I mean, they got to do something with their garbage, right? Not everybody's going to carry a sack around in their hands, and every time they got to dispose of something, a wrapper or a bottle or a can of soda or something, they're going to carry a sack around because they're so environmentally conscious, that it's never going to happen. But even in front of my house, I go out there with a litter stick and I pick up stuff too. It doesn't have to be on my property. It's just out there near a field. People throw their wrappers and all kinds of stuff there. And if you allow it to be there, it gives them the incentive to throw more shit there because, well, we've already got a bunch of litter there, they figure. Mm-hmm. And why shouldn't I? They're thinking, throw my trash there too. Go look at all the bushes around. You're going to find a lot of trash in there. People that don't want to go there. But there is a dump site. There is a dump site out here you can go to. We have a service that does come along like a couple times a week. And they'll pretty much instruct people, because they used to try to do this thing, put your trash in front of your house. They'll come by and get it. But instead, they said, just put it near the beginning of the road, near the highway. And they come and get it. But then all the leftover stuff that came out of the bags, nobody rakes it up into a pile and puts it in a bag of trash. That all remains there. But I do notice that, I don't know if it's this Asian thing that wears off with some people, some expats out here, but I'm kind of hearing it in their voices. I'm hearing what they say on their shows. And it's almost like they're trying to convince themselves that it's such a wonderful place out here, when they're feeling maybe it's not, but they got the woman, they maybe have some biological children from them, and they remain to stay. But what forces them to stay is, the high prices in the country they came from. And that's another reason they stay. And I totally understand it. I really don't know how anybody survives in America. Or United States, period. I just don't understand. How could inflation go so high and people how could they stay there? Whether they have relatives, whether they are just, so in love with the state or country they came from, how do you stay and just barely survive in that country when inflation is so high
that it's a luxury to buy a loaf of bread or a dozen eggs or something. It gets to that point. Or to buy a good steak, fast food place, and spend over fast food meal. I don't know how they. I just don't know how. But don't get me wrong, it's getting expensive here too. I see the prices all the time going up on items. But it is what it is. If you like being here, you stay. If you don't, which is a message that all these people should have. If they are finding that much fault with this country, just place too. Okay, I better go. I'm not having much dialogue here. You're lucky I'm actually doing a live here, but I thought I'd bring up a few things on here. The desperados out here is absolutely ridiculous. It's so embarrassing even to listen to some of these shows or what they write in the comment sections. How they try to find fault with somebody and make up shit that doesn't exist. But as I said, 2025, the year ain't over yet, and I have my own predictions about a few people on here. Got my own predictions. Let's see if they come through. Yeah, let's do that. And see if I was right after all. Morning. Okay, proof of life, and I wanted to do this on my last show, but proof of life, and what's actually required for Social Security to know that you're actually still alive. You're in your 60s, you're in your 70s, or whatnot. Maybe you're in your 80s. Just don't require an audience right here, but you can certainly leave your comments afterwards. Proof of life with Social Security. You could easily be said that if you're making deposits in your American bank account, that Social Security knows that you're taking this money out. But there's some controversy on that. Does Social Security know that the money that's being deposited in your American bank account is being taken out? Do they have any way of knowing? I spoke to a bank one time, and I think they gave me some answer to that, which was not on the positive side, that maybe they don't know. But there has to be, I'm thinking, because remember, after a while, Social Security, proof of life, they want to know you're still alive and that the checks they're sending or depositing electronically to your account, you would automatically think that they would assume that you're still alive. But that's not always the case, because you can jeopardize yourself by not showing them proof of life. And I think it's just a very misunderstood thing on this proof of life thing. You would think that Social Security knows that the checks that they're depositing in your American bank account is being utilized by the recipient. And I'd like to get some opinions on that and what you think on that, because I think as you get older, Social Security figures, well, you're either dead or, we want to make sure that we're not sending checks to a bank account where the person is no longer. But then you also think that, the U.S. Embassy would know this. And therefore the Social Security would cut off your checks. I mean, that makes more sense to me. Because if you pass away here in another country, Philippines or otherwise, one way or the other, Social Security is going to know about it. Well, you would think they would anyway. And I'm not with 100% certainty,
But normally that's the way it works. That the U.S. Embassy has to be informed, and that they'll just cut off payments to your bank account. I don't know. In a perfect world, maybe that's what would happen. But definitely get your opinions on this one. If you happen to be living in another country and you have an American bank account, oh, you could go listen to Jim's whatever adventures. You know, he talks about that. Well, he talks about different stuff related to that. But I don't think there's any definitive answer. And the proof of life, there is a form that you can fill out. I don't know how you could do that directly online. It may require more information or proof or what have you. I got to look more into that. But to make the assumption that you're getting your checks every month in your American account, the Social Security is totally aware that you're still alive, otherwise, but do they really monitor your U.S. bank account to see if their checks are being spent? That's a good question. So if anybody has any input on this, I'm perfectly willing to hear your opinion on that. I would think that somehow they know. And as I said, the U.S. Embassy, no matter what country you're living in, if you died, your death has to be reported one way or another to the U.S. Embassy. And by doing so, I would imagine that other governmental agencies, such as the Social Security Administration, would know about this. So your opinions are definitely welcome on here, either during this show or afterwards. That's fine. But I've heard a lot of varied opinions on this. And it is something you have to think about because they can cut you off at any moment's time. Now, for example, some people say, well, don't let the Social Security know that you're living in another country. I don't think that makes a difference. But you would think a very elementary thought that the government knows pretty much everything. That they know that your checks are being cashed, or your electronic deposits are going into your bank, and you're taking that money out to survive on. And you would think that there is some interrelationship between the banks and Social Security, that they would actually know this information. And I've heard people talk about this, but they're not really clarifying this very much. The proof of life, some people say that that's something that Social Security says, that we want to see proof of life. But by simply having an American bank account, is the Social Security actually aware that you are indeed still alive? Now, for example, I moved, and my mail account was closed for the particular post office I dealt with well before I moved. And my brother took over at that time that P.O. box. So for all I know, there could have been notices in there pertaining to Social Security. Well, it might be asking that region. Criminals will always find a loophole. Look at Frisbee. He's incarcerated for over 2 years. His disability should have been stopped. Well, yes, I have to agree with you on that. I really don't know what's happening with that, because he could be in a lot more trouble than he's already in, because he's been collecting disability for a long time and he's been incarcerated. That's a reason to throw him off his disability and make him liable again for something else, to have to pay somebody. And that would amount to quite a bit of money since he's been in the Philippines, or during any particular time or reason that his Social Security was cut off. Of course, he made a lot of claims that he wasn't getting it, but then he'd slip quite often, saying, hey, my check came in or something or whatever. But then again, if his lips are moving, the situation on that. But what is your opinion on this? Do you really have to show proof of life to Social Security in America, or the very fact that you have an active bank account in America and you're obviously taking money out? Would Social Security know this? Would they be aware of that? Is all this a lot of hype that you have to show a proof of life or submit a proof of life form? Now, especially if you do an electronic transfer, okay, you would think that would be okay, other than you receiving a check in the mail every month. So, as I said, opinions are welcome on this. I'm open to that. Because I'm hearing people talking about, oh, Jim in the Philippines, whatever, mouthed off again about this and that. And you don't get a lot of factual information necessarily from his show. But since he brought it up, I'm bringing it up on here. The very fact alone that checks are being deposited in your American account, there has to be some, well, you would think anyway, there has to be some notation somehow to Social Security that these checks are just not going into thin air, that they're not making payments. And yes, there will be some people who will play with the system. Filipino spouses or girlfriends, long after you're dead, if they got your password, they could be collecting Social Security every month. And I'm sure a lot of them have done that. And many have gotten away for quite a period of time before Social Security figured this out. And how would this person be liable for that money if they don't know who it is that's taking this money out of your account? How would they know? Until it actually stops and there's suspicion, they'll cut the account off to the person who's using that ATM machine to collect your money. So yeah, I'm sure there's been people who've gotten into plenty of trouble with that. But realistically, this does go on here in the Philippines and other countries. So you have a spouse or you have a girlfriend or friend or whatever that, whatever reason, they have your ATM number, they have your passcode. They can take that card over, put it in the machine, and every month, and collect that money. And maybe they think that Social Security is not aware of this. But as I said, the U.S. Embassy does get information if there's been a death, as a perfect example, from that person that's receiving the money. They would get that information. You certainly would think they would. Regent says, do you have to do anything annually to prove you're alive? I would assume filing an annual tax return might be enough. Well, if you're not making a set amount of money, you don't even have to file a tax return. If you're living off your Social Security, my brother did that for years. He made so much money he did not have to report it all. He was on Medicare, everything, and it's a certain amount of money you have to make. It's just like on YouTube. A lot of people have shows are making a lot of money on here unless they make a certain amount. They may not have to pay anything to United States. If they're from the United States, anyway. They may not have to pay anything to United States, to the tax people. You have to do an annual to prove it. Yeah, if you're filing an annual tax return, but what if you're not in a position to do that you really don't owe any taxes? And a lot of people don't understand, if they have a good YouTube channel, and they're actually making money, you have to understand something. You're giving information to YouTube, as far as your Social Security number and stuff, and tax, that this would be noted. So you're not only, I think, paying local tax here, but you're paying your U.S. tax. They are aware if you're making money on YouTube. But I think a lot of you on my show don't have their own shows and are not monetized, and as well as I'm not monetized. So there's really no way of knowing. But everything is tied in, even with the U.S. Embassy. They know more about you than you think they do. And the simple fact of having a U.S. bank account, well, you would think that Social Security would know that you're still alive. Okay, I didn't know that, but you yourself, you're not required to show proof annually you're alive. Well, they generally want you to put in a proof of life form, and I'm trying to get a hold of that form. You could get it online, just to be careful, making the assumption that Social Security is aware that you're alive simply because they're depositing money in your account, and thinking that Social Security knows that you're cashing this money out from your bank account. That you think it would be knowledge for Social Security, but not necessarily. Yeah, yes, I'm alive. Well, There's a lot of people that are dead and their spouses are collecting Social Security too. And what kind of ramifications it has on them. They've gotten away for years, but I just can't see how Social Security is not going to know that you've been deceased. And maybe even your bank would not even know. I mean, I would know. Somebody's collecting that money, right? Okay, they want to know where it's going. And how many of these women could go to their ATM machine with a disguise on or something and punch in your number long after you're dead and take out your money. But I don't think it works that way. They will get suspicious once, the U.S. embassies, they have the reports that you have passed on. You could also ask yourself, where's Fazio's AdSense and everything going to? But since he hasn't been on, I think there's a limit of 2 years on YouTube. Your channel goes down if there's been actually no activity on your channel. So, is Daisy getting it? I don't know. I mean, that's a good question. What about any residual income, from Fazio's shows are still on there, as I understand. But I think after 2 years, YouTube will shut your channel down. What's that? Counterflow says, I never received the letter. I received the second one, so I waited to go back to Christmas to send it in. Okay, Regent says, if your partner had access to everything, I'm sure they can keep the checks coming for a while before anyone... Yeah, I imagine so. Counterflow says it's a shame that U.S. Embassy doesn't handle it, only if your Social Security is stopped for some reason. Well, like, Barry being incarcerated. If he really, was getting his Social Security checks all this time, you would think by now that the Social Security Administration would know through the U.S. Embassy that he's been incarcerated for the past 2+ years. And that would automatically be a cutoff, is my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong. I think, yeah, well, you can get away. I think somebody can get away with that after a while, but, why chance it? Sometimes you get the spouses of a Filipino who say, well, hey, yeah, go use this every month. I'm not telling Social Security I'm dead. Well, you're not telling anybody you're dead because you're dead. But through the U.S. Embassy, that would be knowledge that would be given out to different agencies. Regis says there has to be a way they know. Too many people would take it. Well, there are people taking advantage, and not just in Philippines. It's in America, too. You ever hear these stories where... these are real stories, too. I'm not making them up. There's my 13 on there. I'm not making them up. There has been cases you've seen on the news in the past where nobody reported the death of their spouse, and they just either buried them in the yard or something and made people think that they were still alive, especially if they didn't have a lot of friends and nobody really bothered there to come over to visit them. They wouldn't know anything, whether their spouse is actually passed on or not. But when it starts getting to a real high age, in the high 80s and 90s, yeah, Social Security is going to get suspicious. They're going to want to know, is this guy still alive or this woman still alive? And they might investigate into that. But yeah, there's people who have actually done that and took that chance. It's hard to believe, but Counterflow says, region exactly, but they can possibly grab 11 months worth if the proof of life was just sent in, and I croak. Yeah, I would imagine they can get away with that. They can take your card and go to your machine and, for another year, whatever, be collecting money. But I think that if they got suspicion from this, they could have somebody waiting at an ATM machine at the same day that you're normally taking it out and have some officials of the Philippines take you in. And I don't know how that works, man, if they even do that. They could have a little sneaky, a little covert operation going on. Maybe Social Security got word and said, we want to find out who's taking that money out of the account. That could happen. That could happen. I'm not saying it can happen. But sometimes I listen to people's shows and they have an interesting topic. And I was listening to Jim, who's not my favorite person, but
Mr. Jabbermouth, and has something to say about it because he's an expert on everything Philippines and relationships and all, like most people are all experts out here. What they have to put a show on every day and talk about something, they want to keep the flow going, the algorithms and all that stuff, and they want to make that money. And yes, they will repeat themselves often about the same topic matter and just do it differently. That's commonplace on here. But yeah, that would be taking a chance to do something like that. Council, I'd like to switch back to a U.S. bank because there is no interest rates here. I'm losing millions each month. Millions? Come on now, counterflow. Millions? A little bit of exaggeration, counterflow. I didn't think you were that way. I thought you were an honest viewer of mine. I would keep a U.S. bank account and have a local account too to put money into. Both. Well, that's what we do anyway. But I have multiple Philippines accounts here because they only insure you from 500,000. So I know you're kidding, yeah. Well, who knows? Just some rich people out there. Who knows? Maybe we got a few rich viewers out there losing millions. I don't think you'd be losing millions or be in a position if you're that smart to make millions. I don't think you'd be that dumb to lose millions. It takes a lot of brain power to earn millions to begin with. How are you going to send it to Social Security? What are we going to do? Get the form and send it over, $75 over the Social Security Express mail? I believe they wanted it somehow online or something. I'll tell you what, getting even my account online for Social Security is difficult. But I usually need my laptop to do that. And that's not working properly, my laptop. I mean, I've even tried setting up a Social Security account online to monitor things and stuff like that, but unsuccessfully. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but doing it on my phone was difficult. I just got to get the laptop, revamp the whole thing down to factory spec or something in there. Just clean everything out of there like I do start over on there. I think that's what I might do, except I have some very interesting videos on there that I want to keep. I'd have to transfer them. So, but you guys are not even living in this country, a lot of you all, so you're not dealing with this. But yes, the older you get, Social Security gets suspicious. And they go by the average life expectancy and so forth. So they'll make up these rules and things that they expect you to follow. There's a lot of us, we do depend on our Social Security. If that got cut off, we'd be actually screwed. Well, many would be screwed if they don't have any money in a local account, but we're okay with that. But that would still affect us. Absolutely, it would affect everybody. Proof of life. Proof of life. Does anybody have proof that you need to send in a proof of life form? That's what I want to know. Are your banks reporting somehow, or does Social Security, that is a key question, know that you're alive by the very fact that they are depositing money in your account and you are withdrawing that money from your account? What is your opinion on that? Okay, 7162, Philippines. Hello, Philippines. The form number is 7162. I don't wait for it to arrive. I print it out, then send it FedEx every July. Okay, well, that's a good idea. I'm going to have to do that, whether I like it or not. It's worth the expenditure rather than getting cut off. I'll have to print out that form. In fact, I'll find it again today. I've seen the form, but I never printed it out. At the time, the copier wasn't working, but it's working now. SSA 7162. And I forgot. I've seen the form. I forgot what kind of information they're asking. A lot of people said, well, don't even tell anybody you're living out of the country. That don't really make a difference. They know. Because, you know, your bank account here in the Philippines, they take your social security number. Okay. Obviously, I have a bank account or plural bank accounts here in the Philippines. They have to take your social security number. So the U.S. does know that you're living here in the Philippines, one way or the other. There's a requirement on your ID. They want to take your, because they'll report stuff of taxes you owe or whatever. They'll report to the United States. I got cut off one time, I think 3 months to get it restarted. Yeah, that could be a problem. That could be a problem. It's like, do you really want to open up a can of worms by sending in a report either? I mean, you know, if you're good with the status quo, but you can't really think that way, you know. I think it's probably better just to send in the form. As I said, you know, my address in Hawaii is the last address they know, and I assume, and I would not be surprised if they're sending it. Well, not really, because our account, P.O. Box account, was canceled at that post office. So I don't know if there's any Social Security mail that's coming to there and is being sent back over. They could assume that maybe he died or something or whatever. So that's kind of an interesting thought. That's the present tenant. Well, I don't know. He wouldn't have the same P.O. Box number. He wouldn't be getting material from anywhere for me. Whoever has got my P.O. Box number, they might. But I think, you know, my brother actually was using that P.O. Box number too when he was alive. And so all the mail came through, but not mine, because I got cut off on any mail on there. I took my name off the P.O. Box and he just kept it. So realistically, the mail would be coming to his P.O. Box number, but not to me, because I did cut that off and basically told the bank that, hey, you know, I'm moving out of country, whatever. Not the bank, but the post office. You know, one time, 3 months though to get it started. Yeah, I guess you got to just obey the rules and do what you have to do. I'll probably print up that form today and go over it and print it out. And they want that notarized, or what did they ask from you? They want you to go get this form notarized? What did you have to do? I would imagine you'd have to notarize the Philippines. Tell them I'm alive and well. I'm alive and well. I know, it's like, why take the chance of not doing that? Only signed by a witness. Oh, okay. Well, the witness could be a notary. It doesn't cost that much for a notary. If you have to spend 500 pesos, some will charge 1,000. But it's worth it. Well, your notary could be the witness. Hey, I'm alive, you know. This is who I am. Here's my birth certificate. Here's whatever information they need to the notary. I mean, I would go that far. I think it'd be a good idea to go that far and do that. It's no big thing for Modi. Gilda can sign. I can witness that Frank is still alive. Okay. But she has to show proof of who she is. I don't know. It's like an endless thing. Yeah, I would probably suggest that those that are planning to move here or are of senior age and or do live here, that they would actually do that. I'll be working on that. I've seen this before. I mean, I've looked it up. I just never, laziness, whatever, or the machine wasn't working in a copy. I just never printed it up. And I should have just went to the local outfit I used to go to have things printed up for me. It's just pure laziness, but that laziness could get you into trouble. Yeah. All right. Put that in my note box of something to do. I'll look up that form today again, and I will make a copy of that form. If I remember correctly, there was something I don't know, was there several pages of that form? It was kind of confusing when I looked it up. There was something else on there too. It's been a while since I've looked it up. And what else you got to do? Show a picture in a newspaper or something with the date on it or something? How much do they want to know? But seriously, I mean, the U.S. Embassy knows whether you're alive or dead here. Remember, if you have a bank account, you have to provide your social security number. They know if there's activity in your account or not, or accounts, plural. I have my SSA deposited in BPI passbook account. I'm the only one that can access in person. Counterflow says, at Philippines, I agree 100%. I download and send when I visit there once a year. 2 pages only, instructions and signing paper. Okay, what's worth doing? Instead of delaying, there's a lot of people that depend totally on their Social Security checks and don't have any backup money. That'll put them in a world of hurt. But Barry Jordan collecting, if he still is, I mean, I really don't know how he's living. Because if he's still collecting, his woes are just starting. Because once he gets deported, and he will get deported, he's already got a summary deportation, a real one, that's still active, and one day he will be deported to go back to the United States. Is he going to go back to a worse situation where he has no income at all because he's been cut off? Yeah, that is something to think about. And if I was in his situation, that is something to think about. He'd have to work again, but he said he can't work. Well, shit. He could fuck, he could ride a motorcycle for 100 miles, he could work. Go back to what he does best, a pancake house, and flip waffles. Make an honest man of him. If that's even remotely possible. But he doesn't comply. Remember Barry's little entitlement graphics on one of his community pages. I don't comply, I don't blah, 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 blah. That's very true. No, he doesn't. That's why he's in the trouble he's in, all self-made. He's a made man. He's a made man, a self-made man. So what would happen to him if he got totally cut off when he gets transferred back, well, gets sent back to America? Wow. That would be a really shitty situation for him. Now, for all I know, he could be cut off all this time, but the question is, if he is cut off, where is he getting money to eat outside of what they feed you in the prison? I don't think Barry could handle that slop, but then again, some of the shit that he'd buy from himself or order from Grab was a bunch of slop when you think about it. It wasn't very healthy. He'll either lose weight in jail or he's going to gain more weight from inactivity. It's one or the other. He's not in a real good position right now, I'll tell you that. The sad thing is, for him, Gordon, you want to call it sad or deserved, but it's like more to come. It's only really beginning for him when you really think about it. Sorry, I got the hiccups. Oh, jeez. Okay. Listen, grasshopper. Grasshopper. I can't focus on this thing. Hello, little grasshopper. I'll make sure I do that today. Doesn't take much of a task to copy it and print this. In my time, I could just fill it out. And you say Federal Express will work, but today, the question I have for you, did they notify you somehow that it has been received? Do you get a return receipt? And how would you get that in the Philippines, wherever you are? How would you get that? You know, you can't trust the mail system out here at all. Well, snail mail you can't. Even registered mail, or express mail rather, it takes a long time, even locally, to get to somebody. It could take a week or more for somebody locally to get any kind of express mail. That has been my experience. You got to follow the FedEx tracking. Yeah, okay, that's easy enough to do. Because my college, this has been going on for a few months now, is supposed to send me my fresh diploma. And this was tracked all the way to Mandawi. And it still hasn't arrived here. And they're pulling out their hair over there saying, well, you know, we sent it, you know, check with the Mandawi FedEx and blah, 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 blah. And where is it? It's, you know, express mail. But I'll tell you what, it was nice enough for the institution to send us and not charge me for it. I mean, that's amazing in itself. Because when I have to get a new card or something from the bank, it's at least $75 or something they'll deduct from my account for the service. But at least they'll do that for you. Now, recently they wanted to get an update on me, where I'm living and all that stuff, you know. They said, you're fine, you know, you're a union, you're a credit union member. As long as you have that X amount of money in your savings account, that's what holds your, it doesn't matter how much you have in it. If you're just taking out your Social Security all the time, you have zero in there, which I do. I just use that for my Social Security. You're still a credit union member. And maybe they're not making no money off you. But actually they are, really. I'll write them again. Say, hate to bother you, but they said, well, you know, last time I did, you'll have to check with the FedEx. And I checked it all the way to Mandawi. It didn't go beyond Mandawi, and I don't understand why that didn't happen. I got to see who receives it here where I live. That's what I have to check, you know. You know, you think you're living in a whole different planet, nevertheless, you know, a different country out here. You talk about things moving slow. It's almost like Philippines don't exist when it comes to the mail system. I remember when I met this gal out there when I got home and I sent a little coffee cup and a picture on it and whatever, trinket type thing, you know. And it was like 8 months later, this package came back and the cup was broken into 1,000 pieces. She never received it. So you can't trust the mail system out here. Either the employee's not doing their job or it's just a bureaucracy. I don't know. You can call SSA to confirm receipt, but that's the whole thing. Even when I lived locally in America, calling SS Social Security was almost impossible. They never answered their phones. There's just too many people calling in. You'd have to go to a local office to do that. Then you have a waiting time over there. Even in Hawaii, it was a big waiting time. A lot of people in that room. It wasn't a big place. It was right in the mall. But I want to know I can do this stuff by mail and not have to go all the way back to the United States at some point. If I'm able to, you know, and actually take care of that kind of business. But I'm not going to do it that way. Yeah, call them. That's kind of a joke, really. Call them. Shit. How much data would you use on your phone to wait on the line for an hour or two? And then you might have found the same experience I had. When you wait in line with somebody for a long time and then all of a sudden you get disconnected and you say, fuck, how long I've been waiting on the line for them to pick up? Your waiting time will be 2 hours and 15 minutes. And who's going to sit on the phone for 2 hours and 15 minutes? I mean, realistically, you know. Good morning. Who would actually sit on the phone for 2 hours? I don't think anybody would. My opinion, anyway. I don't know if I should have any of this. This is not good. I already had my breakfast, so I have half. Gilda just bought this little squeezer, a little metal gadget. Not a big juicing machine or nothing. This is only like 145 pesos. Just got delivered. Because every time I want to put lemon in my drink, I'll just squeeze it in my hand and all the seeds would come out of it and all that. Unless I use a strainer. It's this gadget. It's made of metal, but I don't know how long it'll last. But I've already used it this morning. Worked like a charm. Squeeze every bit of lemon juice out of that. And I take the lemon juice because that'll help dissolve any potential stones that might be building up again. I don't want to go through that again. Okay, anyway, this is a little addendum to this morning's show. I will definitely look into that today. Forget about calling him. That ain't going to happen. I've been down that road before. You're not going to get through with Social Security. I mean, even just to talk to them. I have a hard time just even setting up my website, Social Security. But I have to do that on my laptop, really. There's a big difference what you can do on your laptop and what you can't or could do on your cell phone. Okay, that's about all I have to say on that. Thanks for the input. You're kind of encouraging me to get on this right away. Anything that can be complicated can get complicated, and you don't want to cut yourself off on that. It's a hassle. It's always better off to go directly to the office, but I'm kind of a long distance away, and right now I can't leave the country. Thanks to some real swell Filipina. Create a My Social Security online. Yeah, I know. I tried doing that, Hugo. I don't know why I have all these problems. I don't know why, but I do. I tried, my own bank. Now, I don't know. Are you guys now aware that Skype has stopped? Are you guys aware of that? There's supposed to be some alternative account. But I would use Skype to call people, There's other applications, I know it, but and to check in my account, see what the balance is or whatever, or see when it came. For all I know, it could have came already. Today's really the 3rd in America. Now, what is it here today? Yeah, okay. And normally I would probably get it tomorrow. But according to how the days fall on the weekend or whatever, you can get your remittance earlier. I'll try that again. I tell you, it's really hard to do it with my phone. I had better luck doing stuff like this on my computer. I think what I'm going to do today, I don't know, I think I'm going to just get rid of everything on my computer, on my laptop. Set it back to, to factory specs, whatever I have to do. Magic Jack is the best. Yeah, I've heard about that for years. So it will work here in the Philippines, huh, Magic Jack? Do you have to pay monthly on that, or you just buy the device, or... It's been a long time since I've heard anybody talk about Magic Jack. I've considered ordering that. I just didn't know if it would actually work, if I'd be wasting my money or not. You know people that are using it in the Philippines or other countries, So I don't know, it's like a jack that you just plug in, but it's got to be more than that. I know they've been around for quite a while. Going back a lot of years, I've always heard of Magic Jack. You might have other options too at other companies, but offering similar devices, but I will give that consideration too. Because I did pay monthly. I did pay a very small fee for my Skype. I don't know, $4 a month or whatever. It's whatever you want to put into it, really, I think. You can use Magic Jack on your cell phone. Okay. I will check into that too, sir. See how I get information on here. Okay, well, second time you're hearing from me today. I think I've used up my time and your time. Thanks for the input on that. Request a benefit verification letter once a year. Yeah, and that's the thing too. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. For whatever reason, I may need to have a benefit letter to prove that I have an income. And only benefit letter I have goes back, way back, and it doesn't reflect what I'm making on my Social Security right now. It's not an updated form. Another good one. Another good one. Yeah. Do you think they'd actually send? Well, you'd have to go to the Social Security website to verify anything, I guess. They're not going to send you an email. Okay, here's a PDF or whatever of your, this is what you make on your benefit. Your letter comes every June. See, I wouldn't know because I don't no longer have a post office account in America. I don't have that. I smell. Oh, you're making ham. Oh, they love that. Smells good, but I had my eggs and what did I have this morning? I had my eggs and what did I have with that this morning? Oh, I had sweet potatoes, which was healthy. Yeah, I did something right. I gotta ask your mom if she fed the dogs yet. I don't think she did. Where's my glasses? I'm not sure if she did. All right, here we go. Ask her. Because we got some sweet potatoes for the dog. We feed him sweet potatoes too every now and then. Philippi says it always takes my post office 3 months to deliver mine. I'm not dead letter. Okay, I'm not dead letter. Yeah, but the question is, Philippines, don't you think that they know that you're alive if you have a U.S. bank account, especially a credit union? Don't you think they know you're alive because they're depositing that money in your account and you're spending that money, you're withdrawing that money? You don't think that's an indication that they know you're actually receiving your... Did they eat?
Yeah.
Oh, they ate already. You gave them some sweet potatoes in there too? Good. All right, that's good. Okay. It always takes me... Okay. Well, yeah, everything takes long. I'm going to tell you, here in the Philippines, I mean, it's absurd to get anything done in any specific time, but you're hoping to get it. It just never happens. You'll be dead before you can get some shit done or receive something, You wait that long. Oh, another hot day it's going to be today. I'll take care of it. I better do it this morning. Now, we went down to this resort thing yesterday, and I was kind of reluctant, especially when we went after 1 in the afternoon. I'm like, I don't know, should I go down here? I mean, I've been there before. It wasn't that exciting to me, and should I really go? I don't even go in the damn water, get leptospirosis or go. I'm more aware of that kind of shit, because I know a little about the environment here in the Philippines. I'm very careful about it. I mean, who likes getting sick? I don't like getting sick. Oh, of course they know we're alive. It's just, so you think, I mean, the direct question is, Philippines, because you get money deposited in your account, and because you're withdrawing that money, you're saying that Social Security somehow knows this? Because I think I talked to the bank one time, if I remember correctly. And they might have said something, if I remember correctly, it's a long time ago, that the bank has nothing to do with Social Security. They just, you just receive that money in the account. But they have to know, because let's say a lot of money in your savings account or something. You're going to pay taxes on something, right? And you would think that Social Security would know. It's just an antiquated process, you're saying. Well, if they do know, then why should you have to send it a proof of life form? All right, so what you're saying is, I just want to get this straight. You're saying is, if you have an American bank account where you receive your Social Security, then they know you're alive. They know somehow that you're alive because money is being withdrawn from your account. Would that be correct? Just more of a straight off answer. And a lot of people don't check into this kind of stuff, and I think that's important, especially those that are very dependent on their Social Security. They may not have another pension or something, you know, or they may not have money in a bank as a backup or something like that, you know. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think that is worth looking into. Yeah. You know, why take the chance? But yeah, as I said, I'll copy it today. I'll go and get that form. I'll go online and get that form, and we'll copy it up, and I'll spend some time. You're assuming based on withdrawals. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They must know you're withdrawing money, because let's say your bank account was closed for some reason, and their electronic deposits were coming back or something, right? They're going to stop your Social Security because they have nowhere to deposit the money. Say you close your bank account, or somebody in your family said, no, this party died, there's no more bank account. You know, they're not going to be sending it anymore. That's one way. Okay, well, I'll do it the old-fashioned way. I'll make a copy and I'll fill it out, and I'll send it over to them. Just, you know, not to take a chance. Philippines says your money goes to an intermediary bank, Mela, in the USA for converting and transferring to a Philippines bank. Well, I'm not transferring anything to a Philippines bank here. Okay, I'm getting it in America. In Hawaii, in fact. And by the way, you are protected. Your money is protected on Social Security to a degree. And people that know this, people will talk about, oh yeah, you got this civil thing going for X amount of money. And no, a bank, for your information, just to let you know, if you're cashing your money, they will have a 2-month protection period in American banks. There's a safety switch here, you know, where 2 months, if you have anything, if somebody wanted to garnish your Social Security, which normally it's not straightforward. If you left your money in a bank and you had a 2-month period, you don't have to withdraw anything from your bank at all. They can't touch it. But after the 2-month period, they can go in there and they can garnish, but they can only garnish 15%. That's it. Now, if you're taking your money out every month, there's nothing left in it. There's nothing to garnish. Period. You are protected in your bank accounts when it comes to Social Security, to a point. Now, if you had extra money you're putting in there, they're going to go after that. If you're going to throw money into your savings account, which I don't do in America, they can go after that. Because any money that's sitting there, they will get access to. But yes, you have 2 months protection in your bank account in America. I don't know how other countries work it, but I know in America, your Social Security is protected from any garnishment. So that you know. If you didn't know, you know. But it's not like something I haven't spoken about before. They cannot garnish your account straightforward. But if you're stupid enough to leave money in your account, and most people do withdraw all their money from their Social Security so they could live out here in the Philippines or whatever country they're living in, it will be to your advantage to, well, take the money out. That's So intermediary bank, Mellon, I never heard. And you know how much you pay on those ATMs, bud? Guy, I haven't exactly calculated the fees, but let's just say that you have to go to your bank account, let's see, 1,000, you're being charged a lot of different service charges. So you go in there again, you want to get your full 20,000 for the day. So you're limited to 20,000. Unless you have a local bank, like I do, you could pull 50,000 out a day. But when you're working on an ATM machine, they're only allowed 2 withdrawals a day, maximum at 10,000 per draw, times 2, that's 20,000. That's all you're allowed for the day, and they will charge you up your ass. I came in midstream, so you're saying your money goes into a USA account. This true, you don't need SSA 7162. That's what I'm trying to find out. Okay, that's what I'm trying to find out. A straight up answer here. Yes, it goes into a US account. And you know this for sure. Do you really think, I mean, not to take a chance, that I should file that? Really? I don't know. You could be a troll and telling me not to do this, and then I get cut off. I mean, look, I'm sorry, but I have a certain percentage of mistrust for people that come on my show and give me all these answers and stuff, and they set me wrong. Pardon me on that, but I have to be very careful with misinformation. I think you understand that by now with my show. You want to go out here, girls? Come on. I gotta be careful. And you know the history of me on here. Yeah, I can't always take somebody's word. I take things for granted sometimes, but I gotta be careful. But I think you're one of my good subscribers, right? Right? Okay, we'll keep that. Okay. That even more makes me want to do it. As I said, no offense to you, but I did ask the question, and you have been answering it. Some people have been giving me some feedback on there. I've taken a lot of things that I thought were true here on YouTube from commenters that turned out not to be true, like somebody's dead when they're not dead, or whatever the situation might be. I think you understand me being very careful. I don't think you'll hold that against me. But I gotta be careful. I'm gonna show you something that's pretty gross about living in the Philippines. I'm gonna show you something. I do use this stuff. Deep cleanser on my face. Even though you think you washed your face, I'm gonna show you something. That just came off. That's just on my face and nose and forehead. This is what's in the air out here. Gross, yes, I know. I'm doing it right now as I'm talking to you. Behind my ears, my face, my forehead. And that's what you get. See my card here. I gotta renew that too. Half a pack or so a day. That's it. People saying I smoke 3 packs a day. No, I don't. All right, you're saying I definitely don't need to do it. Okay, I'll take your word on that, but not totally. Well, you can say, Frank, don't ask if you don't want an answer, but you got to understand, a boy's got to be careful, yeah. In all consideration, no offense. But yeah, this is what the shit that comes off my face. And it's only morning, so it goes to show you how nasty it can be out here. Even though you've showered and you've washed your face, you get a lot of oil buildup too, and you're not getting everything off your face. Gross, huh? That's a reality. Live with it if you're going to be living out here.
Even on the island, you know, people burn shit all the time. There's a lot of pollutants in the atmosphere here. Okay, anyway, I got to get off here. Already took care of my breakfast, so I don't know. I like eggs, but you know, Philippines, can you really renew your ACR card with the hold? No, I don't think I could. I'm gonna have to take care of everything when it comes time. I'm gonna have to take care of everything, penalties, whatever, all that stuff. Just like Barry's gonna have to do. And I don't know who keeps on saying 6 months. I'm gonna say this for the last time. There's an administrative hold because of the complaint. Let's make this very clear from the start. Okay? Administrative. It's not that I'm unwilling to pay this. They're preventing me from paying it. Period. Always pay my visa dues, unlike Barry. I'm always up with that stuff. When I had to exit, I exited. But it's an administrative hold. Oh, and the last, I just want to get this super straight and super clear. I don't know where the trolls are coming up with 6 months. The last visa was actually till March 4th. It was good till March 4th. It's every 2 months. So March 4th, let's go to April. That's 1 month. Let's go to May. That's 2 months. Okay, let's go to June. It would be as of the 4th, 3 months. Okay, so May. Okay, April, May, then June. That's 3 months. So where they come up with 6 months, I have no idea. Oh no, we filed that kind of stuff. Yeah, you think we're not up on this stuff? Of course we are. Of course we are. Of course. But it is unfair. See, I'm not Barry. I'm not willingly trying to hold back anything. It's clearly an administrative hold. And yes, I'm going to be responsible for paying overdue fees and penalties. It's a fact. I could talk about this openly. Immigration is well aware of the hold order. And I could say this publicly, as everybody else knows it too. They know that I pay on time. I have the record that I do all the time. This is something that is not in my control. It's not in my control. And they don't really give a whiz about 3, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, even 6 months. It's when you're going to have at least a year. They're going to get a little concerned and you might get a permanent blacklist or something. They can do that. They can do anything they want, actually. Well, I'm hoping it doesn't. Let's settle this whole matter. No matter what direction it takes, let's settle this whole matter. That's all I want. They won't answer, even my lawyer. They will not say anything to anybody. Where do we stand on this complaint? There's nothing going on. There's no resolution. It's been over like a year now, right? I think it's been well over a year since that lovely Filipina filed that pissant fucking bogus complaint against me. I didn't deserve to go through that. Not at all. Because of the obvious reasons that what she put on her complaint was not valid whatsoever. Trolls know that too. And you all know that. You never heard me call her certain names and all that. I never threatened her life and all that. Absolutely disgusting what she did. That girl is costing, she's costing me money. Of course she is. The whole idea. That's the whole idea. As I said, karma, faith, whatever you want to call it, goes around, comes around. As we will see before the end of this year, in lots of ways here on YouTube, you'll see what I'm talking about. Or you think I was going to sit back on this? Nah. You know me better than that. If you've been following me, I think you know me better than that. You think I'm just sitting down on this thing? But there's only so much I can do at the moment, really. They're just loaded with all these pogo worker stuff. They got piles of papers up to the ceiling, and something is seemingly as insignificant as this, and weighing it against other complaints or cases or whatever they have out there. It's basically low priority. I mean, it's been over a year, right? I don't remember the dates on this. I'm not good with dates. It's been over a year, I think, since that complaint was actually filed. You probably know more than I do. Most of you do. That's not far from the truth. You probably know more shit than I do. But no, there's been no resolution at all. In fact, I will find out more on the court order on Barry pretty soon. My lawyer is going to give me some of the defined details of the court order, with Barry pleading guilty and him not paying his court ordered fee to the court, damage to me. He's obligated to that one way or the other. But they were also talking about that it's quite plausible that, what they call it again, subsidiary treatment for if you can't pay, they just keep you in jail longer. So what's that worth? There's no dollar figure you could put on that, really. If that was the case, and we still don't know 100% on that. So I'm thinking Barry figures, well, I've been in there this long in detention, I could tough it out for 6 months if that was the case. 6 months. And then figure you can get away scot-free, but I really don't think that's the way it happens. I'll know more about this pretty soon, as my lawyer researches this morning. He has to look at the court order again on there. But it's an obligation that he has. Now, he might, if let's just say, I don't know, get away with the court penalty, but he can't get away with the damages to me. I know that as a fact. But as my lawyer said, if he doesn't pay any of this, that he isn't going anywhere. I said, well, explain that to me, because he's just telling me that there is possibility of subsidiary punishment for not paying. You just stay in jail longer. I said, we're kind of going back and forth on this. So which is it? What if he spends 6 months in the pen where he is now? What if he does that? Does he get away with all these fines and penalties and all that? I don't think he does. I think they're just going to keep him in there for a while. Remember, this is BOI. On one hand, putting him in where he's at now. That's BOI. But the court system is separate than the immigration system. And what they do as a court order has to be followed. So the question is there a way of circumventing or navigating away from this? I can't answer that in full. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Either way, he spends more time in jail. And let me tell you, there are times that, I get a little lighthearted with him and I say, oh, well, he served his time and all that. But then all I have to do, which negates everything, is going through, checking on videos I have, past evidence, past videos he's done, whether it's accidentally I come onto something and I listen to it of him. It's just, all of a sudden it's just thrown out the window. I mean, this is like no compassion for him at all. All I have to do is remind myself of the pain in the ass that Barry's been to me, the cost, the aggravation, the irritation. That's all it takes. Then my mind changes and I say, well, yeah, I hope he gets whatever they fucking give him. I hope he gets to spend more time in a penitentiary. Then I have my mild moments when I say, okay, we'll have to agree with some people. Yeah, it's not a good place to put him. I don't know why they put him there. And you'd think that he served his time for what he did, but then I'll get in that other mode and say, fuck him. Keep him in there as long as you can. If I can't get back my damages from him, then let him rot in fucking hell. That's the way I feel presently. I have no mercy for that guy. I have no reason to have mercy on him. I have none at all. And how many years consideration that he's been putting on shows and saying the things he did on public media about me. Look, I can't go after everybody, okay? I can't go after everybody. There's a lot of people that say shitty things about me on here, especially with their sock accounts, but I can't go after everybody. I only have selected people that are in my sights, and I'm not going to say who they are, what I'm doing if I haven't done anything already. That's something I will keep to myself. I've learned my lesson. Learned my lesson well. Yeah. Talk about things on here, but just kind of examine what you want to talk about on here. Now it's personal information you want to give out. I was terrible with that. Terrible with that. Because I'm like a really honest type of guy. I have nothing to hide. And I'll talk about things that probably I shouldn't. And I'll give advice to anyone. I always say that if you're going to put a YouTube channel together, don't give them true information about yourself. Don't get too personal. Well, apparently I didn't learn. And they would take that information and turn it into something very ugly. Or say things that have nothing to do with the price of tea in China, if you know what I mean. That's the worst thing you could do is give out too much personal information about you on both. It doesn't have to be YouTube, man. Facebook is another big one. A lot of people get very personal on Facebook, more so than YouTube. I don't even go on Facebook except using the messenger system. That's all. I don't post, and people know if they tried to go to my site on Facebook. They know. They're trying to catch me with something, but I don't post on there. I'm not active at all on there. I don't even need to. All I need is the messenger. That's the only thing I get involved with on there. I use messenger quite a bit. Then I have other services. It's phone messenger, like to my lawyer. I'll communicate with them on a phone messenger. They're not on my Facebook messenger. I'll utilize that. But yeah, you know that, what do you call it, Jack? I'm going to look into that. Yeah. I'm going to look into that. It's just pure laziness why I never bought that Jack. It's been around for decades, you know. And I'm going to look into that, see what they want for that. It would work for me. I will, promise you I will. That would come in handy. I don't know, is there a fee with this every month? I would imagine there's a fee for everything. It's not just buying a Jack and you got access. You make all the phone calls you want out of the country and all that shit. I imagine there has to be. There's a fee involved with just about everything. Yeah, she's costing me money, but you know, there's something called payback, Philippines. There's something called payback, okay? She's going to wish that she's never, ever put a complaint in on me. And that's not a threat. I'm talking legal. We'll see. We'll see what happens with that, won't we? I'm not going to talk about it on here. I wasn't making trips to Cebu for nothing just to go shopping at S&R, I'll guarantee you that. Okay, I got to go. I've been on here for a while. We had 2 shows this morning, so I think that's quite enough. Thanks for listening, and what was that name again? That damn thing, Happy Jack? What was it? Let me go back on here. It's been so many years since I've heard that name. Okay, let's see. Happy Jack. Magic Jack, okay. Magic Jack. Magic Jack. Because I'll tell you what. Oh, $40 a year. That's okay. Because, you know, me and Gilda, we're always buying loads and data and whatnot for our phones. And then, you know, we also have internet service, you know. And we pay very dearly for that every month. Okay? And I got the satellite system here, and it's really not the best in the world. Would you believe that when I was in Hawaii, I was on a service, I was always getting 15, what was it? 15, was it gigabytes? Whatever it is. I don't know how I even did YouTube shows. I really don't know how on that. But here, we have a lot of people using the internet every single day. I do. My girlfriend does. Her 2 children do. If they have guests, or we have guests over here, or the family, they're all on their computers. Yeah. What is that? $55 for the Magic Jack. And they'll ship it to the Philippines for that? I'm not thinking so. I think you get that on Lazada. Can't you? I'll look that up. So you just plug that right into the phone, right? Or desktop, or whatever you have. Okay, well, it's worth checking into. I will look into that. Because we do spend every month on loads, and it's ridiculous. On top of the internet, bad habits like smoking, all that shit adds up. Over-the-counter stuff, which you use all the time. Vitamins, which I buy a good supply, so I don't, they last a long time. There's other things you buy, and people don't understand. They're coming out here with a set amount of money, and they just really don't get it. And they never will. All these people say you survive on here and so amount of money. No, it's an individualistic thing, man. It's quite whether you go out a lot to eat. There's so many factors in there. You just can't come out with I don't know what you want to call it, a blanket statement. Very hard to find in stock on Lazada. I can imagine what they charge. Because Lazada, I can get that shit lickety split, quick. According to what I'm ordering, if it's just coming out of Manila or something, I could get it within the next day or less, or so, rather. Especially vitamins and shit. My God, I order something. Son of a bitch is like being delivered to me like the next day or so. I said, man, that was quick. Well, I'll look it up just for the hell of it. Or for the hell of it. If you're Norwegian. I'll look it up. And just see what they want to charge for that. It doesn't hurt. All right, well, thanks for the information, guys. I'll take it in thought, everything we talk about today. The proof of life situation and all that. So Philippines guy, he's pretty much telling me, if you're getting it from there in your views count, they're aware of it, they know you're alive, okay, we can go with that. I just don't want to find out the hard way. Okay, in fact, let me do that now, because I want to get off this phone. I've been on and off this all morning, actually. I got up pretty early this morning and went back to sleep again. I'm so tired during the day. I was exhausted yesterday. I'm sitting in the living room and I'm like nodding off. Or if I lay in a bed and listen to something, I'd be nodding off. Especially if the show is really boring, like something from Kevin or something, that'll make you nod out. Okay, thank you guys. I appreciate the info.
Being obese for a significant portion of your life carries a multitude of severe health risks and can significantly impact both your lifespan and quality of life. The longer you are affected by obesity, the greater the negative impact on your health and the harder these conditions are to reverse. Here's a breakdown of the major risks. 1. Cardiovascular diseases, heart disease and stroke. Obesity significantly increases your risk of high blood pressure, hypertension, and high cholesterol, both major risk factors for heart attacks, heart failure, and strokes. Excess weight forces your heart to work harder to pump blood throughout your body. Metabolic syndrome. This is a cluster of conditions that often occur together. Abdominal obesity, high blood pressure, high blood sugar, and unhealthy cholesterol levels. It greatly increases your risk of heart disease, stroke, and type 2 diabetes. 2. Type 2 diabetes. A strong link exists between obesity and type 2 diabetes. Excess weight can lead to insulin resistance, where your body's cells don't respond effectively to insulin, causing high blood sugar levels. 3. Certain cancers. Obesity is linked to an increased risk of at least 13 different types of cancer, including those of the colon, breast, postmenopause, endometrium, lining of the uterus, kidney, esophagus, liver, gallbladder, pancreas, ovaries, and prostate. 4. Musculoskeletal problems. Osteoarthritis. The extra weight puts significant stress on weight-bearing joints like the knees, hips, and ankles, leading to
Sound
wear and tear of
familiar
cartilage and causing
out
pain
there.
and stiffness.
Sounds
Gout.
familiar.
Obesity has been independently associated with an increased risk of gout. 5. Respiratory problems. Sleep apnea. Obesity is a major risk factor for sleep apnea, a condition where breathing repeatedly
Yes,
stops and
tricky about
starts during
that
sleep.
one.
This can lead to daytime fatigue, poor attention, and further strain on the cardiovascular system. Asthma and COPD. Obesity can worsen respiratory symptoms and contribute to conditions like asthma and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease.
Now, wait a minute. We know smoking could do that. Asthma, lung conditions, but you're saying that being overweight can affect your lungs? How interesting is that?
COPD. 6. Digestive and liver problems. Gallbladder disease and gallstones obesity increases the likelihood of developing these conditions. Non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, NAFLD. This condition, where fat builds up in the liver, is strongly linked to obesity. In some cases, it can progress to non-alcoholic steatohepatitis
This sounds horrible.
and NASH, which can lead to severe liver damage and cirrhosis. 7. Kidney disease. Obesity raises the risk of developing diabetes and high blood pressure, which are the most common causes of chronic kidney disease, CKD. Even without these conditions, obesity can increase the risk of CKD and speed its progression. 8. Fertility problems. Obesity can increase the risk of infertility in women and may also impact male fertility. 9. Psychological and social impact. Depression and anxiety.
There you go. Depression and anxiety, too.
There's a recognized association between obesity and mental health conditions like major depressive disorder, low self-esteem and quality of life. Individuals with
Well, that sounds familiar on here.
obesity often face stigma and discrimination in various settings, leading to psychosocial distress, lower self-esteem, and a diminished overall quality of life. Social isolation. Obesity can lead to difficulties in participating in physical activities and can
Kevin, does that sound familiar?
result in social isolation. 10. Reduced life expectancy. Studies have consistently shown that obesity can significantly shorten life expectancy. The more severe the obesity, the greater the reduction. For instance, severe obesity, BMI of 40 plus, can potentially shorten life expectancy by up to 10 to 14 years.
10 to 14 years. Isn't that what somebody was saying about the smoking? Oh, so if you're 63, for an example, you don't live very long, apparently, according to this, if you've been overweight. Now that's interesting alone. So if you're 50 years old, it'll reduce your lifespan by 10 to 14 years. So in other words, you may not make it to be my age. How significant is this? I find this to be very, very interesting.
In summary, being obese for the best part of your life creates a cumulative burden on nearly every system in your body, increasing your susceptibility to a wide range of chronic and debilitating diseases, significantly reducing your quality of life, and ultimately shortening your lifespan.
Well. Isn't that interesting? What obesity can do.
It sure is.
I think that says it all.
I think that says a lot right there. So all you obese people out there that are making fun of people who smoke, well, sounds like you have a lot of the same risk factors. How about that? Something to think about, isn't it?
Being obese for a significant portion of your life carries a multitude of severe health risks and can significantly impact both your lifespan and quality of life. The longer you are affected by obesity, the greater the negative impact on your health and the harder these conditions are to reverse. Here's a breakdown of the major risks. 1.
Well,
obesity significantly increases.
we've covered the major risks of that. And of course, we've also taught, and this is an addendum, and we also covered the risk on smoking. But you're going to have to listen to the rest of this. Now, we've all agreed that, no, smoking is not really a good thing. No, it really isn't. But let's go over this just a little bit more, just for a little bit more information, as far as the longevity of people who are maybe only in their 50s, in combination with other things like drinking and so forth. But let's be fair about this. Yes, you're going to hear a little bit about the smoking. It's not good. But we're going to hear a lot about the obesity, too. Let's continue. is interesting, too, as an addendum on the obesity versus smoking dilemma. Well, let's see. What I have here that, and let's put it through our friend, the GP. And let's ask it a question here.
Like me to ask? I'm ready when you are. It's true that there's a growing discussion about the relative health impacts of smoking and obesity, and some recent research suggests that asterisk obesity may now be contributing to more deaths than smoking in certain populations or age groups. Here's a breakdown of the current understanding. Smoking. Historically, the leading preventable cause of death. For many decades, smoking has been unequivocally identified as the single largest preventable cause of disease, disability, and premature death worldwide. Extensive and direct harm. Smoking directly damages nearly every organ in the body. It's a primary cause of numerous cancers: lung, throat, mouth, bladder, etc. Severe chronic lung diseases, COPD, emphysema, and cardiovascular diseases, heart attacks, strokes. Clear dose response. The more you smoke and the longer you smoke, the higher your risk of developing these devastating health problems. Benefits of quitting are immediate. Even after decades of smoking, quitting significantly improves health outcomes and increases life expectancy. Obesity. Rising epidemic. Obesity rates have been steadily climbing in many parts of the world, leading to a significant increase in related health problems. Major risk factor for numerous diseases. Obesity is a strong risk factor for type 2 diabetes, a direct link that often leads to further complications. Cardiovascular disease, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, heart attacks, and strokes. Certain cancers, including cancers of the uterus, breast, colon, kidney, liver, and pancreas. Musculoskeletal problems, increased stress on joints leading to osteoarthritis. Sleep apnea, a serious breathing disorder during sleep. Fatty liver disease, which can progress to liver damage. Impact on quality of life. Beyond mortality, obesity can severely impact daily living through mobility issues, chronic pain, and reduced overall quality of life. The shifting landscape. The word on the street that an obese person might have more problems and die younger than a smoker, especially at 71, is a reflection of recent trends and research. Here's why this idea has gained traction. Success in anti-smoking campaigns. Public health efforts have significantly reduced smoking rates in many developed countries over the past few decades. Explosion of obesity. Conversely, obesity rates have continued to climb, leading to a greater burden of obesity-related diseases. Studies showing crossover. Some studies, particularly in countries like the UK, have shown that the number of deaths attributable to obesity has also surpassed those attributable to smoking, especially in middle-aged and older populations, like yourself at 71. This is due to the decreasing prevalence of smoking and the increasing prevalence of obesity. Important considerations. Both are extremely harmful. It's crucial not to interpret this as one being better than the other. Both smoking and obesity are major preventable causes of premature death and severe health issues. Cumulative effects. Many individuals who smoke are also overweight or obese, and the combination of these risk factors is particularly detrimental, leading to even higher risks and earlier mortality. Individual variability. While statistics show trends, individual outcomes can vary. Some smokers live long lives, and some obese individuals may not develop severe complications. However, these are exceptions, not the rule. Quality of life. Even if you reach 71 with a history of smoking or obesity, the quality of your life can be significantly impacted by chronic health conditions, reduced mobility, and increased medical needs. At 71 years old, given your age, if you have a history of smoking, you've already experienced potential damage. If you are also obese, the combined risk is substantial. However, it's never too late to make positive changes. Quitting smoking and losing weight can still lead to significant health improvements and enhance your quality of life in your later years. The take-home message is that both smoking and obesity are critical public health challenges, and addressing either, or ideally both, is vital for improving individual and population health outcomes.
Well, basically what this is saying is that both smoking and if you're obese are not good things. Common knowledge. But they're not underplaying obesity. Obesity has some very big documented cases of all kinds of metabolic diseases. Now, if you smoke and you're obese, well, yeah, you're hitting the Grim Reaper pretty quick.
Like Jay, perhaps?
But from all the research I did here,
Yes, of course, both are not good for you, of course. But you could have a healthy smoker at 70 years old who would live to be 85 or more. However, obesity plays a lot more problems because it attacks every organ in your body. Heart, structural. I mean, look at Kevin, he's got a bum leg because of the weight he carried around on him. It affects your heart and everything else. You could be a healthy smoker and run marathons, but an obese person cannot run marathons.
Good point.
It's impossible. It'd be too much stress on their heart.
Good point.
At 71, which I am now, I can lift some weights. I can, and whether it's Miss Jane Fonda or whatever, push-ups, whatever, I do it. And how many obese people are actually exercising?
Not many
of them.
Not many.
Which puts them at a greater risk than a smoker at 70 years old. Now, if you're not 70 years old, even in your 60s perhaps, early 60s, mid-60s, or maybe even a little bit higher into your 50s, you still have the same risk factor from being obese. That doesn't stop things because you're younger. Chances are you will never live to be 71.
Now, that's true because let's say you're 50 years old and you're chain smoking and chain drinking and you're also obese. You have more of a chance of dying at a younger age than anybody else. Who's older and maybe had smoked longer than you, but not as much as you. So if you're dwarf size like Jay, okay, and you chain smoke and you drink, his chances of ever even remotely reaching my age is next to nil. You got to listen to this because neither one is good. We've both established that, I think. But if you really look at the whole picture, the people that are complaining that are younger than me, who have been obese the best part of their life, they stand a greater risk of losing any kind of longevity in their life than a smoker does. Now, I've also read that, and I'll play it for you sometime too, that if you reach 71 years old and you're still very functional, your lungs are not all messed up as you would think they would be at 71 years old, and your breathing is good, and you've had x-rays and it doesn't show up at anything but a clear lung field, and you've taken the test, and you're familiar with the kind of test they have on there to measure the ability to blow out and basically ingest air, and they have tests which I've taken for that, which are all good. Now, chain smoking, it's a big difference than just smoking, and you might want to measure it. Well, how many years does somebody smoke? Over time, of course it ain't good, but if somebody could be smoking a lesser period of time, say the 50-year-old than a 71-year-old, but he chain smokes, well, that's no better, if probably worse than somebody who's been smoking since maybe college time or experimented with smoking during college time. Because the increased amount of smoking, the chain smoking, negates everything. If you're only 50 years old at the time and you've been chain smoking for a long time, your lungs are fucked. And if you've also been drinking on top of that, you're extra fucked. And if you're obese on top of that, you're extra fucked. Hope I kind of straightened things out. Thanks for listening.
Wow, I'm an influencer after all. I could have swore I seen Sha-na-na-na-na working out with a Coca-Cola bottle with water in it. And then we have also, we had John Blazer's wife, who started, after listening to me, she became an avid listener, buying green tea and turmeric. Wow. And we got Big E working more on his steps. But I am an influencer. I certainly am. You got to love this. When they say they don't listen to me, but they listen to me all the time. And they are taking my advice after all. Even Barry in jail went to go work on the gym equipment. Who says I'm not an influencer on here? Maybe you did. But I am indeed an influencer on here. There are others that have taken to my advice. It's neither good to smoke or drink, either one. We all know that. But from the evidence I gathered, I think somebody has a harder time being obese because they're also, well, they're limited to physical activities. Unlike a smoker who, as I said, they can still run a marathon if they've been doing that kind of stuff and they're still in good shape. But an obese person couldn't possibly do that because they're carrying too much weight around. So if you want to balance it out, I say that obese people are probably in a worse position than a smoker. Of course, again, we don't want to influence anybody into doing any one of these, getting overweight or smoking. But comparatively, I would say that being obese for a long time, or continuing to be obese, even if you don't smoke, is probably worse than being a smoker. And as I said, if you're both, well, it's good night, Irene. I think it's going to be an interesting year, 2025, and we're going to see what happens. Imagine Sha-na-na is working with a Coke bottle with water in it. Talk about Jane Fonda. You can't get more Jane Fonda than that. A Coke bottle. If that don't beat all. Well, it's being creative. It's the whole purpose of doing something better than nothing. And I think people like Big Kevin could possibly learn from Sha-na-na, could learn from me, and maybe others, that it's never too late. You got to stay in shape. Get those boyfriends, stay in shape. Well, this particular person doesn't need to lose weight, that's for damn sure. However, work it out with a Coke bottle, well, I guess it's symbolic, and I guess it's better than a kick in the ass. It's certainly more exercise than Big Kevin or Ricky or any others do, for that fact. Hopefully we're going to see Barry come out of the prison cell and he's going to be buff and fit and lose a lot of weight and have muscles from head to toe. Stranger things have happened. I'm sorry, you're just tuning in now. I don't want to repeat myself. I guess you're just going to have to listen to my broadcast. Oh, we're pumping them out, baby. We're pumping them out. That's for sure. But people actually do benefit from what I have been talking about. After all, when I think that they're not listening to me, well, they certainly are. I've influenced many so far. And if you listen to the beginning of my show, if you happen to miss what I just said in the beginning, I guess you just have to listen again. But basically, it comes down to people are listening. It blew me away when I saw Sha-na-na working out with a Coke bottle with water in it. That's rich. That's really rich. Okay, your turn. Well, I'm trying to find a movie here. I'm being very unathletic at the moment. But I'm moving my legs, getting the blood flowing. I already did my weight workout today, but it wasn't a Coke bottle. The Jane Fonda workout. Well, I'll tell you what. Even doing a Jane Fonda workout is better than not doing anything. Ask Jay. He'll tell you. Jay will sit on a truck, basically digging ditches, and I don't see where that's exercise at all. Go check out Sha-na-na with that water bottle. It's an amazing thing to see. It really is. Gotta give her credit where credit's due. Maybe people are listening after all. You know what? I think they are. And the most unlikely people. Now, I'll really believe it when Big Kevin starts working out or something, or he gets out of his door or something. So, you remember, the longer you were obese, the bigger problems you're going to have. I'll guarantee you that. So you could stop laughing, Big Kevin, because it's not funny. It's really not funny because you're headed toward doomsday. And I don't have to prove myself right. But that's something you have to deal with yourself. Own it. I'm a good predictor of the. It's a wait and see game for all, isn't it? Every single one of us, even me. So what's the worst of the two evils? Smoking or being overweight? Neither one of them are good. Neither one of them.
However, time will tell, won't it? But to see Sean and working out and doing squats with a Coke bottle with water in it, that makes my whole day. They are listening out there. You're all listening, and you're all learning. I'll take my thanks at a later time. Okay, mates. Here we go again with all this bloody age gap shit. Philippines through the eyes of a expat or foreigner, whatever his name is, Steven. I think he's in an age gap thing of about 40 years. And he had people writing on his show. Yeah, I'm like a 50-year difference with mine or something. This guy's saying he went through it twice. Now he's in Colombia, some guy, and he has to find out for himself, as well as Steven has to. The one thing that people just don't understand, yeah, we all expect the majority of people to have a Filipino that's somewhat younger. I mean, that's what it's all about, right? Right, boys and girls? But, again, need we even talk about this age gap shit? If you can't figure it out, there is no logical reason. There is no logical reason for young, fertile, supple Filipina to be with a guy 30, 40, even 50 years the junior. Hello, Counterflow. Good evening. Thought I'd do a quickie because there's nothing on TV. It's early, but I decided to retire to the boudoir and do a little show. I'm so bored of TV, especially when you sit there surfing. You can't even hang 10, but you're surfing to try to catch that one big wave, but you just don't. Placid waters. Nothing on TV. Nothing on Netflix. I said, man, I gotta find a hobby. Oh, wait a minute, I do have a hobby. It's YouTube. Oh, God, Frank. Okay, we established that. So, one of the typical topics, which we probably heard 500 to 1,000 times, every one of you, age gap relationships, and you wonder why they don't work. Oh, God, guys, please tell me that you're not that gullible. Okay, age gap does make a difference when it's that great. That's the bottom line. When it's that much age gap, please tell me, give me a good reason why a Filipino is going to be some big fat hairy guy with smelly armpits and a good wallet. Wait a minute. I think I just answered that question. Oh, Counterflow, what do you have to say about it? My last U.S. girlfriend live-in of 5 years. Well, that ain't too bad. Mine's 20. So it's not only in the Philippines. Handsome guys get a younger woman, LOL. Yeah, right. They're handsome, all right. Look at Ricky. Even Apple, she's nowhere to be found again. She took him for what she could, and now he's all sad and lonely or something, trying to get a rap with some creepy chick. I don't know. Oh, Ricky never learns. Chasing their tails like crazy. I'm enjoying it because I don't have to chase my tail. But the age gap, I mean, I'm reluctant to even talk about it on here. But I have to. I'm forced to. Because, Philippines in the eye of an expat, whatever, did a show that I'm sure he's covered many times before, as well as everybody and their grandmother and their ancestors. Even when they didn't have cell phones. They were all covering it. What is it to know about great age gaps? Come on, you've seen them in the streets. Some really old codger really old, like Don C. looking and, that kind of people. Or Steve Montelli or something, They're not interested in you. I mean, look. If the basic relationship in America or other places in Western culture, they usually, same age or, within a few years or so, and that's all acceptable and all that stuff. But when you get a little bit too spoiled, you come to places like the Philippines, and you could get them young. What's the accomplishment? Okay, you got the thrill of the moment of hooking up with a really young woman. Some of them are young girls. Some of these YouTubers we know all about that, don't they? No names mentioned, but I could think of a couple. But not using any names. Let's move on. Be real. Why would a woman, let's shoot a number off, 20 years old. Okay, let's go with 20. Whatever. The guy's like 70, 75, even 80. Please, tell me what they have in common. Yeah, he has a dick and she has a pussy. That's about it. That's if he can still use it. Okay, keeping that in mind. Why would a supple, young, fertile Filipina want a guy of that age? Why? Come on, wake up, folks. Smell the Copico coffee. Buy a better sachet, a better brand, something. Make it loaded with caffeine or something to wake you up. Wake you up before you go. I'm going to have another cup of cocoa, but make sure it has a lot of caffeine in it. Wake up, young studs or old studs. Wake up. Smell that coffee, please. Says no one wants a loser. If the guy has money, some women want to nest in confidence. Who can blame them, really? Well, yeah, if they could find a sucker, then, what the hell, right? A sucker's born every moment that moves to the Philippines. Don't tell me that there's love involved. What is the percentage of that? Minus 1% of that actually happening? If these guys, here's the problem, okay. All right, we got to go through all this philosophical and factual stuff again, but what the hell? There's nothing on TV. I mean, there's nothing. Okay. Believe me, I won't even watch the Philippines genre shit on my TV screen, only on my phone. I don't want to see somebody's fat, ugly, pig-nosed face on there on my big screen. I don't even want to see it on here. But speaking of pigs, the reality. Let's discuss the reality. Okay? Reality only. You're a young chick, and you want a future with somebody. And you want them to be there for your future. You want to grow together. You may have children together. The kids are going to want to know their dad, play ball, whatever kids do with their parents, especially with the father, activities and so forth. Yeah, that's the idyllic picture, Norman Rockwell stuff, but that doesn't happen here in the Philippines. How could a guy, unless he's that freaking desperate, think in his mind that some hot young Filipina is going to be interested in him with his fat belly, hairy chest, lame brain? Why? Unless he's got money. It wouldn't make any sense. You're going to have children together. You want the kids to grow up to know their dada. Dada. Can you come out and play with me, dada? That's the way it is. I don't make the rules up. But you see, there is no rules. You could date whoever your finance wants. You could date whoever you want. If they want to date you, that's up to them. But I'm saying be realistic. I don't even want to even do the show about this. I don't want everybody even talks about this. If they can't figure it out, then they deserve to get what they're going to get cleaned out of everything. Cleaned out entirely. And then they'll go off and guess what? To do it again. Because let me tell you what happens in the Philippines. You get a taste of the Philippines out here, and women, okay, you're going to come back. No matter how many times that somebody just ripped you off, just ripped your heart in half, there's something about the Filipino women that guys,
they decide to maybe never come back to the country again. But they got that yearning all the time. Well, I'm going to find the right one this time. And they make the same mistake again. You see, there's something called being too desperate. And boy, we see that on here, don't we? If you see the people that these YouTubers are dating or married to, well, you could see what's happening with that. Should I, say any more? But moving on, it's not realistic. They get really desperate. They see themselves getting old. And what are they really looking for? A lover or a caretaker? Well, if you play your cards right, you find the right woman. She'll be your lover, your confidant, your best friend, like I have, and be your caretaker too. What's behind door number 1? What's behind door number 2? What's behind door number 3? Make your choices. Get your wallet out. Make your wallet flow. Go to an escort service. Everybody has to make a living. Help the girls out. Help yourself out. Be happy ending. Have a happy ending for the night. But alas, you paid for it. You paid for it. Then you go to the next one. What are you getting out of it? Okay, let's move beyond the escort services. Again, let's be real. Can we be real? Can we? Okay, thank you. It's unrealistic. Okay, if these guys can't see it, then they deserve to be ripped off of their money. If they can't see it. These guys get so desperate that they want to grab the first woman. And let me tell you, I didn't grab the first woman that came. I dated around a little bit in the Philippines. I most certainly did. I didn't grab the first woman that would take an interest in me. That never happened. Never happened. Never. It never happened. Oh, I made a few mistakes along the way. Oh, I sure did. Yeah, I sure did. But, you have to make mistakes, I guess, and you learn. But some guys just don't learn. It's when you get so desperate that I just got to have a Filipino no matter what. I got to have a Filipino. Everybody else has one. Why can't I? Ooh. Well, sucker. And one more every minute. Make your right choices. I think you'll be a lot more satisfied. Don't let them play you. Especially the same guys. It happens over and over again. But they don't give up. They don't give up. But the thing is, and you shouldn't give up. But you should learn. And a lot of them just can't really learn. Okay? There's my famous 13 on here. Boy, oh boy, it's a magic number for me. Oh boy. Okay. So I got your attention. And I bring this up because I just got back. I couldn't even listen to 5 minutes of it. I just read the comments rather than listen to him. And I didn't know that his Filipino was like 40-something years younger than him. I didn't know that. Maybe I'm wrong. But I did read the comments on there. One guy got into a situation with a couple of women. He's been through that situation. And he's up there in age. And of course, they're all chasing the tight little ass, the young lollipop-sucking, bubblegum chewing Filipinos, barely out of puberty, barely have any vaginal hair. God, if that's what you want to go for, seriously, come on. Then, get an older girlfriend and tell her to shave her pussy. And you could pretend that she's really, really young. Tell me they don't do that. They'll find the chicks with hardly have any breasts or developing with a shape, with no hair in their pussy. And that turns them on. Just totally turns them on. Wind them up and watch these guys go. I could name, there's certain YouTubers out there, maybe not obscure, but that's dating a woman that looks like she's like 12 years old, and he's like about 70. Now, there's something interesting about that. Now, it's legal. The marriage is legal, and she is absolutely legal age. But what attracted this man in the first place
And by the way, no names mentioned on here. Thank you. Got me blushing with the first coffee, Patty. Hello, boys and girls. It's Frankie. It's Frankie time. My show, my point of view. And I got to warn people in advance. You keep on claiming you don't like my material, don't like me, period. Don't listen. Go away. Don't go away mad, just go away. And stop complaining about me. Frank was talking about this and Frank was talking about that, but guess what? You know what I tell him every time? But yet you listen. You have a whole lot to say about me. But yet you listen, trolls. You certainly do. Let's get back on topic here. Okay. In a perfect world, you're going to be with somebody within a few years your age. But, you do get spoiled, let's face it. You go to the Philippines and you have the ability to get younger women. But there's another angle to this, too. If the Filipina comes from a good family that has money, and generally they will go for another Filipino guy. They will go for someone who has a good job, he's a businessman or something, but they want to keep the Filipino line going, shall I say, and they will not encourage their daughters to go out with a foreigner, okay? They won't encourage that at all. None of my daughter's kids that are dating age or older date a foreigner, to Filipino, period, Filipino, and good for them. They know better. They're more educated. And her children are very educated, okay? All right. Let's see, I'm being completely honest. I date, I gotta wear my glasses. I date them in their 40s, and I'm 62. No, that's all right. My girlfriend's 50, and I just turned 71. 20-year age gap, actually. That's fine. I'm not gonna argue about 20 years, but when you get over 20 years, 30, 40, 50 age gap, I mean, that is just totally ridiculous. Totally ridiculous. You know what that's all about. And I'm sorry, I don't want to hear shit about this. It's love. It's love. Oh yeah, my nice white wrinkle-free ass that everybody loves so much. Old ass. Yeah. Right. I mean, it's all love. It's, of course it is. It's all love. Love of money. How fat is your wallet? You got any chocolates and nylons to go with that money? Joel? Hey, Joel, you got any nylons and chocolate, Joel? There you go. I like a man, Patty says, who still has energy. I got plenty of energy. I'll outdo these bastards anytime, anyway. Old, frail man I am, huh? Yeah, I'll show you how old and frail I am, my friends. I'll show you. No, but getting serious, man, just be realistic on this. It gets to a point, a man, and hey, I went through this myself. That's how I know. I saw myself getting older, and I had nothing going on for me really in Hawaii after a while, and well, Seattle, that was different, but I had everything going for me as far as women. But Hawaii, forget about it. Just a few women I've dated out there and all that. One was the longest was 3 years, shy of 3 years, actually. She turned out to be Filipino anyway. Go figure. All right. And she turned out to be fat anyway. Later on, she was getting plump as a as the cheapest brand hot dog will get plumped up if you microwave it. Plump. Yeah. Love is blind sometimes. Maybe you're better off being blind. But I think these guys are very blind not to see exactly what's going on. They're running away with their feelings like a runaway train. I'm getting older.
And, I better get somebody before I croak or before I'm going to need a full-time caretaker. I could stay in America or Britain. They're going to take my whole pension away if I have to go to an old man's house. What if I need to be caretaker? Oh, my God. 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 What am I going to do? Oh, I'm going to go to the Philippines. I'm going to hear all these stories. I'm going to hear all these stories down there about Philippines. They don't go to the Philippines. Go to young Filipino women, man, get them all the way down to 14 years old, 13 years old, 12 years old. Well, the pedophiles, the real pedophiles that come here to the Philippines, they love the Philippines. They can get away more here than they could in America, And if you, oh man, it's, good, they need money out here. I'll say, they need money. I'll say they need money. Yeah, that's what I do. Wave that green around. Wave that money around. Yeah, you get what you want. Yeah, come on here. I open my coat here. I got ties. I got combs. What do you need? I got a bow tie here. If you don't know how to do a real tie, I got some shampoo. I got all kinds of magic pills too. Yeah, what do you want? I sell it cheap on the street. What do you want? One of these guys that's pitching on the street, And these women are pitching all the time to find these old guys, that are going to buy into, oh, I love you. And they go, oh my God, she loves me. I got a diamond ring. I got to keep this little romance. It could even be a bromance. I got to keep this going. How shall I do that, George?
I don't know, Jerry. I think the money has something to do with it.
I think you're right. Well, Jerry is right. It's all about the freaking money. And these poor fools, these poor saps, big, fat, hairy, they need their own goddamn zip code, I'm telling you. Their own damn zip code. And they fall for this shit. Oh, come on. Give me a break, folks. I want to know that there's hope for these people out there. They can't really believe all this stuff. They can't, please tell me they can't be that gullible. Tell me they're not, please. There's got to be hope for the world. I guess I should read my comments here. No, I'm from New York. Philadelphia, never happened. Never happened to be no from Philadelphia. Hell with that. Well, New York, yes, you're right. So, I hear these stories on here all the time, and gag me with a spoon again. Oh, gosh. Let's just give me a bottle of, what is it, Epicat? It makes you throw up. I'll do it in advance, Let me throw up first, and I'll let them, I'll beat them to the punch. I'll just put some Epicat, whatever you call that shit, down my throat and just make myself gag before the gag complex comes on me from listening to their shows. Yeah. But I'm hearing it all the time. Nothing new. But I'm hearing it more and more. And when you are that desperate, and you look at it, the time clock is running on you. Oh, I gotta find a woman. What you should do is forget about how old you are. Forget about, your time clock, whatever, it's running out. You can find a woman, a good Filipina, but when you think you found somebody that's decent, don't be in a rush. I did this one. I know. I can tell you from experience. I had a ring on her finger quicker than Ricky could fucking shove his mouth with 3 pounds of food. I made a mistake. I learned from it. I learned from my mistakes. Because, your state of mind is as such when you start especially hitting your 60s, retirement age. Oh, man, it ain't happening for me, man. It's just not happening, man. I just can't find a good woman in my life. What's a man going to do? What's a man's going to do? I got to find somebody. So you get attached to the first person you meet. No, man, you don't do that. Slow down, Calhoun. You just can't do that. The cost of living on the beach. Oh, fuck that cost of living. I don't want to hear about cost of living. It's expensive out here. That's all I can say on that.
whenever they say how much, that's the other one that's really irritating. Yeah, that's the second in line. Maybe the first, really, according to how you want to look at it. But that's another thing. If you have to ask that question, then you can't afford to live out here. That's all. Okay, that's my answer to that. Saves a lot of trouble. If you have to question it, don't move out here because it is expensive. Okay, now that we got that out of the way, let's go back to the regular topic. Yes, I have witnessed this more times than I could count since I've lived out here a very long time now. And, I even turn to my girlfriend and say, yeah, right, that's love, right? I'm looking at that and I'm laughing. I mean, the guy is like, I'm surprised he could even walk straight because his belly kind of overrides his whole body, all his weight, kind of, with like a fish bobber going up and down, bobbing. And his stomach is like sticking out about 1.5 feet. And, he's got this young, sometimes very beautiful, a lot of times not. But I've seen some cuties. I'm saying, what the fuck? Then I answer my own question, like, what the fuck's she doing with him? It's obvious as a fucking 5-inch pimple on your nose. I mean, what do you got to figure out? Why she's with him? Because her family encouraged the daughter. Look, we're in poverty. We don't have any food or tandoe. You got to find a foreigner. You must find a foreigner. You help the family. And that's what they do. They're very honorable to their parents. Okay. And the aunties telling them to do, okay, auntie. Okay, Paul. Okay, mamacita. I'm going to do that for you to help the family. Biggest mistake they could ever do. Sure, they want to reach beyond their poverty. Why wouldn't you? Put yourself in a Filipino's place. I mean, not any Filipino, because there's rich ones. Please, they're not all poor. But I'm just talking about the ones that are poor, come from a poor family. That's the ones I'm talking about. There's plenty of rich Filipinos out there that don't need no white ass. And they don't want no white ass. But I hate to say it, but a lot of the Filipinos, if they had money, they wouldn't want nothing to do with these foreigners. Okay, because some of them are very happy staying in the Philippines. They're very well grounded in their relationships with a Filipino guy. He has his own business. She may even have hers. Drive a nice car. They're living a good life. But okay, then the other side of the coin, you got people that are struggling. And sometimes, these Filipinos have friends. They marry a foreigner. And she sees how good they're doing. God, I want a piece of that pie, baby. I want a piece of that pie. I mean, why shouldn't I have a foreigner? Why shouldn't I live as a good life? Why do I have to keep my life in my impoverished family and just continue in that direction and not get anywhere? See? Can you get spiny lobster in the Philippines? Are you familiar with spiny lobster? Spiny lobster. Do we have spiny lobster out here? It's called spiny lobster. I don't know. I don't think so. I know a little about lobster, not a lot. Yeah. But since we're talking about being realistic on here, it's true. It's sad, but it's true. But I think a lot of guys, and I saw that happening to myself, and I could talk about it. I saw that happening. That's why I know it's true. I know what it feels like. And I made that mistake in the very beginning. Okay, and with one woman in particular, and I realized, I said, Frank, slow down, brother. Slow down. You ain't ready to die the next day, are you? Do you got a terminal illness? I mean, what's the deal, Carmel? Slow down. Slow down. You can afford to slow down just to find the right woman. But I made the mad dash. Oh, I had a glimpse for a second there. Sorry about that. Yeah, I did a mad dash one time, and it, oh yeah, she was cute and all that stuff, no question. But it wasn't the right one for me. There was a lot of questions with that woman.
So you got to kind of learn from your own mistakes. But don't feel that because you're such an age, you're a senior now, whatever, you're getting up there, um, that you have to just settle for somebody. You don't have to do that. If you play your cards right, you're not going to be running from woman to woman and making the same mistakes. Isn't it better to slow down, find the right woman, spend the right time, enough time learning about her to know what she's all about? Has she ever asked you for money or anything while you were, say, in your country and communicating? Because maybe you couldn't come out yet for whatever reason, doing the LDR for a while with her. Um, you know, was she making any demands on you to send X amount of money to help her and her family every month? You got to look for the red flags. It's one thing to pay for their, data on their phone or something, because, you want to communicate with them. And maybe they don't have a lot of money, maybe they're not working. You could do that. You could even do a little bit more than that, a little bit more. But if you're going to do anything grand, no, you wait till you have a real relationship. Now, a real relationship, and just even I at least had spent some time with the lady I'm with now, and I got to know everything about her. But you don't know everything from an LDR, your communication, and yeah, you get emotionally bonded just from that. You never even met the woman. They're talking love, they're talking love, they're talking love. What love? You got to meet the person to see if there's real love. I mean, electronically is nice. You have communication, it's wonderful. It's a wonderful technology we have. But, you may fall in love with the idea of love. Maybe there's something about it that, turns you on, or maybe that's not necessarily love, it's lust. Maybe you've done some naughty things on camera. If you've done that, well, I don't really suggest it, although a lot of guys have done that. But I think save the good stuff for in person. You can have your happy ending in person, and they might not even be sexually compatible. She may not think you're sexually compatible, or you may not think she's sexually compatible with you. But don't let the love come before the horse. Just kind of like, just spend that time, meet up, spend some good time in the Philippines. If you're not ready to come here permanently yet, it's okay. Spend a few more times, come to visit, spend all your time with her, ask the right questions, feel her out, and ask questions that you've asked of her before, and see if it's the same answer. That's a good one. That's a good one. And if you have to, they're all jealous out here. You talk to, like, a cousin or a friend of the Filipina and ask the right questions. Sometimes they know things that they figure that, well, you already know when you don't. And it'll easily come out of a Filipino's mouth. It could be their cousin or somebody or neighbor. Have a nice conversation. Hey, I'm so-and-so. Hey, what's up? Kumusta? Okay. Yeah. Here's a San Miguel. Okay. How you doing today? How you doing? Okay. Break a conversation. Ask the right questions. And you may get some answers. It might save you a lot of trouble, save you a lot of money in the future. You have to know what's going on. Okay? No, I haven't been to Chocolate Hills, and I have no... What is this? What's this thing? This thing keeps on wanting to sign off on me. It's asking me should cancel or not, or okay, whatever. I don't know. Am I hitting something? I don't know. But anyway, just try to get the information you can. It's going to save you a lot of money in the future. It's going to save you heartache. I had heartache. I certainly did. Oh, yeah. That first one that I really kind of got involved with, I was an emotional wreck, certainly for a month. I think I lost 20 pounds in 1 month. I'm not kidding you. I made a mistake. I just got carried too far, got too involved, emotionally involved, in a relatively short period of time, over 6 months communication, I think it was. Finally meet her and blah, 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 boom, boom, boom. I'm over there ready to try to get her to America. She's got some kids. She has friends out here, has family. That's jumping the gun. I see. I didn't want to live in the Philippines. I had no wants to live in the Philippines at that time, really. At the time. I'd rather them just come to America. But that would have been a bigger chore than ever to try to get that to happen, especially these days. So don't be in a hurry. Come on, it's not like you're going to die the next day. Look, I don't care what age you're at. There's guys that are in their 80s that are meeting people still. Okay, and even some of these guys, they wait. Because they don't got much time left. They want to spend it with somebody that they know is going to be worthwhile. That's not going to go through their bank account and everything and drain them dry and leave them on the desert. What are you asking me, Patty? You asking me if I've been to the Chocolate Hills. I think I answered that. I don't have any interest in the Chocolate Hills in Bohol. I believe I flew over them once, actually. No interest. With a helicopter, I believe we went over. No interest at all. You want to see something exciting? You want to see something like cinder cones like that? Go to Hawaii, and it's a lot more interesting. A lot more interesting. But I've seen something similar to that, but that was in Hawaii, and those were interesting. I'm not going to go waste my time to look at the hills. Just a bunch of bumps in the ground. No interest at all. Unless, they were built by native Filipinos 5,000 years ago. There's some kind of a glyphics on there or something. It might be interesting to explore. Shit, I see the big cinder cone. A number of them in Hawaii. They had a big cave entrance, like 12 stories high, a big cave entrance. That's interesting. Shit like that. Shit like that. But cones, nah. That doesn't take my interest. But let's just end it here and just kind of cap this off. More realistically than not, if there is a great age gap in your relationship with a Filipina, more likely, I'll put all the kidding aside, more likely it's not a love situation. It's more of a situation of convenience. It's an opportunistic situation for both parties, actually, because he gets to get a extraordinary young woman that he would never, ever be able to get in his lifetime, in his wildest dreams in Western culture. Never get a woman that young. It just won't happen. You're not Rod Stewart and all these people, You're not. Face it. Okay, her part. Okay, she gets what she wants. He's willing to put out the money, buy her whatever she wants to keep her. Gets to have a little sexy poo with her if he's able to do it at his age. Okay? And she unfortunately has to put up with that beast of a man. A big hairy thing with a stomach that sticks out 1.5 feet. But it works for her. She makes money off the guy. The guy will get suckered in, leave him in the will, whatever. So they're both getting what they want. So it's how you look at this whole thing. It's how you look at it. If they're both getting what they want, as shallow as it might be, that's the sad part about it, then it's no problem. Then nobody has a right to say anything. It's between two consenting adults, if she's even an adult, if you know what I mean. Between two consenting adults, let's just say that. All right, it works for her, it works for him. He knows that that's all she wants. She knows that that he knows why she's with him. And, you're just living this fantasy. And you want to show her off to your friends in the States. Hey, look what I got in the Philippines here, boys. And they're like laughing your ass off. They're laughing. They laughed at me in an airplane. This one, the first gal I met that I just fell for. Oh, I had all these pictures of her. Oh, yeah, a proud man. And she was like in her mid-30s, actually 34. She wasn't a bubblegum chewer, 15 years old. She was 34 years old, I believe it was. And I'm over there showing my pictures. Yeah, it's my girlfriend in the Philippines. And they're just like laughing. And I remember one guy said, how old is she? Like 15? It was his way of saying, hey, you fucking sucker. Yeah, she loves you all right. You're like, how old, dude? You're like 60 years old or something? He might as well just come out and say that to me. Didn't have to. I seen his expression. He's just laughing. Another sucker goes to the Philippines and gets this young, beautiful woman and thinks that she's madly in love with him. That's his girlfriend. And I was like that, showing pictures around. Look what I got. Look what I got. Hey, man, I did the same thing some of you dudes do. I did the same damn thing. But she did look really young, okay? And she was 34, but she looked a lot younger than that. They thought she was like 16 years old or some shit. And she wasn't, 30, she was 34. A grown woman, a grown-ass woman, an adult, okay? But they're laughing their ass off, and that's how a lot of us see that. We are laughing our asses off. Because the guy's so desperate that he can't see that. Because your time clock's running out. Oh, the time clock, the famous time clock is running out. You better grab what you can. If it's really good, then you better grab it. You better get a ring on her finger. You better rush and do that. You better take what's yours. Lock it up. Lock the deal. Seal the deal. Sign the papers. Get it notarized. Seal that deal. She ain't going anywhere. And you don't want her to go anywhere. She's mine, all mine. Well, it doesn't always work out, my friends. It doesn't always work out. So, be careful what you're doing, man. I mean, should I, really give a shit what you guys do? Poor girl, I mean, she could wind up with a creep like this, you know what I mean? God knows why, but, I mean, yeah. And it's not that this guy showed on screen had anything to offer. That's the whole mystery of that one. That's the whole mystery on that sucker, man. He must have had a big old schlong, I'll tell you that. Maybe he did have a big old schlong. Maybe that was his magic bullet there. Having a big old schlong. That might do the job with some women. Who knows? So it ain't the money, it's the schlong. But if it's too big, the schlong, well, that don't sometimes work either because it can be painful. Like an empty wallet could be painful. There's always a reason why somebody's with somebody. You can make an assumption that a woman is only with you for money, but maybe she's not. But if you have a great age gap, yes, the odds are, unfortunately, that she's with you to utilize you as an ATM machine and more. Yeah, then these guys, a few months, 6 months, 7 months in a relationship, they're buying them a home, moving in their whole family. Come on, Uncle Jed, we got a house now, man. Let's go get Aunt Jamie in here and let's get, Auntie Priscilla to come in here and bring Jose while you're at it, too. We's going to have our own room, motherfuckers. You really want that? Do you really, really want that? Then don't do it. Then don't do it. Just understand that it takes time and effort and exploring to find the right Filipina. Otherwise, you're cheating yourself. Oh, see, you were worried about getting older, right? That the clock was ticking. Okay, fine. I understand it. If the clock was ticking and you're worried about it, what if it didn't work out? You just rushed in on it. All that time, you could have been spending time with somebody who was worthwhile, but the clock is still ticking. But you went for, you didn't want to wait. You didn't want to wait and find the right woman. No, you didn't. You had a big rush. Tick, 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 tock, tick, tock, tick, tock. Big rush. Big rush. Then how does it work out? It won't work out. So now you got to find another woman. You got to find another woman. And you're going to go through the same shit, same old skanky shit that you went through before. And, chasing your tail again. Man, do they chase their tails on here. I thought some dogs chased their tails, but I'll tell you, some of these foreigner guys, they're really chasing their tails big time.
Thailand, Vietnam, Philippines, all chasing their tails. And for what? For what? To get screwed over and over and over and over again. All right. I said my piece. Live and learn. Uncle Frank is telling you like it is. Otherwise, suffer, sucker. Suffer. If you want to make those mistakes, don't get that desperate. It's okay, no matter how old you are, to take the time. Take the time and have the patience. And you'll find the right lovely lady. All right? It's that simple. All right, and I gotta go. Speaking of lovely lady, I have my lovely lady to attend to. I do indeed. You all have a wonderful night. Okay, here we are. The title, let's dispense with the challenges all the time. The back and forth shit. It's becoming just a little bit too boring for me. And it takes a bit for me to get bored. But I have found that I've been watching some channels, shall we call them on here, shows, vloggers. I find it very interesting how they're making a living or how they're surviving out here. Some are very creative, build their own garage. You know, I don't have any carpentry skills whatsoever, not really. Not really. And how creative people can be. Now, I see younger vloggers on here. What's this one guy, Russian guy? Boris and, I forgot his wife's name. He's not that old. And it makes you wonder, we have to pose that question. What is your means of support? What is your means of support? This guy has all the right tools, costs money. He has some great building skills. He's building a little garage. They're living in a simple house right off the roadside. In fact, it's very noisy and not very safe. He could build a wall at the roadside. He's building a garage. And I'm saying I got to give credit to people who utilize their skills. Building, carpentry, that kind of stuff has never been my forte. I might have worked for people in such trades, such as, putting down driveways and stuff, concrete, that kind of stuff. I've done a little bit of that. But I just don't have carpentry skills. I really don't have any at all. I'll start a project, and I'll say, oh man, fuck it, I'll just hire somebody to finish it, But I got to give credit to those who making a life out here. And some are younger vloggers. I would pose the question, never always get an answer. I said, how are you making a living out here? Says this is Russian guy. And in Russia, your average class of people out there, they're very inventive because a lot of people cannot afford to hire people. And it's the same thing with the Filipinos out here. They can be really inventive because they can't really afford to go hire sometimes builders or certain projects and stuff that they'd have to normally put out some money. So they get creative, and I got to give certainly Filipinos the credit that they are forced to develop some talents, shall I say, based on finance, where you can't really afford to hire somebody. They get awfully creative, and I gotta give kudos to people. Well, I don't care who you are, Filipino, Russian, or whatever, how inventive and creative people can be to build a shelter for themselves. And it blows me away, some of them who have such skills and talents to be able to do things like that. I've always envied people who can, and it does take a certain amount of intellect to figure out, and mathematically and so forth, and how to piece things together, and they got these welding skills and all that. I got to commend these people for doing it. That was never my forte. Never been my forte. I'll get lazy sometimes. You know, I started a project where, I'm sorry I started because I'm probably not going to be able to finish it really. I have all the metal railing around my fencing and gates and whatever. Now I'm just exposing the bare metal for the the paint that was chipping off, and I'm saying, oh God, I'm sorry I started this, which is going to wind up being hired out to somebody someday with a grinder, and just let them do that tedious shit. No, there's things I can do, but I'm not I have a lot of energy for my age, but I sometimes get lazied out or just maybe can't do it because the expenditure of energy, which I don't have as much, of course, as I did when I was younger. So I'd rather just let somebody do it. When maybe it's a project I could probably do myself, but oh yeah, I could definitely do the fencing and grind it down and all that shit down to the metal, and put a protective primer on there, and then put a base coat, and then put a final coat. I mean, I could do all that stuff, but I have to admit though, it's just I'm not good with working with high humidity and the heat. It kind of puts a big quash on wanting to finish the project rather, yeah. So that's the changes that's going on with me with that. I've had a lot more energy, of course, when I was younger, but doesn't mean I can't do certain projects, but I think some things I'd rather delegate to somebody else. For example, I'm a very careful person with certain things. I know I wouldn't want to be on ladders anymore. I used to be on ladders on my roof all the time in my house in Hawaii. No problem climbing ladders, getting on the roof, pressure washing, cleaning out the gutters, maybe replacing some ridge cap screws that have become rusted, and doing things like that on the roof, and no problem at all. But I don't trust my balance. No, I don't trust my balance like it used to be. So I wouldn't put myself on anything that has potential of me becoming imbalanced and falling down and breaking my full neck or hip or something. So I am more careful with that kind of stuff, because what can happen, and I'm not a big chance taker. I cannot afford to be a big chance taker, and that's the changes. That is the changes, both in a cerebral level and a physical level and so forth. You don't want to, although you can do certain stuff, sometimes you just don't want to chance it, because, as I said, whatever can happen, and why chance it? Okay, so that's the difference between my age and somebody radically younger. They might be able to take a small fall or something, but I know, and I'm no Superman, and never claimed I was, be able to take even a small fall, and who the hell wants to chance it? That's the difference. As you get older, I think you become a lot more cautious of yourself and any projects you do. And if you feel that way, and you know your limits, then hire out to someone younger and somebody has better patience than you do, and get the job done right, instead of jerry-rigging something, and find somebody who could actually do the project right, rather than trying to save money by doing it myself. Yeah, there are things I can do myself, but I think very limited when it comes to building something or having those type of skills. I mean, I was watching this guy in a Russian guy, and he was very inventive. I got to give him that. His name is Boris. It's called. I'll give him a plug because he's got 62,000 subscribers, so he's doing very well. I guess that might answer part of my question. How does he make money to survive? Because this guy is still. How old can he be? 30s? I don't know. He's not that old. I think it's called Island Life. I think it's called Island Life. I'll give him a plug. Because, I mean, he's doing stuff with his time. Now, then you ask the question, how is this guy retired? And he's only like maybe in his 30s or something? I don't know. How did they come out here? And it makes you wonder, and you got to ask that question a lot. It takes most of us, to be retired to move out here to the Philippines and have some kind of a pension from a job or Social Security or whatever. Maybe some people have inherited money from the family. These are always curious questions you always want to ask. How you doing this, by the way? He says expensive tools, welding equipment, grinders. I mean, he has all kinds of stuff. Where did the money come from? Is always the ideal question or typical question I would ask. Excuse me. But you can tell it seems like the guy doesn't have a lot of money. That's why he's doing things for himself. But yet they have the tools and ordering supplies to go build this garage or make improvements on the house or buy some insulation for the roof or whatever he's doing. They always seem to have the money for that. Okay, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Okay, well, he's got 62,000, and this is just one person I'm talking about, but he's got over 62,000 subscribers, which is, it's impressive. It's impressive. And seems like he has a good following. Now, of course, his wife got ill a few times. They still haven't defined what her illness is. And right away, I became skeptical. And that's a little part of my problem. I become a little skeptical of people and whether they're doing something legitimately or not. And I'll be the first one to say, well, what is wrong with your wife anyway? She has anxiety, that's all it was. She has panic attacks, but they managed to put together they were getting donations from people because they liked the couple and his wife, they felt sorry for her. Now, is this an ingenious way of making money? I don't know. But this does happen quite a bit. The sympathy factor. And then you get your audience. They follow you like a soap opera. They want to, same as, people come to my show and they follow me and they want to see what they have to say. But unfortunately, on my show, it's mostly people trying to catch me with something I said or did that they can make some kind of reference to or use in a negative way. It's a shame it has to really be that way, but that's exactly what goes on here. I think I'm a good vlogger, and I think this channel of mine could have really took off years ago, but when you're under the attack all the time, it makes it very difficult. And that's why you're always trying to, you're kind of back and forth on whether I should stay on here. I mean, what's the purpose? I'm not monetized. It's not the idea of me doing a show is to be monetized. It's never been about the money with me. It's never been about the money. I've been monetized before, then I fucked something up, and I lost a lot of my videos on my channel at the time, and I regrouped and got the channel together again. But then I asked myself, does it really matter? And I asked myself the question, what is the purpose? Is it I like challenges? Is it because do I like challenge people that are challenging me? Because I'm up for a good challenge. That's one thing about me. I could say I'm always up for a good challenge with somebody. I don't know why. Whether I find it very entertaining or something, I don't know. But sometimes it gets beyond the point where it's not entertaining anymore, and it gets pretty serious, and you can figure out what I'm talking about. And it doesn't become as much fun. Yeah, I see why people do, but I noticed though, again, the successful one, but here I am on a live, right? Because it's called laziness, where I made a promise that every day I'm going to do is going to be uploads. But then I get lazy, oh, the uploads take how long, and blah, blah, blah. Oh, you got to get that information out. Why? Why do you got to rush to get the information out? What do you have that's that important to say to get the information out? It's not important. But sometimes I do feel like doing a live, like this morning. Sometimes I get all charged up when I watch somebody's show, and maybe I take something from that show that I find interesting, like I'm talking about now with this one guy on his channel. And yeah, it can be fun having a YouTube channel, absolutely. And it's a way of expressing yourself. I've always said that. And it's been a way of expressing myself. But sometimes, things go awry and it doesn't make it that fun anymore. And then there's part of you that wants to get the fuck off here. There's part of you that says, well, wait a minute. Are you finding any enjoyment from what you're doing? I mean, anything at all? Does something work for you on here? And I'd have to say yes. What I don't like is negative exchanges that goes on here. You just sometimes you want to put a channel on without being criticized and copied and people trying to find fault with you. That makes it very hard to do a show. On one hand, you can have people saying, yeah, I wish you'd get off YouTube, he's this and that. But the truth is, they don't want me to get off YouTube. I am their entertainment. It gives them a reason to vlog. It gives them material to vlog. So in a way, I'm kind of helping the community. So I've made a lot of contributions, I think, to the community. And I wasn't lying how people do catch on. There might be catchphrases I used, I find people now using. Health matters. I've seen a number of people, I think, that are trying to, maybe they have absorbed, of course they're not going to admit it to me, that have actually absorbed some of the things that I talk about on here. And I think I've proven it, that I know people have taken interest in some of the things I talk about. Health matters, and I've been pushing this obesity thing versus this versus that. Well, people are going to do what they want to do. It doesn't matter, sometimes giving advice causes problems. I know that firsthand with my daughter. I've given her advice. She doesn't take it. It just creates tension and things go from there. So sometimes I wonder, why should I give advice on anything on here? Well, maybe that's inherent with me. Maybe I like giving advice. Maybe I like sharing things I've learned, even if I don't make any money on it, because I'm one of the few rare channels on here that's very consistent. I'm on here all the time, and I do share a lot of information on here. It's the difference is what you share. A lot of times you get too personal, which I don't recommend, but I'm not somebody with something to hide. If I had something to hide on here, if I did something that terribly wrong, I would not be doing a YouTube channel. I would have just faded off and, I would become a distant memory to people on here. But I've never, obviously so, 10 years, I've never, ever let somebody get the best of me and, dictate to me what I should be doing, or I should be getting off YouTube, or go fuck yourself, go die, whatever. I can't change people's opinions, but I can show my own opposition in my own ways by, just staying on and doing my shows to their dismay. And that's exactly what I've actually done on here. And it pisses some people off to find anybody interested in listening to my show at all. Obviously, I don't promote this show. And you'll see by my subs, the number, by the amount on an average of people who come by here, although there's more later on. If I keep it on and don't take off all my shows, you'll see the numbers grow quite a bit on about views on each show that I do. I just don't always keep them all on. I either find them boring or I just rethink what I said, and I said, nah, fuck it. I said what I had to say, and I don't need to keep it on, whatever reason, but it just pays to just wind up if you're going to do a show, just leave it on. Everybody's going to have a varied opinion about your show. They're not always very legitimate opinions, and some people are just in opposition of me and other vloggers, and they just want to spend their time critiquing just about everything you do, and criticize everything about yourself and what you talk about and everything else, which I find that kind of exchange is just, it's really not worth it. So one new thing I will be doing on here is I'm not going to be making any exchanges anymore. I'm not going to be making comments on anybody's channels in regards to something you might have said about me. Just, leave it be, because basically they want that exchange. They expect you to comment on their show. They expect you to make a comment. They can go after you for some reason or another. Yeah, it is pretty sick, and we've witnessed such crazy shit on here, such sick shit from some sick bastards that you really scratch your head wondering, is this really happening? Are these people really that way? I mean, off YouTube. And it really makes you wonder. And I've been on here long enough. I've experienced enough on here with so-called human nature to make me really look down on our society. I mean, I talk about that a lot, and I mean what I say. I do look down on our present society today because it's pretty messed up. I mean, it's just not. It's for real, and people have changed, I think, in the past few decades, but not to the best. I think people can't learn to think upon themselves and formulate opinions without somebody coercing them to formulate their opinion or to take on their thoughts and accusations and so forth. And people don't think for themselves anymore. They need an army behind them to help them make decisions, or they just follow the leader, just like they're following the cattle of society, which I talk about all the time on here, the cattle of society, because they are cattle of society. Simon says do this, Simon says do that, they do this and they do that. They don't always do it on their own. They need that encouragement, like having a ringmaster doing a show, like who basically is a ringmaster on his show, and he just promotes trolls. And the guy doesn't care that there's all trolls on his channel. All he cares about if he gets a little jingle in his pocket. And a lot of people lie to you about their income, and they use that sympathy card all the time. Boy, do we know that, don't we? They use that sympathy card to try to get donations when they really don't need the money. That they're doing fine, thank you, and they have other resources too, but they'd rather not spend their money. They want to spend yours. That's good business, actually, and that's actually what good business really is. Don't use your own money. You want a success in life, you want to build a house, you want to do this, you want to build a company, whatever it might be, your endeavor, don't use your own money. Use somebody else's money. So you'll be able to get that company together, get successful. It didn't cost you anything out of your pocket. You could repay these people back because now your business is successful, right? That's how it works. Okay, and people utilize this concept all the time, and they do it on YouTube, let me give a sympathy story or something there. People are going to give me money. Why should I take any money out of my bank account? They're smart. There are smart YouTubers out here, and they use everything from bait tactics to, they're really good at what they do. I must admit it. They are. I mean, even our prize monkey on here that's in jail, he was very creative in making money on his show, and he did use the sympathy card, and people bought it hook, line, and sinker until some people caught on. Then they weren't giving him any more money. Like his situation now, I don't believe he's making any money to get him out of his situation. Maybe he is, I don't know. Maybe he's not, but nothing that I know about. But I think some people sometimes just give up after a while and say, okay, I got to consider what these people have done in the past, and what my donations to him was supposed to be going toward a particular reason, and then would use the money for something else, like liquor, cigarettes, whatever, or chasing ass or something, going to the bars or whatever. When the money was meant for survival, meant for food, maybe to help them pay rent or whatever it was. But they're smart. I mean, they may be dumb in a lot of ways, in very obvious ways, and they may not have a high IQ level. But the amazing things about when it comes to money, people know money. I don't care what language you speak. They all know the dollar. They all know what money. They know how to They know how to add and subtract. They know math. When it comes to money, you can be the dumbest shitwick on earth, but you always know money. You know how to count money, and you know how to make money. Interesting part of human nature, isn't it, though? Dumb as a nail, but they know money, and they can get creative to find ways of making money. When it comes to your own survival, all of a sudden, the dumb shit becomes a genius, okay? When it comes to that, because it's survival. And it's amazing how creative people can be when it comes to their survival. And I got to give a lot of people credit that have YouTube shows. They do everything. Buy me a coffee. You know, you got PayPal. You got all these platforms for making money. They don't settle with one. They don't settle for super chat. There's buy me a coffee or different platforms. And then they're selling products on the side. See, people get creative. But a lot of times they get creative when they have to. Maybe their income is not very big from their Social Security or whatever it might be. And you get together with a woman, you have children. You're going to have to get creative in somehow. And a lot of people, they do. And I have to give them credit. But like I said, my show here, I could throw a PayPal in. I could do a lot of things like that. I don't do it because that's never what my vlogging has been about. Oh, okay, let's be honest. We all use more money, right? Nobody complains about making more money. If you have an opportunity to do so, I mean, why not? I'm not against it. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not against making more money. I just never really thought that was my platform on here. To come on here and, tell a story, whether it's a true story or not. Or and then you get a little greedy and you start putting sympathy cards out there and to make more money, or you put a good-looking girl on camera in a bathing suit to make money, or you go on some famous person's vlog to be seen so that they're going to come to your channel. These people are wonderful at what they do. And I'm actually giving, a lot of credit to people who have successful shows and how they did it. But they learn from other people. Oh, how are they doing that? I'll get the woman on camera, or just have your girlfriend do a show too. Why not? If you're doing good, have your girlfriend do her own show. You're making double the money. So if they're listening to your show and they have any interest in the guy's wife or girlfriend, they're going to go run to that show too, and they're going to subscribe to that. It's very creative. It's really very creative. I got to give the credit when it's due. These people can be amazingly creative. And I'm not at that point anywhere where I'm going to be dependent on money, monetization, for my show. I certainly have enough subs, and I believe I have enough watch hours. I had decided really not to even go and check into that. Some people say, Frank, why don't you get monetized? Well, come on, I've been down that path before. When I was monetized in the past, and I wasn't getting much of any donations at all on Super Chat or anything. But then again, I didn't push it either. I didn't throw a PayPal on there and this and that and this and that and Remitly or whatever. I didn't do it. I don't know, pure laziness, or just I didn't feel I had the need to turn this into a financial adventure, where my purpose was simply, I'm an old-fashioned vlogger. And the purpose was never to be for money. It was a hobby, it was a way to express myself, and even vent if I had to. And it's been that, but it's never been a base for making money. And I probably would never do that as long as I'm on YouTube. And again, I said, I'm doing the worst thing now by doing a live stream. Good old dependable Frank, yeah. I'm not going to do any lives, and then he gets lazy. I don't want to wait for it to upload. And then here I am doing lives, okay. It's really hard to pin me down on something, it really is. It's hard to pin myself down on something because I'll go back and forth. As far as saying, I'm just getting off YouTube altogether. And how many times have you heard that? Probably more than you could count, right? You're right. You're right. You can trust me in the things I talk about on here, but the one thing you just can't pin me down with is, you know, if I say I'm getting off YouTube and I don't, and you know that as a fact, you know, and maybe I'm serious at the moment when I say that. Maybe I'm not in a good mood or something. Say fuck all this shit. In fact, get rid of Google, get rid of the whole account. Don't even go on there, listen to anybody's shows, just get it over with, you know. But what you've been doing YouTube for a long time, I admit that's hard to do. And with all the adversity, you would think that I'd be well off here, but that's the whole thing. I could face adversity. And a lot of times, like I said, I don't know what it is about me. I like the challenge. I kind of like the challenge. And I've done very well, you know, challenging other people on here. I don't want to really challenge people, not on a negative part, and not on any kind of adversity. But I do a pretty damn good job of doing that, though. Yeah, I guess I do have some talents after all. I'll challenge anybody on here, and I have for 10 years, and I think you all know that. And I've challenged them quite successfully, if you know what I'm talking about. So, I don't let people's words get me down. It just becomes more of an irritant. But you're not getting me down. It's just irritating. And, you know, it's also with that question all the time, and I bring it up all the time, do these people have anything better to do? And I'm really serious about that question, that thought. And what are they doing with their time? You know, I don't lie about what I do. The fact is, it's not the most exciting place to be in the world here in the Philippines, that's for sure. And when you're retired, you know, there are certain things that you can't do that maybe you used to be able to do. Certain types of physical activities, you know, that you were able to do a lot better when you were younger. Obviously, when you get older, you maybe, you know, there's a big void, you know, there's limitations of what you can actually do. You could try to be a he-man, you know, try to prove to somebody, hey, I can do this, you know, I can deadlift this and that. Well, why would I do that? Why would I do that and throw out my back or something? Yeah, I work with weights. I work with little, they call them the Jane Fonda weights. Well, you know, like I said, Jane Fonda kept herself in pretty good shape for the little weights she uses, but I'm just more realistic. I'm realistic. I know my age, and I don't want to push something. You know, I could try to go prove to you this and that. The fact I could get a little muscle on me at all is wonderful for me. I mean, I'm not looking to be a bodybuilder. And some people laugh at the fact that I got a little muscle on my arms, or maybe my chest built up a little bit. And it has. Maybe you don't know. I notice it, you know. And that's all that matters to me, that there is some change. And I'm not trying to do that to impress people. I'm trying to do it to impress myself. But more so than impress myself is that you have to build a little bit of muscle tone. And it's going to be extremely important as you get older. You need strong legs, you need strong arms, you need strong hands. I think that's really important. You want to be able to grip things, you want to be able to lift things, you want to be able to take care of yourself as you get older, not to be totally dependent on your spouse or your girlfriend or something. You know, there are things that you want to do for yourself without the help of somebody else, to be self-sufficient and so forth. So I think that's really important. Hello, Princess. Good morning. Thumbs up, thank you. And, you know, I run a small channel here, but, you know, the one thing I always laugh about, and I have a good time with this, you'll get a lot of critics out there, and they're talking about your channel, you're this, you're that, and they're calling you all these names like a bunch of little kids, little school children, and, you know, you're going to get all this criticism. Well, like I said, nobody forces me to come to my channel to watch. And I always, and they never know how to answer that. And the one-liner I give to these people is, well, you're complaining about this and that or criticizing me, but a shitty channel or whatever it is. But I said, but yet you watch. Those are the words I use every single time. And if you're a troll, you know I've used that against you. I said, but yet you come, but yet you watch. Nobody's forcing you. If you don't like my channel, what I talk about on here, you know, you've got the ability to just tune out. You got the ability to just not watch it, go watch somebody else's show. But they still come here, which proves that I do have something to say. And yes, I think a lot of people have learned a lot from me. Well, on a certain level, they understand my tenacity. I think they understand my tenacity very well. That when I say I'm going to do something, you know that I do it, don't you? I don't think you have any question about that at all. I think I've proved that in a certain amount of ways. Haven't I? Haven't I? Yeah, I guess I have. But I don't let people stop me despite the criticism. Come on and do a show. Now, if I had something to hide or whatever, I wouldn't even be on YouTube. In fact, some of these people who have come to this country because they're running away from something, probably the worst thing they can do is put a YouTube channel on if you're running away from something. You know, it's not that hard to be discovered, accidentally or whatever, purposely. You know, so if you're running away from something, that's why you come to the Philippines. You're not doing yourself a justice by putting a YouTube show on. Sure, I get adversity on here, but I handle a lot of adversity, and I've done it for a decade. I've done a fantastic job of it. I've pissed a lot of people off because I'm here. I pissed a lot of people off because I can be just as challenging as they are, and maybe have some fun on the way doing it. Actually, look, if it wasn't fun for me in some way, if it wasn't entertaining to me in some way, I would not be on here for sure. There would be no question whether I'm getting off. I just would. That's it. Get rid of my whole Google account and just not exist anymore. I have the ability to do that at any time, any second. I could do it after this show. But that's up to me. Nobody makes my decisions on what I do on my channel. Nobody makes my decisions on what I talk about on my channel. And nobody has ever forced me off YouTube, and they never will. As I said, if that time ever does come and I actually mean it, you'll know about it. Because I simply won't be there. The channel won't exist anymore, and you get the hint. I guess he's really off this time, because this channel is gone. And I haven't heard he either croaked or he really got rid of his YouTube channel. Simple mathematics. If I didn't want to be here, I wouldn't be here, okay? And I do serve a purpose on here. And I tell you what, I've seen people actually listen to and take some of my advice about some things I talk about. To my pleasure, if you want to call it that, I've seen people actually start doing things that I suggest them to do. I got people to think about their health. And, a big topic was, the common denominator, it seems on here, and maybe it's just not on here because it's universal, this obesity issue. It's not just here on YouTube. I mean, it's universal. It's not just, in a particular country or whatever. This is a worldwide problem of obesity. And I just I simply made observations on here with some of the regular YouTubers, and I, deducted very easily. I was just seeing their pictures, and that there's a common denominator with these people, and that they are indeed obese. And I've never understood, unless you had a medical problem and you weren't mobile and you ate a lot and you gained a lot of weight, I never understood. I still don't. While people allow themselves to get to that weight, and then when they start developing all these health problems as a result of it, they sit there and scratch their head, I wonder why I'm getting all these metabolic syndromes and everything going on. My organs are breaking down. Well, think about it. It is your weight. It is your weight. Okay, we can name names in here, but you know who all these people are that are highly critical of everything I would say or do on my show, but then they have to self-examine, and after a while they say, well, Frank's right. I've let myself go. I got to do something. He is right. I'm not going to admit that he's right. That means I'm giving in to him, and I don't want to give in to Frank. That's the last thing I want to do, is to give in to Frank. But they do it, secretly or otherwise. They're doing it. They're going out there getting steps in, or they're doing this, or maybe they're starting to re-examine their diet, And so I do have a purpose on here after all. And I have helped people out whether they want to admit it or not. And again, and I always say this, and I always will, I'm not perfect in everything I eat. I'm not perfect in how often I exercise, but I do certain exercises. I do it. It's not just talk. Today's a cool morning after it rained. I'll be getting on the treadmill again. I'll be doing some other stuff with the hand weights, and you don't need big weights. It's according, what are you trying to become? You know, a bodybuilder, is that your endeavor? I'm not trying to become a big bodybuilder. I'm just simply trying to keep up some muscle tone. Nothing more than that. I don't expect any, grandiose expectations of what I do and the level of what I do and how I do it. I was laughing, though. I gotta admit, though, that one of my biggest adversaries on here was on a short video, and I was just laughing. I mean, actually, audibly laughing when I seen this chick. She's doing exercise with a Coca-Cola 2-liter bottle with water in it. And I was laughing. She caught on too. She listens to all my shows, besides being very adverse with me, and obviously so, and I think you know why and what transpired with this person, right? No need to mention names, but you know what I'm talking about. And I did find it funny. I've even influenced her. Go figure. God, I influenced John Blaze's wife. I've influenced other people on here. And don't say that I'm not a good influencer on here. I have influenced people in many ways. And that's a good purpose on here, to be on YouTube, to be an influencer. Something positive rather than something negative on here. And some people can't get out of that little ditch of negativity, that they're in that slump all the time where they got to be negative, and they can say some positive things. And people would get along a lot better on here. If you find my show interesting or whatever, or you could learn something from it, say so. I'll give people that are even could be a nemesis of mine. If they do a good show about something, I'll acknowledge it and say, hey, that was a good show, despite I can't stand your fucking guts. You talked about something interesting, and you caught my attention. As much as I don't like you, and probably never will, if you had an interesting show, I might actually say, wow, that was pretty good topic matter. I actually enjoyed it. Whether you hate my guts or vice versa, if it was interesting, I will acknowledge it. Okay? That's how I work on here. That's how I'll continue to be. I will put out a lot of positive stuff on here. But now, as the entitlement of the show, I mean, there's no purpose on even going any further with challenging anything. I do take a good challenge, as I mentioned earlier in the broadcast. I've proven that very well. But I think it gets to a point where it just gets tedious. It gets horribly redundant. The back and forth shit, or even me making comments on their show, it just doesn't stop. But I could make my end of the field. I could stop doing that. It doesn't mean I'm going to stop somebody else, but I'm not by not giving them any ammunition. Probably the best thing to do. Don't give them what they want. Don't give them what they want. That's all. It's simple. Don't go into, the word is exchanges. Don't get into these exchanges with people. Now, understand something. People like Big Kevin, and I could go down the list, they want that exchange from you because that's what drives their show. If there was no exchanges, if you just ignored them, it would get boring even for their viewers to have to hear them talk about Frank. And you'll notice when you don't see as many comments on their channel and people getting bored, and some people are bold enough to say, do you have anything else to talk about, Kevin, or whoever it might be? And I've seen these comments. I've seen them in the past, and every now and then I will see them. It gets boring after a while, then their channel goes into a nosedive. That's the way it works. And sometimes it's fun just to watch that happen. You can't be dependent. If you can't put a show together, you can't be a vlogger. if you're just dependent on the material from somebody else's show, that'll get old for a lot of people real quick. If you can't be independent of your thoughts, if you can't be creative enough to put a show together where you actually have something to talk about that doesn't have to do with attacking another vlogger or constantly making a particular vlogger the whole subject matter of your show. I tell you what I've witnessed here, and it's like a piranha syndrome. I mean, let me try to explain this. Okay, a typical day on Kevin's show, right? Well, anybody decides that it trolls to have a live stream. Let's use Kevin for this. Let's use Kevin for this because he's a troll master. All the trolls will come to Kevin's show and they wait for people to do a live stream, right? And they probably figure that Kevin is going to talk about me because that's the only reason he'd have a show. It's the only reason people will come to his channel. I call it channels, call it what you want. That's the only reason. And then I noticed, oh, okay, copycat channel. That's the other one too. And Big Kevin picked up on that expression of mine that people are tripping over themselves to, and he's never used that expression before. So I do have influence on here. I'm the one that came up with these people that's just tripping over each other to make some negative comments and so forth. So if you listen to the copycat and you listen to Kevin's show, what do you hear exactly? It's what I said. Everybody has to come in there, especially the copycat, Frank. It's a show about me, after all. And every troll and their grandmother was in there making a negative comment about me, true or not, They're making a negative comment. And they literally, maybe figuratively, maybe literally, tripping over each other to get a bad comment about me. Frank's this, or his girlfriend is this, or Frank is that, or whatever I have to say. And I found it to be so absolutely pathetic. If I didn't witness it myself, I wouldn't believe it. They went beyond trying to outdo the other trolls on there with their negative comments about me. They had to outdo Frank this, Frank that, Frank this. They examine every single thing I do on my show. They observe if I'm on camera or have the camera on something, they will observe every single thing I do, and they will make something out of completely nothing. For example, the other day was a great example, a prime example. Gilda's daughter, while I was filming, walked across the screen to talk to her mother and ask if the e-bike was charged. And boy, they just made stories out of that. Stories that had to come from really pathetic, desperate, and sick minds and make something very negative or wrong out of something that was nothing at all. She walked in a room. Then they say, oh yeah, he's after young women. She's 30 years old. She's a grown adult woman. This is a prime example. Prime example. Yeah. Oh, you think they're obsessed? You think so? Oh, I'd have to agree with you on that. And yet it's the amount of obsession which is so fascinating on some human level, It's negative, yes, but it's fascinating at the same time to witness this human behavior. They really do trip over each other to try to get the negative. Why are they so negative about me is the question. When I talk about envy and jealousy and all that, it is a fact. There is no question about that. You'd have to be. There's no arguably. There's no argument about it. These people, for whatever the reason is, I don't know. I don't know what goes on in their minds and what they think about me, except all the negative things they say. But what does it derive from? What is ground zero with this? What? Because I'm happy in my relationship and they don't want to see that? Because I do consistent shows, I have topic matter, and I can entertain people, and I do have a lot of knowledge, a little bit about this, a little bit about that, and I share with my viewers. And they're the ones that listen. It's the very trolls themselves that listen, perhaps even learn. It's amazing. It's amazing. A lot of people do like listening to my show, but I've never seen anything as pathetic as what I've been witnessing on here. to the degree that these people, as I said, it's a great expression. These people are tripping over each other to get in all the negative comments about me. And then you say, why? What have I really done on here on YouTube to piss people off to that degree? You mean the fact that I defend myself? Or the fact that I give them feedback that they give me? Some people could handle it and some people can't. They get awfully sensitive. Awfully sensitive. They try to question my own personal life. And they make their own judgments on whether I'm happy with my life or not. How could you do that? You're not living in my skin, wearing my shoes. How do you know if I'm happy or unhappy? Well, you could listen to me and you'll know that I'm happy. Despite any adversity, life goes on. My life goes on every single day. There's people that wish me death. Oh, they talk about my age. He's going to die soon. What is wrong with you people, man? So are you. And a lot of these people that make these comments are within a 10-year gauge of my age. They're not that much younger than me. And, you ever think, in a perfect world, you may outlive me, but I'm thinking chances are I might outlive most of these trolls that are even younger than me. I have no major health problems, my friends. And as you know, my birthday was recently, and I'm 71 now. I sound energetic, don't I? Do I sound like an old man like Popeye? This guy, God, what a life. What a horrible life. It's just to sit there with your gin and camels and just to do hate shows on people. That's all they have to talk about. Because they don't do anything with their lives. I mean, zero with some people, except go out to the local store, go to the bingo parlor, and occasionally go to a casino. I mean, that is a prime example of somebody who is so bitter because of their life. And they don't have what I have, or what some other people might have on here. Isn't that the truth or not? That's what goes on here, man. That's why I talk about it, because I do find it absolutely fascinating. I'm just a regular guy, just a regular guy doing a show. I'm not tripping over myself either to engage with people in such a negative way. I just tell it like it is. Are you bald? Then you're bald. Are you fat? You're fat. Why do I even bother to mention that? Well, because of the high criticism of myself that they're trying to find critique with, But then they really need to re-examine themselves, and I think I have forced numerous people to re-examine themselves and take a good look at themselves before they throw insult and injury to me. It's just a fact. A lot of you people have seen what some of these vloggers look like. And you ask yourself, can they afford to say something negative about me? I think I'm doing amazingly, surprisingly pretty good for my age. I don't look at myself as being over the hill. It's just another day for me, really. I make it from one day to the other, because that's, in truth, that's all you can do. I don't know how long I'm going to live, but I could come up with a pretty solid conclusion that some of these people who are always ragging at me are probably not going to make it to my age if they're not my age already, even if within a 10-year difference or gap. I mean, come on, let's be honest. Look at these people, and you know who we're talking about. You know exactly who they are. They have one common denominator. They're all overweight and or drink in combination. And these are the people that are pointing a finger at me all the time and trying to point out my faults. Look at these people. You got Jay. I'll name fucking names. Look, you got Jay, who's a stone alcoholic, who's a chain smoker. And he's sitting on his channel critiquing me about my age or the fact that I smoke. Well, wait a minute, Jay, you're a chain smoker. For real? And the thing that really gets me with Jay, but Frank eats all these foods with preservatives, mites. I do eat some foods with preservatives, yeah. I do. But I do a lot of other good food that don't have preservatives. I eat a lot of fruits and vegetables. You forgot to mention that. And he's a guy who chain smokes and chain drinks or whatever and lives with his mummy, and he's criticizing me. Do you see the hypocrisy involved with this, folks? That's just one example. Yeah. Hello, Region. And good morning to you. They are all, that's the word. There you go. The key word, projecting. They're all projecting the average troll in a community is not a homeowner. Good point. Is unhealthy. Good point. Sexual deviance, definitely. Very tight monthly budget. No family. That's why they are jealous of Frank. You just spelt it out, my good man. Probably better than I could. I'd probably take an hour or two to spell all that out. And you just spelt it out in pretty much one paragraph. You did. Right then and there. I could do a whole show about this, but this gentleman came on with a paragraph that pretty much spells it out. Good job, Region, on that. Good job. Sometimes you guys help me out with this stuff because I'm such a talker, you know. It'll take me a whole show to express something, you know. But this guy just comes right out with it. And it's true what he just said. It really defines most of what's going on here. Right there. Just a paragraph. That's all he needed. It was one paragraph. Very well done. So that's my point. That is my point. I think I made a good point of it myself on every show I do. But it takes viewers like this to come on and just digest it, you know, into one paragraph. Okay. Well, we got a cool morning this morning, thank goodness. We needed that. I needed that. It'll give me more encouragement to do some more exercise today. But I am proud of myself on what I do. Some people laugh, oh yeah, what muscle does he have? Well, probably more muscle than most people have, because a lot of them have flab. They don't have muscle. They can have bigger arms than me, but is it muscle? It's flat. Only a few people on here have actually exhibited muscle. And some of them are trolls. And even the trolls, I'll say to them, good for you. This guy's got some guns. Haven't I said that? Right? Mick Fisher, even MJ. Have I not? Not acknowledge these people, though some of them are trolls? I'll give credit when it's due. I'm very fair about this. But there's a lot of people, was that Flying Circus Sisters Reborn Liberals? Like those Team Vagrant losers on Discord. Yeah, you know, that's ground zero for a lot of shit that goes on YouTube, isn't it, there? Like I said, look at my numbers. I only got 16 people here, but it's pretty consistent with me, though, on my show, you know. And I know that there are die-hard viewers that come here every time I do a show on here. And I have an idea who they are, of course. And people say, all your viewers are trolls trying to just, you know, sweeten you up. Not really. I got a few people on here that I know are pretty valid, and they've proven it in many ways. And yes, I actually do get emails from people. I actually do in support. You'd be surprised. Well, they're telling me that I don't. Well, you know, they such experts on me. They know how many emails I get from people. How do they know that? How much knowledge do they have? Do they know what's in my bank account? Am I totally broke? Or do I got a couple of bucks in the bank? You don't know that. You can speculate all you want, say I'm broke or I'm this and that, but it's your word against mine. You don't know. Everybody claims to be an expert on me, but they're not. If you actually spent a week with me, you know me pretty well. And you know exactly what kind of a guy. Am I a louse in the skin of society? That's for you to decide. But I think if you spent a week with me, you either go out of your mind or you're going to just really like me, you know. I am out there. I do speak my mind. That's not going to change. There's some things you can't change, you know. I do speak my mind, whether I'm a New Yorker, whatever, how you want to define or stereotype a New Yorker. But we do speak our mind. And I'm one of them. It doesn't hold me back. But I am a good influencer, though. And I know I've influenced a lot of people on here. They just don't want to admit it. Even Big E himself, you're forgetting in the past, he's actually commended me. He won't admit it now, but I remember. He said, I think Frank's a good vlogger on here. That Frank just has to stay away from all the bullshit on here. I've heard it before. Frank's one of the better vloggers on here. But people don't want to give me that credit. But they still come. They don't want to give me that credit. They act like trolls can't be actual supporters. Let's see, flying service. They act like trolls can't be actually supporters or fans if they act like trolls. If they act like trolls, yeah. Well, no, they still come here, though. They still come here. Of the 16 people watching on here, I got 6 thumbs up. And the thumbs up has come from people who actually really do support my channel, but they could even be from trolls. They just won't admit that they're giving me a thumbs up, because I wouldn't have any way of knowing who they are anyway, right? There's no way of knowing. There's no statistic page that will show that whoever gave me a thumbs up, they're going to list who the person is that gave me the thumbs up. Even the trolls give me thumbs up. Now, I may not have a huge channel and have a shitload of views, or even when I'm doing a live show and have like a shitload of commenters, and people engaging in dialogue with me. I'm comfortable with the numbers, but do you ever notice my subs are going up slowly but surely? And I'm not buying no subs. I wouldn't do that anyway. I never did. I question other people. And I know certain people out here that have bought subs. There's no question about it. Or sometimes you have people buying subs for you. And what's the philosophy with that? Well, they don't want to see you get off. They figure if they get you more subs, it's going to give you reason and rhyme to stay on. Think about it that way. But I'm not buying any subs, I can tell you that. Let's see. Region says, I've heard Jay say in the past that he doesn't believe you are... Yeah, I've heard him say that too, but then he turns around. Yeah, I know. He doesn't believe you are a PDF file, and that you and Gilda's... oh, God, where I had to hit something here, didn't I? Let me bring this back down again and get to that. Let's get back to this. What did I do? Okay. Okay, you've heard him say that I'm a PDF file and that you and Gilda's relationship is genuine. Jay runs his mouth to fit in. He's a follower, not a leader. Yeah, exactly. Big Ego hides his thumbs up because he doesn't get any. Yeah, I know. I've heard Jay say good things about me. But people want to be relevant on here. Jay talks a good talk, but he doesn't walk a good walk. Jay has actually embarrassed himself, even on camera, so many times in the past with his seizures, with all kind when he gave in. Stop, you remember all that? It was embarrassing. Embarrassing as hell. He's very vulnerable. He's very vulnerable. He's very sensitive. And maybe it has to do with his lifestyle. Failures in business, failures in this. I don't know. And I don't really put a lot into it, I don't really care. Jay could say anything he wants about me, but the proof is in the pudding, is it not? All you have to do is look at their lifestyle. That's all. Look at them. Visibly look at them. Is Jay taking care of himself? And he's worried about preservatives? He seems to be this big advocate or whatever against preservatives. Well, you're right, Jay. I know you're listening. Preservatives not good. Yeah, I do have a certain portion of my food that is preservatives. But predominantly, Jay, I do eat good food, have a good diet. When would you have lentils for breakfast? It never happened. When would you have kidney beans for breakfast? Not because I can't afford any other food. It's a choice I make to get certain grains in me and certain proteins and so forth. Not everything is eggs and bacon and all that food that makes these vloggers who they are today, and you know who they are. You know, it was last week that somebody posted a picture of somebody that was posing with Big Kevin, and he's a familiar vlogger. And I couldn't believe how big the guy's head was. Now, I knew the guy was extremely tall, like 6'8". It's a big guy. Big guy. No doubt about that. Which is not healthy in itself, but I'm not going to go into those reasons. I already covered that, why being extra tall presents other problems. But to be tall or just carry around that weight, I couldn't believe. That's why he doesn't go on camera, this particular person I'm talking about. That's why you rarely ever see him on camera, because he is big. Regent says, I really do think that ego is in the closet. Ego is a very emotional and thin-skinned man. Well, I would agree with you on the thin-skinned part. But he's also quite a hypocrite, because Big E in the past, since you're talking about him, he has supported me in some ways. He's admitted I had a good channel, that I'm a good vlogger. I've heard him say it myself. But you want to be relevant, you know, you want to keep up with the trolls. You want to get attention from people. Look at me, look at me, look at my wallet, look at this, I got a harem. But I'm not envious of Big E in any form or way. I will tell you that straight up. There's nothing about Big E that I'm envious about. Nothing. Yeah, I know he's got more money than I'll ever have. That's for sure. That's for damn sure. But money is not everything. It's your character that makes up who you are. And people that preach religion and stuff, and yet they form harems and fornication beyond the marriage, and putting your wife on camera, feeling her tits in a public place, in a bar, and having her dance with another woman sexually. I have no problem talking about that at all, because that happened. That happened. And it was a disgusting display. It really was. I'm not Mr. Moral here. I do have some old school values I hold on to, and I'm very proud of. But the way I see things is not always the way somebody else sees them. I think it was a disgusting display. And I'll say this and say this and say this, and I don't care what he thinks. If you love somebody and respect somebody, you're not going to go in a bar and get drunk off your ass and you're feeling your woman, your wife, you're feeling your wife's tits on camera through her clothing. Then your wife gets up on the dance floor with another woman, and they're doing this really sexual dancing together, grinding and everything. That's disgusting. It shows respect against your wife. For that, Big E, sue me for that if you want. But it's a fact that you displayed. Then to make it worse, he has sex with this woman and has a baby with her. The fuckers are all sleeping in the same fucking bed, fornicating. What kind of respect is it to have to your wife, to somebody that you love, to allow somebody else in there, unless you're, you know, you like swinging. There are swingers out there. He has the right to do whatever he wants to do. I'll put that up front and be honest about it. I may not like it, you may not like it, but he does have the right to do what he wants to do. But don't come on here and be a hypocrite. Don't come on here and try to point out my faults. That's all I'm saying. I think if you love somebody, you will respect them, and you will not put him on camera in a sexual way. This deviant behavior is not acceptable to me, but I'm old school. I think a lot of people would agree with me on that. Regent says, when Fazio stood him up and did a vlog, bad-mouthing Ego, Ego looked like he was on the verge of crying. Flying Sister Circus Sisters Reborn says, Ego loses it when we talk about his kids being socially isolated. Well, some people can't handle the truth. They get really defensive. I don't get defensive in that such the way of the word. I get factual. A difference between being defensive. I can be defensive, and I have been defensive. But mostly, I get factual. And I present the real facts from what we've all seen, what we've all witnessed, what we've all heard. And you can't dispense with that, you know, because it's a common denominator that we have all seen and heard what these people do. Like I said, people could do what they want. I have no control what you want to do with your life. If you want to form a harem, if you want to prove that you're better and bigger than somebody, not just your height or girth, that you got a bigger wallet. He's got a bigger wallet than me. The weight of his money could probably crush me. I would imagine he does have money. But it doesn't impress me because I see his lifestyle. That could never be me. I really do love my partner, my girlfriend. She's my life. She is. I respect her in every way. I'm always telling her how much I love her. I always remind her. I would never do that and display her in such a way. That's horrific. It's low class. It's not showing respect for your partner. Regent says the entire community knows Ego doesn't respect his wife or the GFW baby mama. Yeah, well, people are aware of it. Ego could do a lot of horrible things again. He's got the money to get the best lawyers. He's got all that shit. But, his dollar spends the same as my dollar. It don't matter how many dollars he has. And he may have more dollars than me. But a lawyer is a lawyer, and what they charge is what they charge. It's the same thing to him to go to a lawyer, same thing to me to go to a lawyer. It's the same fees. And the money gets spent the same way. It don't matter how much you have. It gets spent the same way. There's a retaining fee. Same for him, same for me. I don't know what Big E has against me, really. Because actually, Big E, I've actually talked to him a few times on the phone. When I used to live at the other house I was renting, it was way back. We used to talk about Nika, the big surprise that we had Nika in common and what she did to us and, all that, what he experienced. I was in shock. I said, no shit, you got to be kidding me, right? You really know her? That's what started off our conversation. And I never had anything against Big E. I mean, he's kind of a loudmouth, yeah, to show off and all that stuff, but I wasn't really holding that against him. I don't hate the guy. But I'm just pointing out some shit like he points things out for me. Now, not always true, but the things I point out yourself. I mean, does that lie? When you see it on camera and you hear what he talks about, am I lying about that? You've heard him. You've seen the things he's done. So how am I lying about that? If you've also experienced it and seen it and heard it. The entire community, yeah. So, Biggie, I know you're probably listening along the way. So I don't listen to Frank's show. Only what people tell me. No, you listen to me, Biggie. You all listen to me. Stop with the bullshit. Go to your corner, Biggie, and I'll go to mine. Okay, you don't have to agree with me on how long Barry's been in jail and stuff like that. You may have your own, people, you have all your own thoughts about that. Everybody knows what Barry did. It has nothing to do with what he just did to me. His past goes way back 10 years, okay, the things he's done. You all know this. Every one of you know, whether you're adverse with me or not. You all know what Barry did. And you know he belongs where he is. You all know it. Big E knows it. All the biggest trolls on here, they all know it. Okay? People just get overbound with the things they say on here. And yes, you can hurt people inadvertently. You can hurt their family. Some of the things that were done to me, you think that doesn't hurt Gilda, but that's the point. They want her to be hurt. They'd love to see me deported. Why? Ask themselves the question, why? What is the real reason? What is the real reason? Because it just built up over time. They got tired of seeing me having my way, and the truth always prevails, and they hate that. When I prove them wrong about something, that's when they get really adverse with me. It's not that I've done anything that terribly wrong to make them all attack me the way they do. It just became a snowball effect, Snowball, roll it down the hill. Velocity and speed, and it's going to build up mass as it rolls down the hill and collects more and more snow. This is exactly what goes on YouTube. All right, Flying Sisters Circus, whatever, Reborn. Boy, you had a long name. Commenting to Region, that was strange. It might be true. Fazio turned down an invite to the harem. He wanted Fazio's blessings to court Daisy May. Well, I don't know what he did with that. But I don't know. What's this thing with the harem and why Big E feels that? Eric, call him his name. Why he needs that? I don't understand that. He needs that kind of attention, or is he on a big power struggle? I got all this money, I get to travel here and there. Well, kudos, man. Eric, that's cool, man. Part of your job or otherwise, you get to travel. Kudos to you, man. That's great. I don't get to travel like you. I wish I did, Eric. I wish I did. I don't hate you, Eric, man, but, put truth into place. Just cut the bullshit out, okay? Cut the fat off the pot roast, just cut it to reality. Eric knows I'm a damn good vlogger, and I think he has a good idea that I'm not a bad character. His good buddy, Mick Fisher, he met me. And, Mick Fisher knows I'm a pretty regular guy. I didn't do anything outlandish when he met me to make me think that Frank's a real scumbag, other than maybe not agreeing with me that Barry should be in jail and all that. He had a difference of opinion. But, Mick Fisher will go along with Big E because that's his buddy. And he didn't want to disappoint Big E, so he's not going to say anything positive about me. They support each other, is what they do. If one says, I think this guy's a creep, he's done all this shit wrong, the other's going to agree. It's almost like they don't have independent thinking. And they're afraid to have independent thinking. Yeah. Fozzie was too old for crystal meth. The lookout. He was. I heard that's what he did. And for people who don't really know this, I'm glad you brought that up. Fazio had a neighbor that was selling drugs. Look, I found this out, okay? You know who told me? Warren. That was when the good days of Warren and Fazio went. Well, actually, the information system came into Warren because Fazio used to tell Warren everything, down to when he took his last shit. So when things didn't develop very well between Fazio and Warren became an opponent of Michael Fazio, and he started to become friendly with me. You know how that works. The friend of your friend is your enemy, or whatever that saying goes. Warren became friendly with me, and did he give a mouthful about Fazio. Yes, it is true. Warren swears to it because he was in real opposition of Fazio. And he told me things that turned out to be the truth later on, so I know he wasn't lying. That Fazio was a lookout, and he would get a little bit of shabu or something, whatever it was, from the neighbor for doing so. He didn't get paid in cash, but he got paid in other ways. Yes, Fazio did that. To your surprise, he was the lookout for a neighbor. He had to look out and make sure cops weren't around and blah, blah, blah when the transaction was going. I bet you didn't know that about Michael Fazio. If you didn't, now you do. And I believed Warren because Warren was at war with Michael Fazio at the time. I mean, when Warren gets upset, he gets upset. And you know how Warren takes notes just the same as Fazio does? He don't miss a trick. Warren does not miss a trick. He's good at what he does. Give people credit for what they do, whether it's good or bad, but they can be pretty good at what they do. And information seeking and all that. And Warren was primo. He was top of the line with information and facts, and not always facts, but, he was like the primo note taker besides Michael Fazio. He absolutely was. And the things I heard about Michael, there's some things I won't share with you, but that one I am sharing. That was true. Michael was a lookout for a neighbor, and he got paid. It wasn't just getting a piece of the action like drugs. He would sometimes get a bottle of rum every now and then too. And if you ever seen his shelf on his shows, it was full of rum bottles. There was a reason. And he didn't buy it himself. He was too cheap to go buy the rum. And Fazio did have to drink before he went to bed to get to sleep. Okay, some people use that. Sometimes I have to take a medicine to help me sleep. I mean, whatever applies to your situation. But, yeah, he was a rummy. Fazio was indeed a rummy. He had a 5-day fasting with no food, yeah. I know, 9-hour live streams. I mean, that's incredible in itself. You have to be awfully lonely to do that. You got to understand something about Fazio. If you haven't figured it out, yes, he was a lonely man. That's a fact. And he needed to talk to another human. It was vital. He was living in a rundown shack. He didn't really have any friends. And he used to talk on the phone with people, whether it was Scott Del Fuego or whoever it was. Who was the other one that just died? The other troll besides... who was the one that was a retired detective? Was it Scott or the other guy? Anyway, he talked to them religiously or anybody out there that was willing, whether it was Big E or anybody that was willing to call him up on the phone, and he couldn't get off the phone. He'd keep him on there and find something to talk about to ease his loneliness. And boy, he had a bad case of loneliness. He really did. And you know what I say about loneliness? It's horrible. I think at some point in our life, we've had a period of some loneliness at some point. I've had my share. I certainly have. And I've talked about it at times. When I wasn't in a relationship, things were pretty dry, and it's just shit that happens, and we all have our moments. But loneliness as you age is the worst thing in the world ever. Ever. Good morning, Counterflow. You're late. You're missing a whole lot. Okay, it was Jack Thompson that died. Thanks for straightening me out on that. Let me see. Which one was the detective? Retired detective. It was Scott Del Fuego, which is not his real name. And I know his real name, and I forgot it right now, but I knew that for years. So it was Jack Thompson. Boy, he was a troll. Boy, did he kiss the ass of Fazio. Boy, I'll tell you. I told you, man, all these trolls are dying out on here. Am I saying that to just listen to myself talk? No, I'm not. All these trolls, their health situation, their lifestyle is catching up to them. Here's Frank, turning 71 years old, still energetic, still thriving, still happy, despite any adversities. I march on, my friends. I march on. But they're dropping like flies. I'm still predicting that now in 2025, that by the end of this year, there will be a particular vlogger who will have a serious health episode and may die. That's my prediction. Jerk Thompson. How about Jay Melby? Okay. So I listened to this shit from Jay and all these people. He's a hit and run to put something on and take it off when he's making insults. I do things differently, why I take them off, but Jay will take off, really insult. And Jay kept on saying, there's not a goddamn thing you're going to do to me, Frank. He says, not a goddamn thing. Go ahead, report me, do this and that, tell immigration. How do you know I haven't, Jay? You know that document you did on there? That was a big thing to my lawyer. Oh, it was. That was a false document that you were presenting, and it's supposed to have been a resolution. This was written up. Falsification. Fraud. Serious. And my lawyers do have notation of that. We know your full name and everything else, Jay. We do. And Jay is challenging me. Barry challenged me too. Didn't he? Where is he now? Where's he been the past, 2.5 years or whatever? Where's he been? He's been locked up off the streets, hasn't he? He challenged me. And I met his challenge, didn't I? So don't put it past me, Jay, or Ricky, or anybody on here, that you're not next on the list. Look at fucking Brevis. He's a great example. He's a great example. He's always getting himself into trouble, isn't he? Even got a shiner one day. Ever see that picture of him with the shiner? Brevis gets himself into trouble all the time. It's within his character to do so, and that's not going to change. I think he personally got kicked out of that complex he was living in Mobolo. I don't think it had to do, well, it could have been his lease was up, but I think it went different than that. I think there was a lot of trouble going on in there. Not everything is perfect on the homestead sometimes with these people, and there's a lot of things you don't see that are happening behind the scenes in his relationship. Brevis could never be faithful to his girlfriend. He got another woman pregnant. She had a miscarriage, How many other women did Brevis get pregnant? He can't keep his dick in his pants. And you know why Brevis came out here? He was running away from something. We've seen the paperwork. I've exposed him. It was me. It wasn't Arrow. It was me. I showed a little bit of his rap sheet. Los Angeles County Courthouse. I'm the one. It wasn't Arrow that found it. I'm the one. I'm the one that came up with his real name. I'm the one, okay? I'm the one. And he was running away from something that was really heavy duty. It was so heavy duty that he had to get a restraining order, it got so bad. But it wasn't a restraining order to protect him. It was to protect his family, too. So we're probably talking about gang members in L.A. somewhere. Brevis obviously did something radically wrong, which he's very famous for. So everybody's got a history on here, and I've proved it the past couple of weeks, haven't I? Don C. didn't like the fact that I proved that he had a bankruptcy. I showed the fucking paper. He denied it. Oh, there's a lot of people with my name, he said. You know, Don could put the shit out, but he can't take it. Don can't take it. You got a live stream on, Don is guaranteed to come on there. And he don't come up with a topic matter. He comes under the first thing is Frank. Same as Big Kevin. Frank. Don, despite his business ventures, whatever, and I don't think Don is really broke, but I don't think he's that rich either. But I think he lives a comfortable life. But there's obviously something wrong somewhere, because he will not show his woman at all on camera, which is sometimes a good idea, not to put your family in there. Okay, I have to give him credit on that if that's one of the reasons, but he's living in a whole other country, but he gets involved with the Philippines genre. I can't figure out that why. And he always has something to say. The minute Big Kevin or somebody will put a show on, Frank, no matter if there was even a remotely different topic matter, first thing Don would do is talk about me. The first thing. And then Kevin loves it. Another waste of life. Kevin, you are on that list besides Ricky. You might be that one in 2025 before the year's over that's going to take a big downfall in your health. Like I said, I'm not wishing it. I want to make this abundantly clear. Abundantly clear, because as I said, I do believe in karma. I don't want to wish something bad that I don't want to wish happen to myself. That's how firmly I believe in karma. And I've seen karma happen time and time again on this genre. Yeah, Don, the animal activist, yeah. Regent said, you know, it was Ricky that spilled the details on the other girl Brevis knocked up. Nice friends, huh? Yeah, apparently they're great friends. Ricky will turn on anybody if it means making a show and getting donations. Now, look, the truth is, if Ricky was living such a fantastic five-star lifestyle, if he makes $8,000, $9,000 a month that he claims, why on earth would he be living in that particular complex that he's living in? I know the place. I've actually been there. I could walk to his apartment door, actually. Deca Homes. It's nothing more like a Section 8 or a governmental type housing for poor people. Pays a couple $100 a month rent. Well, if you're living the five-star lifestyle, why would you live in a dump like that? Why? You wouldn't need to if you're making that kind of money. Right? Am I making sense? You know I am. You wouldn't need to. Or you could turn around and say, well, he has to do that because he's spending all his money on his escort services and trying to impress women just to have company. Well, we all know he's doing that anyway. Ricky could not get a woman seriously interested with him. They only hang around with her because he's putting out drinks, food, and sometimes some fancy accommodations when he gets generous to keep her around. I mean, after all, he bought her that expensive phone. It's supposed to be had so much support for Barry, right? He bought that expensive phone for her that time. That was a lot of money. But it wasn't his money, it was Barry's money. That's kind of a cunt he is, you know. That's exactly. Ricky's not in good shape either, man. Your guess is as good as mine. It's going to be one or the other. I have my own list of who I think is going to go down health-wise. Remember, again, I have to note this. It's not wishful thinking at all. I'm not that hard and calloused. I could be. And for all good reasons, I should be. But I'm not. They do this on their own. Just like Barry got himself in that situation. He did this pretty much on his own, let's face it. You can point the finger to me and Frank shouldn't have done this, or it's great that he did this, or maybe he served too much of a time, he should be out of there, you know. Big E agrees on that. Mick Fisher says the same thing, that Barry has served his time. Well, don't talk to me about it. Talk to the immigration people. Talk to the court. I don't have anything to do with him being transferred out of Mandawi to Bickerton at the time. They were going to renovate the place, to my knowledge. And he spent a month in Bickerton. I didn't put him there. And now they transferred him to Billybid. I didn't have anything to do with that. I have zero to do with that. Absolutely zero. Nothing. Nada. So stop pointing the fickle finger of fate to me. There's my Goyle. Hold on. Shut. No. While I'm on a live, I can't get that light off. Okay. Father Superior, yeah. Don the Matron, the orphan keeper. Come on, there's nothing wrong with, and even I'll say it. There's nothing really wrong with Don being a volunteer for something like that. I mean, I guess you got to do something. And I know for a fact, I'm living out here. There's limited things to do out here, especially as you're getting older. And, I don't live in a fun palace over here. But, if you have to do something with your time to get you by volunteering for some, I don't know, elephant organization or zoo, whatever the hell it is. Now, there's nothing wrong with Don doing that. See, I'm fair about this. There's nothing wrong with Don doing that. Maybe he needs to do that. But I think if he spent less time on YouTube criticizing me, maybe his life will be going a little bit easier for him. And, it's according to how religious you are, too. Do you think you're doing things that are righteous? If you think you can go to hell, go to heaven, whatever it is, by doing the shit he does and saying the things he does? I mean, life catches up on you, man. It's a beauty, really. It's poetic light. It's poetic art. It's the same people that were downing me all the time, all dead now. Jack Thompson, Michael Fazio, Ed Lippitt, Roberto getting Alzheimer's, Johnny Warrior dying, and the list goes on. Is it karma? Or is it just chance? I don't know. I can't answer that. But isn't it so coincidental that the very people that were always offensive to me are dropping dead? Isn't that amazing how that works? 10 thumbs up. Yes, indeed. Regent says, when you live full-time in the Philippines, it's not a vacation made 24/7 anymore. You end up doing similar things to whatever you did in your home country. Yeah, that's true. Flying Circus Sister Reborn Liberal says, evil Ed Lippitt. He was not innocent Ed Lippitt at all. No, he wasn't. Now, I'm not happy he died. I'm not happy anybody died. No matter how adverse they were to me, I'm not happy about that, because when you're gone, man. That's the end of your life. That's the ultimate payment of life, is death. I mean, we're all heading there. I don't care what age you're at. Like I said, there's a lot of people, a lot of the adverse people to me. Look at them. Come on, let's be real about this, folks. They are obese. And they're laughing at me at what I do with vitamins and different things and good diet for the most part. Perhaps if they did the same, they'd be in better shape. But, well, sometimes Mother Nature says, we already did, the damage is already done. If you've been obese that long, and I proved, I played these IA things, and that's kind of given Dawn a Woody when I talk about AI. Oh, I've been doing AI for 15 years. Well, good for you. Good for you. I don't even believe in AI, really. Okay. But you make a profession out of it. Well, good for you if you're making money on it. But that's not my gig. But like I said, I like to present facts. If you don't listen to me, listen to something I'm presenting that gives out the facts. And I thoroughly, this past few days, covered about the obesity issue. And I did a good job of doing that. Big Kevin is not going to live a long time. If Big E keeps up with his weight, and he's big. I mean, I saw that picture. No offense, Eric. I'm being honest. I saw that picture, like a selfie with you and Kevin together when you got together at some point. I couldn't believe that was you. I've seen pictures of you in the past, and you were big, but you did gain a lot of weight, Eric. You really did.
You're in no position to criticize me, Eric. You're not. You're not in any position to criticize me at all. Everything you do with your life and how you do it, it's your business, yeah, but you're not exactly a pillar of the community, shall I say. And your hypocrisy is deafening sometimes. But yeah, I saw that picture and I said, let me tell you, buddy, yeah, go do your steps, but if you're not following through with everything else, your diet and everything else, nothing's going to change. But guys, here's the unfortunate fact. If you have maintained a certain weight for a good percentage of your life, this is facts. You don't want to hear it, but it's just facts. If you have maintained a certain weight that would be deemed to be obese for a good percentage of your life, especially as you get older, you've already caused damage metabolically to probably a numerous amount of organs in your body. I don't make this shit up. You don't have to believe me. I don't give a fuck if you believe me or not. I look up this information myself and I present it to you. You could argue with the people, medically or otherwise, the people of knowledge that know about these things. I'm just a messenger. That's all I am. Oh, am I doing things perfect in my life? No. As you know, I've still been smoking. I did reduce it though. I'm not doing everything perfect, but I'm doing things that are beneficial, that are more beneficial than people that don't smoke and are maintaining a really, it's a big disadvantage in their life to maintain a certain weight when you're like way over the body mass index and the damage it can do to you. And a lot of these people who attack me, they're all obese. Most of them are. The only one that's a string bean is Brevis. And Barry, basically, but Barry gained a lot of weight from his incarceration. Maybe he's losing it now. Maybe by no choice of his own. He claims he's hitting the weights at the gym. Well, maybe he's going to come out to be Lou Ferrigno or something when he gets out of jail. Who knows? God bless him if he does. But I can't emphasize that more. You could throw all the criticism at me. You could critique me all you want, but I'm not overweight. And I don't drink, at least. And yes, I do a lot of the things I tell you I do, as far as some isometrics and this and that, in working with the Jane Fonda weights, because that's all you need. That's all you need is a 20-pound dumbbell. You can do marvelous things with a 20-pound dumbbell. It doesn't need to be 300 pounds. You could do every kind of weightlifting exercise with a lousy 20-pound weight. Yes, you can. And there's plenty of shows on YouTube that talk about it. You don't have to believe me. But I'm not trying to be a gargantuous big muscle man. I'm just doing something simple by keeping up some muscle tone. That's all I'm trying to do, because it's really important as you age to maintain some strength in your legs and your arms, your hands, and so forth. It's highly critical. That's why I do it. I'm not trying to impress, because I'm never, I don't think, unless I go really gung-ho at it, to come on here someday and show these big developed pectoral muscles and big ass, 18-inch fucking guns, my biceps. I don't think that's going to happen, okay? But I've had some progress, and to me, that means a lot. You could laugh at it, but positive change, there's nothing wrong with a positive change. Okay, I haven't been reading some shit here. I have to acknowledge my viewers. If I could scroll down without a problem here. Big ego is huge, Regent says. When you factor in his height and obesity, you can easily shave 10 to 15 years off his life. Very tall people typically don't live as long. I presented that knowledge too. As much as they said smoking can take years off your life, coinky dinky, so can being obese. And if you're already in your 60s and you're obese, that's not good. They're not going to live a long time, so I don't care about their critiques of me, because they're not going to be around that much longer. Again, it's not wishful thinking. I want to emphasize that on you, Eric, Kevin or anybody. I don't wish that on you as much as I may dislike the way you talk about me, unnecessarily and unwarranted. So please understand where I'm coming from, okay? It's what you do to yourself. It's not what I do to you or what I say. It's what you do to yourself. It's like Barry that gets you in these predicaments. Kevin comes on and says, I got good health, I'm a healthy man. Well, if you were healthy, you could walk down and walk a couple of miles and try to work the rest of your fat off, Kevin. But the fact is, Kevin does not leave his abode, except to go stuff his face in a restaurant or go out at night and go to a bar and pay for drinks for some women. That's all he does. You're not going to get positive results. What was that one song? Was it Depeche Mode? What are you going to do when you become undone? I like Depeche Mode, actually. I think that was their song. What do you do when you become undone? Just think of what that means when you become undone. I wish I had a clip of that right now. I'd play it. But talk is cheap, You either do something positive for yourself or you don't. And you are responsible for your own body. And everything you do, you're responsible to yourself, not anybody else. Words can't really hurt, but they can cause problems. Like with Barry, what he did. Some people say maybe you're thin-skinned, People insult each other all the time. Not to the level Barry did. No. Afraid to disagree with you for those that don't agree with me. What he did was entirely wrong in what he said. And again, you give those proverbial firing shots, warning shots. If they don't stop, then you're almost obligated to yourself to do something about it, whether it costs you money, time, stress, aggravation, irritation, whatever. Sometimes you're forced to do things that you really don't want to do. That was Duran Duran. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Duran Duran. But I like Depeche Mode, though, yeah. Yeah, Duran Duran. There was a reason why they got that name. I forgot what it was. I'll look it up again where they came with that name. Okay, Kuya John, Fire Your Blacklist, say Duran Duran. Okay, thank you. Kuya John says, Kevin seemed happier in his aunt's basement. Pattaya sucks when you have small check. Well, I haven't had the chance to experience Thailand or Vietnam, and Jay thinks I'll wind up, if something happened to me, I'll wind up in Cambodia. Well, you're so wrong about that. I know exactly where I'd go. I'm not going to tell you on here. I've already done the research, one of those just-in-case situations, which I don't think is going to happen, but I don't know, play devil's advocate or whatever, I don't know. Let's say it did. I know exactly where I would be. And it's none of those places. True, John. No money, no honey. Well, some people just don't want to admit what a situation they're in. They figure I'm feeling good today, despite my weight, despite this, despite that. But there's a lot of people that are even athletics that run for a living. They sprint, they do all this crazy stuff. They drop dead of a heart attack. And you say to yourself, well, wait a minute, something's wrong with this picture. They're so healthy. They eat healthy. They don't smoke. They don't maybe drink, perhaps. They're maybe on a vegetarian diet or something, a Mediterranean diet or something. And they drop. They drop. There's something interesting that during the COVID, when people were told to wear masks, here's one of the mistakes that they made. And I don't know how many cases it happened, but it did happen. During the COVID, those who were able to go out and recreate like runners, they were running around with a mask on. Okay, you might say, well, what's wrong with that? They don't want to catch any virus or something. No, there isn't anything wrong with that. But what they did wrong was that they're being extremely active in this exchange of oxygen and there's an output of a carbon dioxide. Is that how it works? They were rebreathing that carbon dioxide. They were dropping. Athletes were dropping. They didn't understand that they were rebreathing the carbon dioxide that your body naturally gets rid of as a waste product. You breathe in oxygen, but you'll breathe out like carbon dioxide. And they were wearing masks. It's like they have fancy diving equipment that are rebreathers, but what they do is they filter out somehow. How they do it, technically, I don't know. They filter out the carbon dioxide that will go back into your body. And you're just breathing in the oxygen. It's very interesting, the technology with that. But if you're going to run around with a mask on, as they did during the COVID thing, they were actually running out there. They didn't know it. They were killing themselves. It's knowledge that keeps you alive. It's ignorance that gives you an early death. And a lot of these people who maintain these weights, they think, I feel good. I'm looking good. I mean, I feel good. I'm not feeling sick. I'm not feeling, I don't know, I haven't had any illness maybe, or they just say they got lucky. But they are a ticking time bomb. There's no question about it. They're a ticking time bomb ready to go off. The clot shoots are also starting to do its damage. The clot shoots. Oh, his aunt's basement is his backup plan. Big Kevin is a very irresponsible guy. He's like a grown child. Well, mentally, certainly he is. Emotionally, he is, yeah. Well, I'm sure a lot of it has to do with the bolo knife in his head. But I think before the bolo knife in his head, he got himself in a lot of trouble all the time. So he wasn't the most, smartest cookie in a package to get into trouble and do some of the things he did. And even to get into trouble to get that bolo knife in his head, he had to do something outrageously wrong. But the only thing he's got is his YouTube show, and he comes on there, the ringmaster, and snapping his whip at the trolls, getting that fire going, and the trolls just chanting around that fire, and he makes a little jingle in his pocket. That he's smarter than he looks. I mean, Kevin is a dumb shit by ways of his natural demeanor, probably, but more so because of the brain injury he got. But he's smart enough to know how to get sympathy from people, to make money on his show. He's copied off some of Fazio's very clever little ways of making money on there. He's learned. You can feel all the sympathy you want for Kevin getting a bolo knife in his head, but you got to think of the circumstance. What caused it? What wrong did this guy do to deserve something that's so drastic? Nobody deserves that, not even Big Kevin. I really don't think so. Who deserves to get a bolo knife in their head? Nobody. I mean, come on, guys. It had to be pretty radical what he did. I can only imagine. I have some thoughts about it, but I can't prove it. But that's some radical shit. Nobody just gets a bolo knife in their fucking skull. What happened with that shit? Damn. I don't know. And nobody really knows. I don't think we'll ever really know. Kuya John says Alaskan natives know how to garner sympathy for centuries. Kevin's story is his brother-in-law bit him or hit him with Ebola because he was jealous. Yeah, okay, buddy. Yeah. There's a lot to be jealous of Big Kevin, right? Right. Yeah. Plenty. I can think of so many things and reasons to be jealous of Big Kevin. Not. Not. Hey, look, man. You know what it is, man? Be happy who you are. Don't let people influence you. Don't let people influence you to saying horrible things about other people on YouTube. Just to try to gain that attention and get some kind of relevance here, get your presence on YouTube to be relevant because you're lonely yourself and you have nothing going on in your life. Nothing. Nothing at all. And you have to be seen and heard. All right, okay. We've heard this story 1,000 times. But am I wrong? Am I really wrong? Think about it. Am I wrong? No, I've been right so far. Hold on, I gotta clean out a pan here. And yes, I do spend a lot of time on YouTube, but in between that time, I am basically
interacting with family. You're right, I do spend and have spent a lot of time on YouTube. You got that right. When you're right, you're right. But when you're wrong, you're wrong. I do. It's by my choice. And for whatever reason I have for doing so, it's my gig. It's my gig. And to a certain point, I do get enjoyment of doing shows on here. Or else I would have been off this thing a long time ago. Again, despite the apparent diversity, or rather adversity, pardon. Still here, man. I'm still here. And if I was getting no entertainment from this, I wouldn't be on. And I'm getting plenty of entertainment, but, you know, it's this thing that I cherish so much is just learning about human nature. It's unfortunate, though, and what I've witnessed is pretty sad. And people like to point out what they think is not great about my lifestyle or whatever. But then they got to reflect and look back at themselves and answer that question to themselves. Well, what are you doing with your life? What are you really doing with your life that you don't want to talk about on YouTube? Every one of these trolls, every single one of these trolls, their lifestyle is going out of whack at some point, where they feel the need to come on and criticize and have such a bitter attitude toward people on here. If I died today or tomorrow, I'd go to my grave knowing that I don't care who technically owns it. It's still my fucking house while I'm alive, Jack. And I wouldn't have bought it if I wasn't trying to think about her future, that I wasn't a cheapskate, that I cared about her future. Like I said, you can't take it with you, my friends. You can't take it with you. So why not let somebody benefit from it? Somebody who's treated you righteously, weren't using you because of your fat wallet. Not the case with me here. I'm proud to say, and I won't deviate from anything I've talked about in my relationship and how good it is, because it is a good relationship. I'm sorry to disappoint certain people. They like to believe that she just tolerates me or some shit. Well, you know what? You're all saying that, well, she owns the house, right? Okay. Well, she can kick me out anytime she wants, you would think, right? She's still here. You know, she makes her own money in her own ways and has money in the bank. She don't need my sorry ass, right? Right? Don't need my sorry ass. So why is she still with me? Could it be love? No, if you don't like it, that's not my problem. Until you live my life, you won't understand my life. Now, am I saying that every troll out there is just a total piece of shit? No. I think to anyone. Everybody has some kind of goodness in them, unless they're so damn evil, like Barry or somebody, you know. Just plain fucking evil, or Popeye. Those are evil people. I don't think they have a shred of good in them at all. But I don't have to live their lifestyle. That's the beauty of it. I don't have to live their lifestyle. Thank goodness for that. Am I a rich person financially? No, not really. I might have more than you think I have, and I might have less. For me to know, and you to try to find out. Paying lawyers and all that crap and doing all the thing I've done, it's not free. Money has to be coming from somewhere. I don't have a money plant in my yard I could just pick off pesos. You gotta have money to pay
these fees of a lawyer and everything else involved. And to buy a house and to engage in other ventures, you have to have money. You're not trading sticks and stones. Sorry, I'm cooking while I'm talking to you. And yes, I decided to have a couple of eggs. There's certainly. So I'll be with you shortly here. I'm just kind of multitasking at the moment here. Olive oil cooking. No vegetable oil. This is olive oil. Who will you call when you come undone? Who are you gonna call? Anybody out there have any true friends? I mean, true friends? Besides people that you regard as your pseudo friends on YouTube. Who really has friends out here? What, because you meet up now and then and you talk about Frank, you have friends? Who do you call when you come undone? Sometimes there's nobody to call after a while when they find out that you're really a putz. Find yourself in an extremely lonely situation that you never thought you'd ever be in your life, did you? Did you? Did you? Oh well, you did it to yourself. I don't know what just happened. I had my hand on something on here and it went dead. Gilda is a good woman. Yeah, I think she is. She don't deserve a lot of the shit she gets on here. You only wish you had a woman like her. I don't deserve her. I don't. But she sees something in me, and I'm glad she does. I get tired of having people have their own way, and I just let them go whatever your thought is. Whether it's my own daughter, she decides to be in my life or not. And people wonder, Frank, haven't you made any efforts? I said, of course I have. Yeah. I write her every now and then, with few hints about this and that. That your old man here, he's getting old, man. Now's your time. Reconcile while you can. Or carry the guilt with you the rest of your life. Everybody has choices. But you can't force somebody to do something that they don't want to do. No matter what relationship you are, blood or not. I can't get Gilda to do certain things I do. As far as a diet or... No, she's big on vegetables, so she does eat vegetables a lot. I'm not a nursemaid. I mean, I will if she needs to be, if I need to be, but she knows the vitamins I have and what she should be taking. I can't force it down her throat. She can do what she wants to do. It's frustrating sometimes because I don't want nothing to happen to her. But you can't force anybody. Okay, so I'm not doing too bad. 17 watching and 12 thumbs up, and that's pretty impressive. Okay. Do you guys get my point on everything I'm talking about today? There's the very people that attack me that are the ones that have a lot of bad things going on in their life, or maybe not enough. And I'm not looking to go around and have court cases against everybody. That's not a fact. But if I feel I've been violated in a way that I just don't want to accept,
tolerate. I will. I will. Barry made the same statement that Jay's making. You ain't gonna do nothing, Jay says. How do you know that, Jay? How do you know? How do you know? How do you know that when you come to Cebu, I'm not gonna be right behind you somewhere and surprise you? Hello, Jay. How do you know that? You don't. I could be quite stealth if I want to. Barry had no clue that all that shit was going to happen to him. He was so cocky about the whole thing. Still is. He still hasn't really faced his reality. Yeah, I'd say taking away somebody's freedom for several years is quite an accomplishment. If they deserve it, that's the difference. And Barry deserved it. There's no doubt about it. There's no question with even the trolls. Barry deserved whatever he's gotten. Never mind Mick Fisher and trying to tug at my heart or Big E. The only reason he met up with me, to try to change my mind on Barry's thing. What did he think he was going to accomplish? I couldn't drop his case if I wanted to, actually. No. Mick Fisher thinking, well, he served enough time. But listen, Mick, look, the amount of time he spent in detention, Mick Fisher, had nothing to do with me. It's what immigration wanted to do, because he had a case against him, Mick. And they had to keep him somewhere, in a back closet or incarcerated somewhere, I don't know. They had to put him in a holding pattern somewhere, okay? A plane can't take off unless they know the tarmac is clear. They can't take off and they can't land either. You gotta have a place to be put in position to wait until the runway is clear before you take off, right? To all you pilots. I'm sure a lot of you are pilots too, and helicopter pilot, everything. You were in the Navy and you were a gunner, whatever. But that's not my doing, Mick. I know you meant well. I know you meant well, Mick. That despite what Barry has done, nobody deserves to be, especially in the Philippines, incarcerated. We agree on something, Mick. We do. I agree with you on that. But, Barry's situation got out of hand. And I said, I didn't make the rules. I didn't tell immigration that you got to keep Barry in Mandawi for all that time. I have nothing to do with that. That's the BOI, not me. The fact he's been transferred to Bikitan and to the Billy Bed has nothing to do with me. That's still immigration involved. And it really has nothing to do with this case. No. The case is over, but the judge already made his decisions and he went with it with the penalty and fines and all that. That has nothing to do with immigration. Let's just get that straight. And I had nothing to do with that. He's in Bilibid for whatever reason, while they're waiting to get paid. But Barry was very cautious with his money. He doesn't want to spend it. He goes, well, look, I've spent this much time in lockup. I could handle another, say, 6 months. Nah, no problem. No problem for him, right? Rather than him spending money out of his own pocket. What's another 6 months? I won't have to pay Frank. The last thing I want to do is to pay Frank any money. He ain't getting a damn peso from me. Well, you might have to. Whether you like it or not, you might have to. It may come down to that. It may not just turn out to be subsidiary detention, after all. It may not be. So think about that. It could be what's going on with that. Could very well be. I can't tell you 100% for sure. But we'll find out as my lawyer finds out more information about this. He'll just get back to me on that. And I'll share it with you. Of course I will. Okay, I finished eating. And I gotta hit the vitamins soon. Okay, if you guys are burned out on anything here and you have nothing more to say, we could certainly end it right here.
But I think I said a mouthful this morning. And a lot of people seem to agree with me. But Region, I think it was, came out with that one paragraph that spells it all out. What's going on with these trolls and their life and everything that's going on or not going on in their life. It all really comes down to that. It's not that complicated as people think. Not really. A lot of people don't know what to do with their time. I was pretty frustrated yesterday. I went to my room early, didn't go to bed real early, but I did actually pretty early. I was getting frustrated with that fucking remote control in my hand, trying to find something on Netflix or somewhere that I haven't seen, and that was really frustrating to me. I say, this is what retirement's all about? It sucks. And it does. Really. You have certain limitations. To some degree, it sucks. But it doesn't suck knowing that you are alive and that, as far as you know, you're reasonably healthy. That's a plus. 13 thumbs up now, 16 watching. Not bad numbers. Okay, so all the back and forth shit, maybe I'll make a real effort here on not going to the challenge anymore. And they want to talk about me, let them talk, because they want me to make comments. They want me to challenge them. But what if I don't meet their challenge anymore? What's going to happen to their channel? We'll see. Kevin is always saying, come on, Frank, come up live. You know, and you got Jerry the Fairy on there. Jerry the Fairy. Another guy that's got a paunched out belly and he's got balding head. That's why they wear these caps all the time. Even Mike Philippines retirement, he's always wearing a cap. He doesn't have any hair. That's why Big E wears a cap when you do see him, because he hardly has any hair. Kevin has no hair. A lot of these people have no hair. And they're big-bellied. They're a pot-bellied like a pot-bellied pig, or they go beyond that. Is that my fault? Your choice, your lifestyle. My choice of smoking, which is an evil. As I said, I'm not perfect. Call me a hypocrite, call me what you want, that's fine. There's a little hypocrisy in my lifestyle. But as I said, I'm at least trying to do other things that are good until I actually could quit smoking. I'm doing other things that are beneficial for me, that will give me longevity beyond the point of smoking. You could be like Jay and just chow down all those cigarettes like they ain't tomorrow and chain smoke. And he's overweight, and he's short, and he drinks like a fucking fish. And he's over there talking about preservatives. Jay, listen to yourself sometimes, dude. You're worried about preservatives and you chain smoke and you chain drink. And you're worried about preservatives are the least thing that you, sir, should be worried about. That's my show. Good day, folks. We're going to keep this one on. Take care till my next show. And thanks for the input, ladies and gentlemen. Well, well, well. What a coinky dinky. What a coinky dinky. Ricky ran into Jasper at Boracay. Now that was an interesting event. Question is, why was it so short? Did Jasper get up and punch Ricky in the face? Come on, Ricky would have kept up with that one. Come on. Ricky would have definitely rolled the tape. Wouldn't you think Ricky would have still rolled the tape? Why did Licky stop in a matter of seconds? I mean, the rarity of coming into Jasper at Boracay. What were the odds? Well, the odds were good if Jasper's still in Boracay. He walked the beach because that's what Jasper does. But of all people, Ricky managed to run into Jasper. And I'm going to have to give Ricky a thumbs up. The fact that he approached Jasper probably scared the shit out of him. However, what I am questioning, my friends,
What I am questioning is why, it's not like Ricky, why was that video cut short? That's what inquiring minds want to know. What actually transpired? Okay? What transpired after Ricky said those few words that you heard with Jasper sitting there? Was it Jasper? Who's this? Pinay's love Casper. That's Casper. No. Well, I'll tell you what. It looked like Jasper to me. Or maybe it wasn't. It looked like Jasper. If that was Jasper, the question is, what happened after that? Did Ricky get his ass kicked? I think Jasper's a pussy, so I don't know if that happened, really. But I gotta tell you, Ricky is a chance taker. He really is. Ricky pushes things too far sometimes. Not sometimes, all the time. Whether he's in the Philippines or whether he's in Thailand. Ricky does push things a little bit too far. And one day, I'm waiting to see that happen. Could be me, I don't know. But was that Jasper? Well, it sure looked like Jasper. I'm going to assume it was. Unless somebody says different. But Ricky's not going to show you everything. And that goes with a lot of people on here. It's not like Ricky. To cut it short like that. He edited something out. Maybe Jasper got up and, I don't know, threw sand in his face and kicked him in the nuts. I don't know, but Ricky sure isn't showing it, is he? I guess you'll have to go to Jasper's show and see if he said anything about that meeting with Ricky. That's one way of finding out. Was it indeed Jasper? I don't know, man. It looked like Jasper. It looked like the kind of haircut Jasper would get. I said I don't know Jasper with a goatee or beard or something, whatever he had going for himself, but... Hello, Pennywise. Greetings and salutations to you too, sire. Just came back from a little downtown shopping, and yes, it has been hot. We're going to have a little brute, as she says it for lunch. Brute, meaning broth, beef broth with, whatever, vegetables, of course. But if that was Jasper, number one, I say to Ricky, right on. The chance meeting of Jasper, that was rich. I like it. I like it a lot, Ricky. But we want to know what happened after that, if that was indeed Jasper. It appeared to be Jasper with a beard, sir. Yeah. It looked like him. If you do a freeze frame on that or just do a screenshot and blow it up or something, that did look like Jasper, didn't it? See, Ricky's got the balls, though. Here's the thing about Ricky. He's approached a lot of people, not just in the Philippines, but in Thailand. Well, he almost got his ass kicked by some people who were bigger and badder than he was. I always remember in my mind that scene. He was in a mall somewhere. I don't know, some guy was sitting at a table having a drink or something, or a dinner or something. A couple of them, I remember a couple of them. He took his chances approaching somebody like he did, but then all of a sudden he backed down. The same way like when Mick Fisher came over to that bar, Bamboozers, whatever, And Mick Fisher said to me, and I remember his words, he said to me that, I swear, when I met up with him, he said, Ricky's face turned color as if this guy was ready to have a cardiac arrest or something. Something was going on with that. Mick Fisher said that to me. And Mick Fisher can correct me if he says I'm wrong. I know what Mick Fisher said to me. I didn't forget that. And one of these days, Ricky's going to be in a situation that he's going to have no control of whatsoever, no matter how big he is.
Hey man, size doesn't always have something to do with it, man, because you ever watch these mixed martial arts shows? You got this little weasel out there, and there's this guy that should be the Green Giant, or the Jack and the Beanstalk Giant. And the guy just tears apart, because the guy that's more, he's got more movement, he can move around faster than a big guy could anytime. It's called physics. And not all these big guys can move around like that. And when they do, they utilize a whole lot of energy. At Regent Bingo, Regent says when Ricky gets his, he won't see it come. That is more likely to happen. That is more likely. He's not going to see it coming. Whether it's me or somebody else, he's not going to see it coming. Because you understand, folks, I remember everything that's said about me or mine. There's nothing I forget. It's always in the back of my mind. So, like, when I met up with Ricky at the store and all that stuff, it was a real situation. It was not choreographed. I didn't know he'd be there at that time. I had no idea. I know that he goes there a lot in the morning. And if we go there early, the same reason he goes there early, because, he doesn't want to have to fight the crowds. And chances are that, I'll run into him one way or the other. And I did. I ran into him, And I was serious about him. I said, hey, I'm here now. Pretty much. Do what you want to do. Here's your opportunity, brother. But I think Ricky pushes it too much. We know as a man who throws caution to the wind, he doesn't seem to care that much about his life. It's pretty obvious. And the things he does, he is a chance taker. Would he ever strike me? I think he would. I think he has it in him to do that. I mean, look what he did to Fazio. But the thing was, he did it behind Fazio's back. That was the whole thing. I hear Ricky's a nice guy in person. He does the shorts in jest. Ricky is nice to you when there's something that he wants from you. Like when he needed that affidavit from me and Gilda in regards to Fazio's situation, if you remember that. Oh, then he's real nice. In the store, oh yeah, he's real nice to us. But then he'll go back home and do a video and he'll knock me till kingdom come. That's the way Ricky is. You couldn't trust Ricky as far as you could throw him. And I guarantee you're not going to be able to throw him very far. He's a big guy. You kicked his knee? Someone is claiming to be Casper. Oh, let's hear his story. Maybe that's Casper on here. Jasper. He's even talked trash about Jay, Grievous, and Jerry. Honey, this is all I'm eating here, because that's all I really could eat. I'm not going to eat that beef. That's so loaded with fat. It's just a big fat beef bone. I'm not going to eat that. I'm having the brute with the rice. That's it. I don't want none of that. All right, so we have a guy on here that is claiming to be Jasper, only going under a different name, saying that he kicked Ricky in the knee. Well, we have no proof of that. Ricky was the guy who spilled the beans on Breda's side chick being pregnant. Yeah, I think it was him. I'm pretty much done here. I know there ain't much I'm eating here, but I can't really touch that beef. I can hear my arteries hardening already just by looking at that. Okay. Just looking at something, I can hear my arteries just going. Yeah, too old for this shit. Ricky says Ricky was a guy who spilled a beef. Yeah, okay, got that. Hold on, I need some water here.
Much better, guys. Much better. Well, I thought it was kind of unusual for Ricky to do a short like that because, I mean, this was like golden. It was a golden opportunity to interview him. It was a golden opportunity to, kind of bully Jasper or something and get it on camera. I mean, when would that ever stop Ricky from doing that? So something didn't seem right with that. Maybe we'll find out. Regis said Cebu Bossman and Richard Blind showed their faces on his vlog when they asked him not to. That's just the type of guy Ricky. Well, I saw them together. I know Richard. I seen them all at a bar together. I've seen Rich Blong's face. Yeah, he's got another one. His hair's going away. He's got a cap on. Same fucking scenario. He's got a pot belly going and all that shit. Ain't no different. I told that dirtbag to delete it. Here's a guy with Jasper's picture on here, claiming to be Jasper. Maybe you guys can hit on the button or something, or see if that's really him. Well, tell us the story then. If that's Jasper, tell us exactly what happened. You're having a bad hair day. I'm telling you, believe that's not Jasper. But it'd be funny if it was. And to know really what happened. Because I'm sorry, but I'm not buying this. I'm just not buying this. Ricky would not do a short show if he actually came across somebody that's known as, a pest on you. No, it's not Jasper. So maybe we'll consider getting rid of him or just let him stay there. I don't know. Well, Ricky, what do you have to say about this? Why don't you give us the whole story, Ricky? I know you're listening somewhere. Give us the whole story. I mean, why did you cut it short on Jasper? Inquiring minds need to know. I want to know. Something transpired. Or maybe Jasper's starting to show aggression and Ricky just does what he always does. Oh, okay, I'm sorry, just, and walk away. Because he's done, I've seen him do that. From situations, whether it's in Thailand or whatever. When he's seen that somebody looked like they were going to fight back at him, Ricky would hightail ass the other direction. There's no question about that. Jasper has too big an ego to call himself Casper the Friendly Goat, right? Whatever he's calling himself, yeah. No, let's just assume that's not, Jasper. And how would Jasper know I'm doing a show about Ricky on this? I don't think Jasper goes to my show. Unless he's seen the title on there or something, I don't know. But that's not him. That's not him. So there you go. A wonderful opportunity to interview Jasper, but didn't work out. And there's no way in the world Ricky would miss an opportunity like that and cut it short unless something transpired. What is the real truth of what happened? Inquiring minds need to know. Let it all hang out, Licky, and tell us what really happened. Pennywise says, Jasper would not dare confront Ricky. Jasper is a coward that blocks everyone on his stream that does not agree with him. Well, you never know. You don't know about me. I'm an old, frail man, right? You guys all figure I couldn't handle myself in a situation. And you might be right, but you might be wrong. So maybe Jasper developed a set of ganyoles and confronted Ricky, and Ricky didn't want to show that on camera. Because, come on, man. Ricky's always going to show. I mean, come on. Opportunity like that, like the way he set me up for TGIF. Come on, get real. Get real. Ricky looks for an opportunity to create drama. That's why he's called himself Ricky Drama. He's all about drama. If he had an opportunity to meet Jasper like that, if it went well, Jasper didn't punch him out or kick him in the nuts or something,
you know, he would continue to put on a show. That's all I'm saying. Jasper's streams are only for his bootlickers. Hugo, hello. Ricky is a lot bigger than Jasper. I doubt Jasper would attack Ricky. Well, Ricky is a big guy. Obviously, I met him. Pennywise, the Ricky's short is just a preliminary video. Maybe a longer video will come out at a later date. Well, if it does, it does. We'll take a look at it, and I'll take a look at it. Because I'm curious what really happened. As I said, Ricky pushes his luck too much, man. And that's what gets you in trouble. Like Barry, the same thing. Barry pushed his luck too much, and that guy hasn't been able to walk the streets for well over 2 years. Now he's in a fucking prison. I mean, what does that tell you? Did he push it too hard? Too often? He sure did. Yeah, well curious about that. Yeah, that looked like Jasper. I mean, I know what he looks like. I don't really watch his show, but I've seen a number of them. That is one obnoxious, cocky motherfucker, I'll tell you that. He's making money, though. I guess you could attack Jasper all you want, but somehow he sucks his audience into his show. I don't know what they see in Jasper. He gives advice, even when he's only living here at the time, 3 months. The guy was a total expert on women out here. He was an expert on the culture, everything. 3 months. This continued for a long time. Now he's been here, has it been 3 years now? Of course, he knows a lot more about it, but how many times has Jasper been rejected? A lot. I remember he was sitting down, there was this chick in his apartment. I remember her saying something that, no, he could never be her boyfriend because he's too jaded or something. He's too, I don't know, it has something to do with his personality. Friend, yes, but, you know, a fuck buddy or anything else, no. And she pretty much said it. I do remember that one that I did see. Jasper may claim he's getting all the babe-a-roonies and all this shit. I mean, that's his terminology. I know a regular guy uses that terminology, babe-a-roonies, which I hate that. But Jasper, his personality, his looks, no, he would definitely have to pay for the chicks to spend the night with him, just like Ricky and the others. Yeah. Yeah, that was Jasper. Well, I mean, it's a good place to catch. I mean, that's his stomping grounds, you know, and Ricky happened to be there. If you want to catch Jasper, anybody wants to, just walk the beach. And you'll at some point of the day, you're going to find Jasper out there just photographing women and shit. Or just creating a show. He doesn't venture far from there other than going into Manila, over into, I don't know, where does he go? Makati or somewhere? I don't know. Yeah, I don't like Jasper at all. I don't like anything about Jasper. Somebody should kick his ass. If anybody deserves, he is definitely somebody on the list for sure. What an opportunity for Ricky. He should have done something, really. Jasper has it's a cult. It's a fucking, yeah. What's that? What was mentioned? Cult, oh, hold on, I better read. Apparently his big donators is the father under a few sock accounts. He sends the donation, then cancels it behind the scenes. Well, I don't know about that. Regent says this was mentioned by one of his moderators after they had a falling out. It all comes out in the wash sometimes, doesn't it, folks? Hugo says Jasper has a cult following of basement dwellers. Oh, that's familiar. Kuya John, 5-year blacklist. Jasper's chat does move fast without trolls. Jasper is an egomaniac. Well, we have a few of those on here too, don't we? Egos. Big egos. But Jasper's making some bucks. It amazed me. He's charging like $75 or something an hour, or I don't know what it is, to give advice and counsel people about things. And I'm like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? And he was doing this even earlier when he was not in the Philippines that long. And he was an expert on everything. Look, I've been living out over maybe 9.5 years. I don't know. I'm no expert on the Philippines. I'm learning stuff all the time. You'll never hear me claim I'm an expert out here. I could say, hey, I experienced some stuff out here, and I could, with some educational background of like what I experienced, I could relate it to my audience and go with that on my experience and how I evaluate things on my own that pertain to me and my own experience. But I can't overall say I know everything about this culture because I'm constantly learning something new all the time, the longer I'm out here. Yeah. He seems like your typical SoCal American. Yeah. Bale, big ego, exaggerates everything. Bald. And what this thing with baldness, too? What the fuck? You know, we got into that big thing about the obesity, but in combination of the baldness, I mean, what the hell? It's like a fucking disease out here on YouTube for the Philippines genre. Why are they all going bald? And I still think Ricky wears a fucking toupee. I'm almost convinced of it that he wears a toupee. Why don't he just let the hounds out of the gate? Why don't he just show him with his bald head? I mean, it is what it is. I don't know. I don't have all the answers to everything. Yeah, I don't know. Baldness and obesity. Oh, 3. Baldness, obesity, and booze. Call them the Bobs. Baldness, obesity, and booze. That seems to be the 3 key elements for these vloggers. They all carry every one of those attributes, if you want to call it an attribute. Regent says, guys like, no, it's going too fast. Guys like Jasper, Ricky, Jay will always pay for it. It's not their looks. It's their personality that drives away to women. Yeah, you got a point there. Kuya John says, when Ricky sniped Scott Malone, Scott Malone was good. Oh, Scott, I don't remember that. I think that's the incident I remember. Yeah, B.O.B. Bald, obese, and it could be belligerent too. We can substitute that too, belligerent. But bald, obese, and booze. Scott Mallon, yeah, I know the name, but I'm just... It's Scott... Oh, that's Scotty Boy, right? That's, I mentioned him earlier. That's Scotty Boy, right? Yeah. And booze. God, I'm so glad I don't drink. I never enjoyed it. Not even beer. It wasn't like I was an alcoholic and I quit drinking. I just never really enjoyed even socially going out to the club, do clubbing and all that stuff and drink. I would be pushed into it sometimes. Come on, loosen up, Frank. Loosen up. Have a couple of beers, man. Come on, buy you a beer. Come on. That's all it was. Okay. A lot going on out there, and yet there's not a lot going on out there. It's the same old shit every channel, Frank, but, you know, I think there are certain people out here that do deserve to be exposed. The very ones that are always, you know, jumping down somebody's throat for something on here. Like their shit doesn't stink, and it's even perfumed on top of that with lavender, which we know isn't the case with all these people. I've exposed a number of people myself on here. They don't like it, though. Oh, you don't like it. You don't like it. I'm so sorry. But you sure say a lot of shit about me. Don't you? Don't you? Pennywise. I thought Mallow was a short, stout guy at Stavros from the basement. Oh, Stavros on him? So I might be missing comments. Am I losing an audience here? Did somebody go online or something? Now it's like 9 people and 5 ups. Oh, maybe it's time I do get off here. I know when I'm not loved. Maybe Ricky's doing a show. Is Ricky doing a live right now? I'm just curious. Somebody want to check? I have no way of checking. Somebody's doing a live. That's what I'm thinking. Big Kevin or Ricky or somebody. Because my numbers don't fall like that. But my subs are going up. My subs are definitely going up here. They are. And I'm not buying them. I will back up to 11 or so. Okay, that's good. And I got another thumbs up. Thank you very much. Yeah, I've been noticing my thumbs up, especially after I get off my show. My thumbs up are going up a little bit more than usual. Yeah. Everything comes to a head eventually, folks. They had their scourge. They had their time, their little dynasty going of attacking little old Frank here. But the tables seem to be turning, and I've noticed changes. I don't know about you guys. This is my observation, but I've noticed the changes. And what I hear going on Discord proves that. Yeah. Scotty boy. Jeez. The characters we have on here. I don't know. I don't have any current. I thought my attorney would get back to me. I would share it with you. He has to look over that court order again and a few other things, but I don't know what the status is of Barry. The reason that they pushed him over into Billy bid, I don't know the reason. I'm glad he's there, don't get me wrong, but yeah. Anyway, says, Frank, you are the sheriff of the genre. The genre has been quiet. No, I'm nobody's sheriff, my friend, no. I'm just Frank. I'm very frank. If it distinguishes me from other people, that's fine. I'm glad about that. I don't want to be everybody else. Just want to be myself. Whatever you deem me to be, good or bad. Everybody has their own opinion, like we all got an asshole, right? They're not always right. But what the hell? We all share the same anatomy. Some a little bigger than others. But yeah, it's like a disease on here, man. That's why I've been talking about it a lot, because I've been making more observations of other vloggers too. Like, what's his name? Mike, Philippines, something, whatever his fucking name is. Yeah, and he wears a cap all the time because he's balding too. What is it, man? It's like a virus. Why are they all so fat and balding? The Lion of Bantayan. No, I'm just me. I don't claim to be anything of greatness of any, whatever, however you wanted to find me, just to find me. You're not going to really hurt my feelings. But I'll take your compliments, though. Absolutely. Nobody managed to last as long as I have on YouTube under adverse conditions. I don't know anybody. Pennywise says, Ricky has been in Boracay a while. Usually 2 or 3 nights is enough time on that small island. I could not go there. I don't care. If you paid my way and paid my accommodations, I wouldn't go to Boracay. I wouldn't feel comfortable there. It's just too many people, man. Too many. Even when I go to the local beaches here, I went over to that one lagoon area the other day. I didn't enjoy myself at all. Not really. I like kicking back, if I could catch a breeze, but I just wanted to be social, wanted to go. I didn't want to be like a lump on a log and stay home and watch TV, so I went over there. I wasn't happy there, because I've been there a number of times, and that place does nothing for me, unless I went there specifically to have a dinner on the water or something, but I don't go there for that. That's the place that Mick Fisher went with me and Gildan, and Yats was with him and all that. Well, let's see how untouchable I am. I do got this report on me, so we got to get over that. We got to get over that situation, and I think I'll come out smelling like a rose. It's just my thought on this, and I have my reason to. I won't share with you, but I'll let you know. You're going to know anyway. It doesn't have to come from me. Everybody seems to be a lawyer out here. Everybody seems to have more information than I even do. That's kind of weird. The only person that would have information before anybody else would be the person who put the report in on me. She'd be the first to know. And then if it's shared, it's another story. But I have to receive the same information she does. I have to have registered mail of such nature coming my way also. Teflon Don. Oh, he ain't no Teflon. He thinks he is. Pennywise, Frank, can you not do a visa run while your case is... It's not a case. It's a complaint. No, it's not a case. It's not a case again. It's not a court case or nothing. It's a complaint with the Department of Immigration, totally separate. No, I can't. No, I got to hold. Which is really unfair, because it's all administrative. It's not like I'm being a bad boy like Barry and decide, hey, fuck that. I don't have to pay my visas. I don't have to do my exit. Fuck everyone. I'm going to do what I want. No. I'm being forced. I'm being forced against my will not to be responsible as I have been. It's not my doing. That's the big difference. Oh, yeah, of course it does, Pennywise. Has an immigration hold. Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's not 6 months that Jay the Troll and people are saying, no, man. Ended March 4th. Do the math. What's today's date? Just do it. Yeah. I couldn't do a visa thing beyond March 4th. All right, so March. So let's get April. We got April. And we got May. And we just, started off of June. It's about 3 months. Where is it 6 months? Where? Show me where it's 6 months. You guys are big on documents. Show me where it's 6 months. It's not 6 months. Will immigration let you extend your visa while the... Okay, now you're ready. Okay, I answered that. No, and it's really unfair. Because then I have to also pay these fines and penalties myself. No, it's not fair at all. It's totally administrative. I have no control over that whatsoever. As unfair as it is, it's not my doing. I didn't do what Barry did. Barry purposely did not pay his requirements for all the years that, we're talking almost 7 years. I wish they would. We're fighting that. To let me go ahead and do. I didn't commit some horrible crime. It's just allegations. It was a complaint. Allegations unfounded and invalid that were made against me. And that's what we have to prove to immigration. Now, why they're taking so long, I can't definitively answer that question. No, I'm not being arrested. I'm not going to be thrown in jail. Well, at least that's what my lawyers assure me of, so I don't have to go with what they say. Yeah. No, it's not fair at all, man. Her report wasn't fair. Just to satisfy that bald head booby, why would she do that? Well, like I said, guys, there had to be an incentive in there, okay? And that's the last I'll say of that. There had to have been an incentive for her to do that. It's the only way I think she would have done that. Pennywise says, Frank, they should let you enter the U.S. Embassy in Manila, since it is American soil, then re-enter the Philippines by exiting the U.S. Embassy. So they should stamp your passport as if you left the country. I don't think they do that. No. No. I don't think they do that. If anyone wants to hone in on that, you can, but I don't think so. Nice idea, though, huh? But I don't think that would work. Yeah, it's supposedly like leaving the United States. Yeah, stamp your passport. Right. I don't think so. You said they should do that. Yeah, well, should, would, could, that's another thing. They're not going to do that. I don't know if you people are aware of the embassy. They're not lawyers. They don't get involved with legal affairs. So when Barry in the past tried to go, that's why he's so against the embassy, against every one of these, government organizations. And they told him the same thing they told me in the past when I didn't know any better. We cannot give you legal advice. Get a lawyer for that. We're just here to make sure that, if you're in jail, make sure you're getting your toothbrush. Check and see if you're getting your medicines that you need. Family. And that's all the U.S. Embassy does. Besides, they could do other things. I think they could possibly get your Social Security statement for you. I think they could do that. Because, sometimes you need a nice fresh statement that shows how much income you're making, if you're going to, if you're like going to go for an SRV or something like that. They want to know that you're making money. You got to make at least $1,000 a month in order to get an SRV. But a lot of people says it's not even worth it. And what you have to go through to get that is not even worth it. Regent says, so when Jay says he has the resolution, he don't have shit. He has the resolution. You're 8 months overstaying. Yeah, I'm 8 months overstaying. No, it's 3 months. You're under surveillance and authorities will pick you up any day now. Yeah, it's been any day for how many months has that been now? Any day now. I'm still waiting for that. Yeah. Shit, I pass by police stations almost every fucking day. They know where I live. If I was meant to be picked up or something, I'd be picked up. That hasn't happened. Doesn't mean it won't, but I don't see why it would happen, actually, in my situation. The bottom of the list on concerns, some fucking crazy Filipino putting a fucking false report on me. That's not cool at all. But hopefully we're going to prove her wrong, and then we'll see what happens from that point on. And I'm not going to say what's going to happen. Let's just say it's all lined up. I will say that. We're waiting for this to happen. And we'll see where it goes. Remember, open up that can of worms, man. It's not always a good idea. I stick to vegetables myself. Yeah, Jay doesn't have dog shit. And there's nothing you could do to me, Frank. Well, you better talk to your brother Barry, Jay. Barry had the same attitude. Barry said to me, you ain't going to do shit, Frank. You ain't going to get me in jail. You ain't going to get immigration. Immigration don't care unless you do something. They don't care. You could live here forever. Immigration's not going to catch me. Well, they sure as fuck did. And it was planned out like a work of art, down to the hour. When they came over there, boy, he was shocked. He was shocked. So Jay kind of thinks that way. Nothing could happen to him. I don't know about that, Jay. There's a lot of things that could happen to you. I won't go into detail about what could happen to you physically or legally, mofo. Just come and see me. Get me started, Jay. Please come by here. Raise your fist to me. Please, I'll beg of you to do it. I'll entice you to do it. Do it. And let's see what transpires from there, J-boy. Abo man. See what happens. See what happens. And I damn well will get that on camera just to prove it. I damn well will get that on camera. You know I will. Jay's just a talker. That's all he is. I remember incidents in the past. I go back a long time. There was a lot of skirmishes with him and other people, and Jay took the other road. You know what I mean? Took the low road or whatever. And ran away. Yeah, he's had a lot of friction with people, and he never met up with them. He come up with some excuse. You're not worth it. You know there's new excuses? Nah, Frank's gonna have cameras everywhere. I don't want to get in trouble with the law. You can't trust Frank. You're damn right you can't trust me. You're damn fucking right. Whether there's cameras on you, whether there's witnesses, with a chance that you might wind up in a filthy jail yourself, Jay, or anybody else. The possibility is real. Remember, there's a method to my madness. An expression that I use on here fairly often, but maybe not enough. I know what I'm doing. I know how to handle an uncomfortable situation. I act upon situations in any way I feel is necessary for that moment. I will stop myself from doing something stupid, that's for sure. I don't need trouble or more trouble. No, I don't. But it doesn't mean I'm going to stand there and take somebody's abuse either. Obviously not. Okay, region. Jay Stillman, the guy who lived with Bummer, now lives with his mama. Yeah, he does. Pretty much sums up Jay Stillman's character. I would say it does. None of these people could afford to talk. I've exposed so many people on here. You know, of course they deny everything. Of course they're going to deny it. And I don't care how big or bad they are, how much fucking money they have. I don't care. I don't care. Unless they're paying off immigration or something, then I will care. And if I find out they would do anything like that, oh, believe me, it'll be a big to-do. Believe me, their ass would be in big trouble. If I found out in any way that somebody was paying off immigration to get this report through on me, to even come to the point of them investigating. Remember, it all comes out in the wash sooner or later. It always does. It always has. It always will. Okay. All right. Well, let's see what happens with Ricky's situation with Jasper. You might want to go to Jasper's show and see if Jasper's going to mention that at all, because he probably would. Oh, I came across that fucker. As I said, it's not normal for Ricky to do a short cutoff like that, to cut. No, not when it comes to meeting one of the guys that he has a lot against, Jasper of the Philippines. Now he's what, Jasper International? Oh, gag me. For him to do such a short video, something went down. But Ricky, well, he'll come up with some excuse. I'll guarantee you he will. I guarantee you he will. All right, folks. Okay, I need to get off this thing. We got a good rap session here, man. 5'2". Yeah, well, Barry's pretty small. And Jay's somewhere around there, man. He says you met him, huh? He's definitely not intimidating. Yeah. So when Jay says he has a okay, yeah, read that. Probably 5'2". Well, they know where I live. I don't know anybody who doesn't know where I live. I'm not hiding. I'm here. I'm home a lot. Catch me anytime. Chances are you might find me here. Or if I went somewhere, I'll probably be back. Unless I went to Cebu or something. But you got a beef with me, come by and, tell me how you really feel. But they won't. They know there's too many ramifications for doing so. Physically, legally, and any other way. They know it. They know it really well. I'm not a guy to fuck with. Like I said, fuck my size and age and all that. I'll say it till the cows come home. Fuck my size, what you think I am, or my age. Fuck it. Fuck it down your throat. It don't mean shit. It don't mean shit. You'd be surprised what an old, frail man like me could possibly do. Who knows? Let's try it out. Let's try it on for size if we really, really have to get down to that point. I'm game. But understand the ramifications from me or legally or getting yourself incarcerated. You think I won't go that far? You know damn well I will. And more. And my girlfriend have something to do with it too. They involve her, which they did. Hey, she's game for it. And she's a Filipina. Carries a lot more weight than I do, I'll tell you that. Legal matters. With that being said, ta-ta. Is anybody buying this story about Barry on a plane? Seems like we've been down that route a long time ago. I think, if anything, he would show his face on there. Well, we'll see. But it's funny that my lawyer wouldn't even know anything about such. Nor would I. Something strange about that. I think we've been down this road before, of Barry supposedly at an airport. I think the first thing he'd do is put his ugly face on camera and show he's actually on a plane. Well, you guys figure it out. Good evening. I don't know, somebody doing a live. I didn't check. Could be. Okay, I'll check back. Know what I'm saying? Okay. I'm not going to be out here very long. Okay. Build it and they shall come. Let's put a few more of my lovely people to show back on here. And let's have our night chat before I go Betty by and meet the Sandman. Where did he ever come up with that anyway? The Sandman comes and throws sand in your eyes and you go to sleep. I don't know where that folklore thing, whatever, came up, whatever. The Sandman? I think it's something better than that. Like, I don't know, like storks delivering babies. And they tell these stories to kids. They just don't tell them the truth, where a baby comes from. The stork brought you over. That was the best. The stork. The stork. Okay, children. More bullshit being flown around, I guess. Some gullible people really fall for it. No, Barry was not on a plane. My attorney said him so, because I like to send him stuff here and there. And he read that or seen that. He said, that would never happen because the people at the BOI would be fired, or they'd lose their job, and they'd wind up in jail if they actually let Barry go after a very serious court order from a regional trial court. So there you go. Now, Barry's pulled this shit before. That's your buddy's video. Could have even been Aloe. Aloe's been taking planes lately, and just the other day or this morning or something, he had a thing of, going on an airplane. Could have even been Aloe. You know how he tried to put the hand up like Aloe always does? He doesn't want to show his face, but he put his hand out. It was very brief. You didn't see a watch on there, but it could have been Aloe. I don't know. You know, it could have been a mongoose. I mean, what do we know? But it wasn't Barry. No. And my lawyer would certainly know about that shit anyway. Don't sweat over it, folks. Nothing to sweat about. It's just one of Barry's pranks again. Still uses his phone. Nothing. Some things don't change, does it? I don't have much to say here. I'm kind of winding down. Yeah, the weather's been pretty consistently really hot. But it's not even the heat. I mean, shit. Any one of us could take the heat. It's the humidity that goes. That's the shit that kind of makes it uncomfortable. It's the humidity. Let's face it. Shit, I've been in deserts. I've been in crazy areas that were extraordinarily hot. Middle of Monument Valley, and I've been to places, in deserts, White Sand Monument, New Mexico, where they set off the damn bomb. Shit, it was tolerable because it was dry. The secret is, add the humidity into the heat, then you got a problem. Then it becomes really uncomfortable. Okay, so I think they're just trying to stir up things on here. Barry's playing his games again. Pardon the yawning. It's the process. Yawning is good. Funny thing is, I didn't even know it rained hard last night. I didn't even know it rained. Maybe that's why I got up. Guess I'm a light sleeper. Something. But once or twice a night, sometimes I wake up. It doesn't mean I get out of bed, but I'll just get up out of a sleep or a dream or something. I don't know. At least guaranteed once, if not twice. Yeah. No knockout pills, nothing like that. If Barry, you got to deal by yawning. You dealt with worse. If Barry was on his way home, his face would be on camera 125% for sure, with his finger in the air or something. That's the way Barry would react to something like that. He would be doing it live or something or whatever. So don't buy into that shit. That's exactly what he wants. I knew right away that he wasn't going anywhere because, well, he can't. He simply can't go anywhere. And I'd be notified because that means he'd have to pay me, he'd have to pay the court. Nah, he ain't going nowhere. My lawyer laughed about that. Well, he laughed with an LOL anyway on the text. We weren't on the phone. I like to send him interesting stuff. And he'll set me straight on stuff. Just, they don't know what's going on, then I don't know what's going on, but it ain't going on. And that's such simple as that. But it was created to have people like myself and others talk about it. And that was the whole idea. Let's make people think that, it's like it's not the first time Barry did this with the plane thing, right? He was at a so-called airport, which was taken tons of years ago. Never was on a plane, going anywhere. And it's impossible at this point for him to even do that. They're not, the BOI is not going to override a trial court judge's decision on something. These mandated fines and penalties and stuff. No, you don't just get away with that. Believe me, the country wants to be paid. They're not going to send anybody on their merry way without paying what you owe them. That's for damn sure. The Philippines, when it comes to money, they're not giving anybody a free ride anywhere unless you pay the piper. There's no way of getting around that. Okay, I didn't want to do a long show here. I just said I was going to come on and do a small commentary on this. End of subject of Barry being free and going on an airplane home. That just ain't happening. But it was entertaining anyway to see one of his failed efforts to make anybody believe that was actually happening. And it wasn't. That's all. That's all I got to say. Good night to you all. We got more people coming in, but too late. You're not going to hold me up from my beauty sleep. No. When Gilda's ready to go to sleep, I'm ready. I'm rough and ready. 2 thumbs up. What are you trying to do? Keep me on here? I'm going to run out of things to talk about. I just happened to mention Barry's situation and, Mike's Philippine retirement, whatever. He's babbling about Dumaguete and how he thinks that people are moving on to Dumaguete, that there's more and more apartments available now since comparatively last year, which you didn't see very much. That's a whole stigma, I think, of this thing with Dumaguete and all the foreigners living there. And maybe a lot of people don't want to live around too many foreigners. And Dumaguete has gotten a reputation on its own. So, probably my 6th yawn, maybe my 5th. I have no inclination to ever want to even check out Dumaguete or Sikior or, especially over there, a lot of storms and stuff. And, no. Anyway, there's an enormous concentration of foreigners I don't want to be. And that's not my endeavor. Stay away from a large group of foreigners. So Dumaguete or Dumaguete, if you're dumb enough to live there. I heard Valencia is a little bit better outside of Dumaguete, I guess. but I don't know. I haven't been there either. It's just hearsay on that. As I said, I wouldn't know where to go in the Philippines if it wasn't for where I was at. I'm comfortable here. Number 6 or 7 on the yawn, so that means my time clock's running out here on the ability to stay online too much longer here. If you got something to ask me, you could ask me now or something while I'm still on. If you want to pose a question to me or something, you can go right ahead and do that right now. But yeah, don't buy into all that bullshit. You know, Barry wants to play with people's heads, and that's why, you know, I don't really care if they kept him in there longer, and the money's not that important to me. If he didn't pay it, if you keep him in there longer, I'm happy with that. But when you really think about this in the beginning, that was what it's really all was about. Of him getting deported. That's all it was about. Number 8. We are really winding down now. 7th or 8th yawn since I just got on here. I think my body's trying to tell me. My body is not rested, I can tell you that. I don't know when the last time I woke up. You ever see people in the commercial, whatever? Oh, they got this wonderful rest and they're yawning. They got their arms and they're in the air. Oh, like that was a great sleep. You know when I used to have great sleep? When I was working. Because it's not just, say, physical activity, but it's mental. And if you're driving around, that takes a lot out of you, too. It takes a lot of energy out of your body. If you're driving a pickup truck around, part of your job, and you got to watch, it takes a lot of energy. You got to watch the traffic all the time. You know, you got to watch pedestrians. And, you know, you're burning some brain cells. Well, be happy that you have any brain cells to utilize to begin with, first of all. That's a plus. But yeah, you know, you spend 8 hours at a job, and if you have to be driving as part of your job, which most of the time I was driving to get from destination to destination, it took a lot of energy to stay alert behind the wheel. And if you don't think so, I mean, talk to truck drivers. When they go to sleep, they probably go to sleep in a solid sleep when, you know, it comes time to go to bed. It takes a lot of your brain thinking and utilizing energy when you're driving, because you don't want to hit anybody, you don't want to damage the company's truck, you know, and you won't have any harm to yourself either. So you're on alert mode all the time, and that takes a lot out of you. And if you want to add that to any physical labor you might do, well, there you go. It's draining, really draining. There's more people showing up, and I'm getting ready to get off here, you know. Shame on you all. I just want to leave with the last word that don't buy all this bullshit about Barry Jordan on an airplane, because if he was really being deported, he wouldn't, you know. And by the way, little hints, pointing the camera out the window, and he claims he's at 34,000 feet. Well, if you look at that video and you look out the window, you can see structures clearly, and a fairly good size. So if you were at 34,000 feet, what you were able to see through that plane window would not be that big, some kind of a complex or whatever it was on the ground. No. It'd be like the size of an ant or something, you know. Yeah, and knowing Barry Jordan, if he was on his way home, he would put his face right on camera and give a finger to me or something. So let's just conclude that it wasn't Barry Jordan. I knew the minute I saw that video it wasn't him, because we would have a way of knowing, we meaning myself and my attorneys, okay? And you can't break this court order. But that's all I needed to say tonight. And thanks, it's my famous 13. Maybe 13 is my lucky number instead. Got to think about that. I'm not really a gambling man, though, so I don't know how numbers are going to make a difference to me. 14 souls out there right now. 14 souls. Okay, now that we straightened that out, just another bullshit attempt by that piece of shit. And that's why I don't care either way. They deport him, keep him in there longer. Either way, it don't matter to me. He's been putting enough time into detention and everything, so it's working out pretty well as far as I'm concerned. Okay, gotta go, Bonomo. Take care. This boy wants to go to sleepland and stay asleep. But I tell you, feeling refreshed, I don't even know what feeling refreshed is. I don't even know. You know, the only time I've ever felt really refreshed is when and this is a long time ago, actually taken a genuine, purposeful midday nap. And after waking up from that, I would feel less stressed. If I was having any stress at all, I'd feel more relaxed and energized. So maybe that's something I should do midday, is actually take a bona fide nappity nap. That could be the answer. Remember, I don't have all the answers, but I got a lot of them. With that being said, thanks for tuning in. And don't believe everything you hear on YouTube. If you haven't learned by now, I guess you never will. Guess not. Sorry, Barry, no cigar. No cigar.